Encore! 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 The deafening roar of the crowd nearly lifted the roof off the stadium. 80,000 people. A full 80,000 people shouting the same name in unison. Glow sticks converged into a silver-white ocean surging wildly in the darkness. In the backstage lounge, Zhihan sat before the dressing mirror, her head slightly lowered, the sharp tinnitus from the end of the concert still lingering in her ears. The makeup artist was helping her remove her in-ear monitors. Meanwhile, manager Chun was already pacing anxiously. Encore, you have to go back on stage. The crowd is absolutely insane right now. Do you know how many people are out there? 3 trending topics have already exploded. Zhihan concert, God-level live performance, 10,000 people chorus. All of them are on the hot list. If you do one more encore song, tonight's trending topics will be completely dominated. Zhihan did not speak. She simply stared quietly at her reflection in the mirror. The woman in the mirror was unrealistically beautiful. Fair skin, delicate features, slightly upturned eyes, stage makeup still not fully removed, fine glitter shimmering under the light black hair, cascading over her shoulders. She looked like a work of art that had been enshrined under the spotlight for too long. But her eyes were tired, deeply tired. After 3.5 hours of continuous concert, she now felt too exhausted even to lift her hand. Yet the cries of encore from outside grew louder and louder, crashing into her eardrums like waves. Zhihan leaned back into the chair, closed her eyes, and let out a deep sigh. She could no longer remember how long it had been since she truly rested. 15 years old, trainee. 18, debut. 20, skyrocketed to fame. 25, promoted to top tier. 27, world tour. Everyone envied her. Everyone thought that Zhihan's life was as perfect as a fairy tale. But no one knew that what she looked forward to most every day was actually the end of the show. Zhihan. Manager Chen, seeing her close her eyes and not move, called out again. Just as Zhihan was about to open her eyes, a violent dizziness struck, without warning, as if someone had slammed a hammer into her brain. Her face instantly turned pale. All sounds around her became blurred and distorted. The lights spun, her vision swayed. She instinctively grabbed the dressing table. But the next second, the entire world went completely dark. Rain poured down in torrents. Huge raindrops slammed violently against the helmet. The night wind was bitingly cold. Huang Qian rode an electric scooter, struggling through waterlogged sections of road. The phone navigation kept letting out mechanical voice prompts. Your order is about to be late. Your order is about to be late. Your order is about to be late. Huang Qian wiped the rain from his face and couldn't help muttering a curse. Hounding me to death. He had been riding for 13 consecutive hours, his back completely soaked, his calves sore and numb. At a red light, his phone suddenly vibrated. A call came in. Huang Qian, wearing a Bluetooth earbud, casually answered. The next second, a man's furious voice exploded. How the hell much longer are you going to take? I ordered half an hour ago. Are you crawling here to deliver the food? Huang Qian was silent for 2 seconds. He spoke in a low voice. Sorry, the rain is too heavy. About 5 more minutes. 5 minutes. Even a dog would have arrived by now. Click. The call was hung up. The rain sounded even louder. Huang Qian slowly exhaled, stopping wearily by the roadside. Not far away, a massive stadium was brightly lit. Colorful spotlights seemed to dye the night sky into a sea of flowers. Even from a distance, he could hear the deafening cheers from inside. He didn't know which celebrity was holding a concert, but the atmosphere was extremely lively. Huang Qian looked up, somewhat dazed. He had been a music student once. Vocal performance major. Right after graduation, he had once fantasized about whether he might one day stand on such a stage. But later he understood most people's dreams eventually lose to life. Rent, utilities, work, fines. Crushes a person bit by bit. Huang Qian smiled. Rainwater slid down the edge of his helmet. How wonderful. At least someone could still stand in the light. The green light came on. Huang Qian twisted the throttle again. The electric scooter charged into the rain curtain. The phone navigation suddenly sounded again. Road construction ahead, please detour. Just as he was momentarily distracted, a blinding high beam suddenly shone from the side. Huang Qian's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively swerved the handlebars to the right. The tires instantly skidded on the wet ground. Shit! Bang! A huge crash exploded in the stormy night. The world spun around. Intense pain swept through his body. His consciousness began to rapidly fade, the last thing lingering in his ears. It seemed to still be the thunderous sound from the stadium. Encore! 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 The next second, Huang Qian suddenly opened his eyes. A blinding spotlight instantly shone into his pupils. Deafening screams nearly tore his eardrums. His mind was blank. In his ear, a woman was desperately clutching his arm, almost crying, "My dear, what are you spacing out for? Go back on stage. Hurry up and get on stage." Huang Qian stared blankly downward. A silver dress, slender fair legs, black high heels, and a strange heavy sensation on his chest. The air seemed to freeze. Huang Qian slowly raised his head. He looked at the dressing mirror in front of him. In the mirror was a face of stunning beauty. Cold and glamorous. Exquisite. Unfamiliar. And outside the lounge, 80,000 people were still frantically shouting that name. Zhihan. 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 A deafening roar like a tsunami flooded into his eardrums. Huang Qian was completely dazed, his mind blank and ears buzzing. Sister Chun, his manager, was nearly frantic, dragging him firmly out. Hurry up, you little ancestor. The whole audience is waiting for your encore. What's wrong with you today? Huang Qian stumbled 2 steps, her high heels clicking crisply on the floor, nearly twisting her ankle. Wait. As soon as her voice came out, she was stunned. The voice was a very pleasant female voice, clear, cool, and gentle, even carrying a hint of hoarseness after performing on stage. Huang Qian's scalp tingled instantly. Holy shit, she really was a woman. She abruptly looked down, seeing the obvious curve of her chest, her collarbone, dazzlingly white, her waist, impossibly slim, plus the feeling of stockings rubbing against her legs. In that instant, Huang Qian's brain nearly crashed. I am fucking. Sister Chen whipped around and glared at her. You what? If you don't go on stage, the fans will riot. And don't swear. Your mic is on. Huang Qian. The next second, she was forcibly shoved onto the stage passage. Boom. Dazzling lights rushed toward her, a massive wave of sound, like a tsunami, engulfing her body. Huang Qian instinctively raised a hand to shield herself, but the next second the entire stadium erupted. Zhihan. Wife. Encore. Encore. Countless glow sticks waved wildly in the darkness like an endless sea of stars. Huang Qian stood still, completely stunned. She had never seen such a scene in her life. 80,000 people, exactly 80,000, were watching her at the same time. The pressure was so intense it was hard to breathe. The spotlight shone on her, and Huang Qian felt her legs go weak. If not for the tight high heels, she even wondered if she would have collapsed to her knees. At that moment, Sister Chen's urgent voice came through the earpiece. Say something. What are you standing there for? Just chat a little. Huang Qian opened her mouth, but her mind was blank. Talk about what? She didn't even know who she was. The cheers from the audience grew louder. Everyone was waiting for Zhihan's encore, for her to speak, to sing. Huang Qian's forehead began to sweat. What to do? Run. But this was a live audience of 80,000. And, wait, wasn't she just knocked into something? Huang Qian looked down at her silver gown and high heels. How the hell could she have turned into a woman in a dream? She looked again at the sea of people, then spotted a black glossy piano sitting alone in the corner. Her eyes turned serious. Is it because I'm too obsessed? How can I dream of this? But if I think carefully, haven't I always been resentful? If I can fulfill this dream, so what if I'm a woman? It's all a dream anyway, so what if it doesn't make sense? With that thought, Huang Qian took a deep breath, and under the gaze of the entire audience walked step by step toward the piano. The venue gradually quieted down. Backstage, Sister Chen was stunned. Piano. There was no piano arranged for the encore today. The stage lights slowly dimmed, leaving only a single spotlight on Huang Qian. Her silver gown shimmered with faint light, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. The entire stadium was so quiet that only breathing could be heard. Huang Qian sat down at the piano, her fingers lightly brushing the keys, feeling the cool touch. She was a little dazed. The piano felt as familiar as instinct. When she had studied vocal music in the past, piano was a required course. Although she wasn't top-tier, playing and singing were no problem. She had once dreamed of such a stage, but never imagined that when she finally stood on it, she would have become a woman. Huang Qian couldn't help but let out a low laugh. The laughter spread through the microphone across the entire venue, and countless fans instantly went wild. She laughed. Han Jia is off tonight. Help! Huang Qian ignored them, simply pressing the first note. Ding! The piano sound resonated softly, and the entire venue instantly fell silent. Huang Qian closed her eyes and spoke softly. This song is called Later. Backstage, Sister Chun was stunned. Later. A new song. The next second, the piano melody slowly began, and Huang Qian softly sang the first line. Later. I finally learned how to love. In that instant, the entire stadium fell completely silent. Later, I finally learned how to love. A clear, slightly husky female voice flowed gently with the piano, like a sudden night rain falling into the entire stadium. The restless cheers in the audience gradually quieted down as the first line came out, and countless people were stunned. Because this was not the Zhihan they knew, at least not the one they thought they knew. In the past, Zhihan's singing was restrained, precise, and elevated like someone standing above the clouds. But now this voice carried an emotion never seen before: regret, nostalgia, and an indescribable weariness. Backstage, manager Chun was completely dumbfounded. What song is this? Who prepared it for her? The assistant beside her shook her head wildly. No idea. It wasn't on the set list. The band didn't know either. She played the piano herself. Manager Chen's scalp tingled. An unscheduled encore with a new song, one no one had ever heard. Had Zhihan gone mad? But soon she realized that it was the audience that had really gone mad. White petals of gardenia fell on my blue pleated skirt. Huang Qian played and sang, initially nervous, but gradually he became immersed. He was too familiar with this song. He had played and sung it countless times during college. And strangely, when he truly sang it with Su Zhihan's voice, the emotion was far more intense than before. A woman's voice is naturally more suited to this kind of love song, especially Su Zhihan's timbre, which carries a sense of coldness mixed with narrative depth. It was as if she was born for such songs. Huang Qian even had the illusion that it wasn't him singing but the body itself. At that moment, the camera cut to the audience. Countless spectators had fallen completely silent. Some stared blankly at the stage, while others instinctively raised their phones to record. On the paid streaming platform, the live comments exploded. Damn, damn, damn. A new song. When did Sister Han write this? I got goosebumps. Why does she feel like a different person tonight? The lyrics are incredible. Later, through tears, I finally understand that some people once missed are gone forever. When he sang that line, Huang Qian paused. For some reason, his chest felt tight, as if some emotion was slowly surging out through this body. He remembered the girl he used to love and the day of graduation when they sat in a small shop at the back of the school. The girl asked him, Huang Qian, do you really want to sing for a lifetime? And he had answered with a smile, yes. But there was no later after that. The girl returned to her hometown. He began to struggle for rent and living, and eventually even singing became a luxury. Thinking of this, Huang Qian couldn't help but smile, but there was a bitter tinge in that smile. And this moment was magnified by the big screen, causing the entire venue to erupt. That smile just now made me cry. Help! This song is a killer. Backstage manager Chun was completely speechless. Having worked in the entertainment industry for so many years, she realized almost instantly that this song would become a hit. A massive hit, likely one of the most iconic live performances of Su Zhihan's career. But where did this song come from? Manager Chun whipped her head around. Did any of you know about this beforehand? Everyone shook their heads frantically. No one knew. No one had any idea. On stage, Huang Qian had reached the final verse. The piano gradually built up, and the entire stadium was eerily quiet, with only that voice gently cutting and opening into countless people's youth. Later, I finally learned how to love. But you had long gone, disappeared into the crowd. Until the last note slowly faded, the piano stopped, and the entire venue was silent for a full 2 seconds. Then with a roar, 80,000 people rose simultaneously, their applause, screams, and cries almost lifting the roof. Su Zhihan. One more time. I'm crying. This song is amazing. Huang Qian sat at the piano, still dazed, not even processing what had just happened. But the next second, Manager Chin's nearly out-of-control voice came through his earpiece. Don't just stand there. Take your bow. Huang Qian suddenly snapped back to reality. The screams from the audience continued. Countless glow sticks waved wildly in the darkness, and some fans were even crying and shouting, "Sing it again." Huang Qian's mind was still a blur, his ears ringing. He had never experienced such a scene in his life, not even in his dreams. Bow? Hurry. Sister Chun urged through the earpiece again. Huang Qian instinctively stood up, but his high heel wobbled, and he nearly fell flat on the stage. The audience gasped in unison. Huang Qian quickly grabbed the piano for support, and the backstage staff turned pale. But the next second, the entire fan base erupted. So cute. What's wrong with Sister Han tonight? Is she shy? Huang Qian thought to himself, are these fans a bit odd? He forced himself to bow to the audience, then practically fled the stage. As soon as he entered the backstage, Sister Chen rushed over. Su Zhihan, what on earth is going on with you tonight? Huang Qian flinched at the shout. And also, Sister Chen looked utterly exasperated. Where did later come from? When did you write it? Why doesn't the company know anything about it? Huang Qian opened his mouth, thinking, how could an NPC in a dream be this realistic? He subconsciously pinched his waist. Ouch! It hurts this much. This can't be real, can it? Zhihan. Sister Chen waved a hand in front of his face. I'm asking you a question. Huang Qian's mind raced, but he couldn't even figure out what was happening himself, so how could he explain? He couldn't just say, sorry, I'm from another world, and that song wasn't written by me. That would land him in a psychiatric ward. With that thought, Huang Qian forced himself to speak. It just came to me on a whim. The expressions of the staff around them turned extremely interesting. Sister Chen stared at him as if he were a monster. On a whim. Huang Qian gave a dry laugh. Maybe. I'm in a good mood today. Sister Chen took a deep breath, and surprisingly didn't rebut. She knew Su Zhihan too well. This woman was one of the biggest anomalies in the entertainment industry, with 9 years of debut, almost no weaknesses in singing, stage presence, or emotional expression. Her only problem was that she was too cold, unnaturally cold. So tonight's state was absurd, yet absurdly hard to pinpoint. Just then an assistant suddenly screamed while holding up a phone. Sister Chen, it's trending. Later exploded. Sister Chen snatched the phone. On Weibo's hot search, Su Zhihan later crying "Live Zhihan Encore," new songs some people once missed, are gone forever. Within minutes the entire internet was in a frenzy. Everyone backstage began answering calls frantically, brands, media, show producers, company executives. The entire lounge fell into chaos. Huang Qian, however, stood there completely out of place. Even now he still hadn't fully figured out where he was. All he knew was that he wasn't originally from this world. Huang Qian originally came from Earth, majoring in vocal performance in college. In his early college years he had dreamed of the future, dreamed of one day standing on stage having his own songs, and being heard by many. But reality quickly taught him what it meant to be ordinary. After graduation, he worked as a resident singer, mall performer, wedding singer, and bar warm-up act. At his worst, he had only 87 yuan left in his bank account, unable to pay rent. Later he gradually accepted his fate and started looking for ordinary jobs, but before he found one he got into a car accident. When he woke up again he had arrived in a world called Earth Star, his soul having transmigrated into another, Huang Qian. The original owner had the same name, but was worse off. A car accident had killed both parents, leaving the original owner a vegetable. Huang Qian had taken over the body after the original was declared brain dead. When he first arrived on Earth Star, it took him months to accept reality. A strange world, a strange identity, and strange everything, yet also eerily similar. If there was any similarity, it was that everything was basically the same except for entertainment-related content. Initially he had thought since many songs don't exist here, could he make a comeback by copying? But later he found reality harsher than imagined. The original owner's debts, hospital bills, and life pressures left no time for quiet contemplation. Just surviving was already hard. So in the end Huang Qian decided to return to his old trade, delivering food. At least it guaranteed meals and survival. But he never expected that while delivering he'd end up in another world. As for the evidence. 2 points. First, this woman seemed extremely famous, definitely top tier. Yet he had never heard of her. Second, he had experience with this before. But if he had to transmigrate, why become a woman? With that thought Huang Qian looked down. A silver dress, slender pale calves, and an unfamiliar heavy sensation on his chest. What the hell is going on? This woman is beautiful, no doubt, and I like beautiful women, but I never wanted to become one. At that moment a bottle of water was handed over from the side. Han Jia, have a drink. Huang Qian instinctively took it, but after struggling with the cap for a while he couldn't open it. The young assistant beside him was momentarily stunned. Han Jia. Huang Qian's heart tightened. Wait, didn't Zhihan usually have someone open the bottle cap for her? The next second the assistant naturally took the water bottle, twisted it open, and handed it back, movements so practiced they were almost pitiful. Huang Qian fell silent. What kind of life was this, for heaven's sake? Just then Sister Chen hurried over. Zhihan, there's an interview later. An interview? Sister Chen frowned. You seem a bit off today. Something's been wrong since the encore. Huang Qian's heart tightened instantly. Oh no, had he been discovered? He forced himself to stay calm. Maybe. A bit tired. Sister Chen stared at him for a few seconds, then finally sighed. Forget it. Your performance tonight was indeed excellent. Just say a few words during the interview. Huang Qian secretly sighed in relief, but the next second Sister Chen added, by the way, was later really a spuro-feminine idea. This was the question he dreaded most. He had no idea what Zhihan's usual style was, and the more he said the more mistakes he might make. So Huang Qian could only brace himself and continue. Actually, I wrote it a while ago, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to release it. Sister Chen nodded, apparently convinced by the explanation. It was very much like Zhihan, who never liked to report in advance, sometimes keeping songs hidden from the company for months. At that thought Sister Chen's expression turned complicated, as if remembering something. Zhihan, you sang very well tonight. Huang Qian was taken aback. He could clearly sense that this was not mere politeness. But before he could respond someone rushed in from the side. Sister Chen, the interview is ready. The livestream audience has exceeded 20 million. Sister Chen immediately switched to work mode. Let's go. Then she looked at Huang Qian. Don't say anything reckless. Huang Qian smiled bitterly inwardly. You're telling me not to say anything reckless? I'd have to have something to say in the first place. I don't even know what's going on with myself right now. 5 minutes later at the interview backstage, Huang Qian sat on the sofa, feeling uncomfortable under the spotlight. Several cameras were already rolling, and the host was visibly excited. Welcome teacher Zhihan. The livestream comments exploded instantly. Wife. Han Jia is killing it. When will later be released? I've been crying until now. Huang Qian felt numb from the barrage of comments, especially the wife one. Every time he saw it his worldview shattered, and he even felt a bit nauseous. The host was clearly still immersed in the encore. His first question was, Teacher Zhihan, was later really a last-minute decision to sing? Huang Qian's mind tensed, but he forced a calm exterior. The host gasped. So, this is the first time you've performed it publicly? Yes. Oh my god. The host was stunned. The livestream comments were scrolling wildly. Monster. This is a diva. A casual song becomes a masterpiece. queen of the music scene. Huang Qian felt a bit guilty being praised since the song wasn't his. But the problem was he couldn't explain now. Just then the host suddenly asked with a smile, "So teacher Zhihan, does the song later have a special story behind it?" Huang Qian was stunned. Story. He instinctively thought of a girl from his past, of how they went their separate ways after graduation, of those days that could never return. After a few seconds of silence he spoke softly, "I guess. It's dedicated to regret." The next second the comments exploded, this kills me. Regret. She definitely had a relationship. This line hits hard. Damn, I'm thinking of my ex again. The host was also emotionally stirred by the remark. Just as he was about to follow up, a commotion arose from the backstage area. Immediately a staff member rushed in frantically. Sister Chun. Sister Chen's face changed. "What's wrong?" The staff member panted. "Someone caught a photo. Su Zhihan couldn't open a water bottle cap backstage after the concert." Chen Jie was stunned. "Say that again." The flustered staff member handed over the phone. "The candid video is already online, and it's blowing up fast." Huang Qian instinctively leaned in to look as well. The footage was clearly shot from backstage. In it he was seen lowering his head, struggling to twist open a bottle of mineral water. After fumbling for a while he finally had to get his assistant to help. The clip was only about 10 seconds long, but it was the line of text overlaid on the video that was the problem. Shocking. Su Zhihan can't even open a bottle of water. The comments section below had completely exploded. "No way, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. My wife is that delicate. As expected of a top-tier diva sis Han, do I look like someone who opens her own bottle caps? Why does she seem so dazed tonight? Wait, is she drunk?" Huang Qian felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. This is what makes it to trending. Is the entertainment industry here that desperate for content? Chen Jie's face darkened. "Who leaked this?" The staff member whispered. "It was probably a temporary worker on set. It's too late to delete it now." A nearby assistant suddenly held up her phone, her voice trembling. "Chen Jie. It's already number 9 on the trending list." Chen Jie. Huang Qian. Seriously, how is this even happening? Not being able to open a bottle is trending. Just then the host of the interview livestream apparently received the news as well. She glanced down at her teleprompter, a strange expression flickering across her face before she put on her professional smile and asked, "So many viewers online are curious, teacher Zhihan, do you really not know how to open a bottle cap?" Huang Qian nearly choked on air. Is this what interviews are like here? The livestream chat had completely lost it. "Here we go, ha ha ha, public execution, sis Han, explain yourself." She really doesn't seem too sharp tonight. Huang Qian's scalp was tingling. What should I do? He couldn't exactly say sorry, I just became a woman today and haven't gotten used to it yet. So after a moment of silence Huang Qian decided to commit to the act. He leaned back into the sofa, his expression calming into its usual aloofness, and said flatly, "If someone's willing to help, why would I do it myself?" A profound silence fell over the studio. "Whoa, absolutely savage. Peak humblebrag. Ha ha ha, sis Han, why should I know how to? Damn, I can't even argue with that logic." The host herself almost cracked a smile. Backstage Chen Jie was at a loss for words. Is that something a normal person would say? But looking at the reactions in the chat, it didn't seem to be backfiring. In fact, when she thought about it in the context of Su Zhihan's cold and aloof persona, it almost seemed fitting. Soon a new trending topic shot up the charts. "If someone helps, why do it myself?" followed by a red-hot tag. Huang Qian stared at the screen, questioning his very existence. Are the netizens here mentally unstable, or what? Just then the host smiled and asked another question. "Teacher Zhihan, you seem different from your usual self tonight. Many fans say you appear more relaxed. How do you feel about that?" More relaxed? Of course he was relaxed. He wasn't the real Su Zhihan, and he had no idea what the original one was even like. The thought made Huang Qian a little uneasy. But just then, he spotted a comment floating across the live chat. "Sis Han seems a little happier than usual tonight." Huang Qian paused, a strange, inexplicable feeling stirring in his chest. He instinctively looked up, and the camera happened to capture his face. Under the spotlight, that stunningly beautiful face was quiet for a few moments. Then Huang Qian spoke softly. "Maybe. It's because I got to sing a song I really love tonight." "Ah, she's so gentle. Help." That hit me right in the feels. I'm actually crying. Even the host was momentarily stunned by the answer. She was about to continue when Chen Jie's phone backstage suddenly began to vibrate violently. She glanced down at the screen, and her expression changed instantly. The caller ID read Chairman. Chen Jie's heart skipped a beat. The top brass at the company had been roused. At this hour, a direct call from the company's chairman was no trivial matter. Taking a deep breath, Sister Chun answered immediately. "Hello, Chairman Li." A middle-aged man's voice came through the line laden with authority. "Where is Su Zhihan right now?" The voice was soft yet oppressive. Sister Chun responded swiftly. "She's still backstage at the interview. Tonight's return performance was a huge success. Later has already." "I know." The voice cut her off. "What I'm asking is, where did that song come from?" Sweat began to bead on Sister Chen's forehead. Zhihan said. She wrote it some time ago. There was a 2-second silence on the line before the voice spoke again slowly. Chunlan, you've been with her for 7 years. Do you really expect me to believe that? Sister Chen opened her mouth, but for a moment found no words. The truth was she didn't believe it either. It wasn't that she doubted Su Zhihan's ability to write songs, but later was far too mature to be a sudden flash of inspiration. It felt like the work of someone who had lived through many stories. The line, "Some people once you miss them they're gone forever," that wasn't the kind of lyrics Su Zhihan would write. Su Zhihan was excellent at singing love songs, but her emotional expression always seemed to be behind a pane of glass. Tonight, however, she sounded as if she had truly known loss. The voice on the phone spoke again. Also, tonight's live stream broke records. The platform just contacted me, they want later release tomorrow. Sister Chun was taken aback. That's soon. Soon. The voice on the other end let out a cold laugh. Do you know how many people are waiting for this song right now? She alone occupies 6 of the top 10 trending searches. If we delay any longer, the hype will be wasted. Sister Chen's heart jolted. One person holding 6 trending spots. This wasn't just a hit, it was a complete domination. Meanwhile, the interview live stream continued. The host smiled and asked, one last question. Fans are curious, does teacher Zhihan have any plans for a new album? Huang Qian was caught off guard, his mind going blank for a moment. New album? Damn it. He had no idea about Su Zhihan's actual work schedule. Just then Sister Chen's urgent voice crackled through his in-ear monitor. Say yes. Just say yes. The hype is too big right now. Huang Qian felt a wave of helplessness. You all really have no fear of death. But there was no turning back now, he had to tough it out. Under the gaze of 20 million live stream viewers, Huang Qian paused for 2 seconds before speaking slowly. Yes, there will be. The host's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Huang Qian nodded, and then on a whim added, and it shouldn't be too long. Backstage, Sister Chun was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. Hell yes. Perfect. With this level of hype, as long as the new album followed up, Su Zhihan's popularity would explode to another level. The live stream chat went absolutely berserk. On new album. Help. Sister Han is finally working again. The music industry is doomed. This year later is already a killer track, and you're telling me there's more. Huang Qian watched the barrage of comments and felt a chill run down his spine. Wait. Did I just overpromise? Just then the host smiled and asked another question. And teacher Zhihan, can you give us a hint about the style of the new album? Style? How the hell was he supposed to know the style? But with tens of millions watching, he couldn't exactly say, sorry, I just found out today that I'm a diva. So Huang Qian had no choice but to keep up the act. He paused for a moment, familiar songs from Earth flashing through his mind. Sun Yinzi, Liang Jingru, Rene Liu, voices that had accompanied countless youths. Then Huang Qian spoke softly. Maybe. A bit more like stories. The host was taken aback. Stories. Huang Qian nodded. Yes, about regret, about missed chances, and also about. He paused, his voice dropping slightly. Growing up. The live stream chat surged instantly. Why is she so articulate tonight? Damn, I'm already looking forward to it. Did Sister Han go through something? Her state tonight is godly. She never used to talk about this stuff. Backstage, Sister Chun was also stunned. Su Zhihan tonight was different. She wasn't as cold as before, she had a touch more life in her. At the same time, elsewhere the torrential rain on Earthstar showed no sign of stopping. A toppled food delivery scooter lay forlornly by the roadside. Police lights flashed, and an ambulance was parked beside the flooded street. Paramedics were busy, and on a stretcher lay a young man in a delivery uniform, quiet and still. Rainwater streamed down his forehead. His face was pale, his eyes tightly shut, as if he had completely lost consciousness. Cold, damp, and a headache splitting like the skull was cracked open. When Su Zhihan regained consciousness, the first thing she heard was the clamor of rain. Patter-patter raindrops kept pounding against the window, and the air was thick with the smell of disinfectant. She frowned slightly, instinctively raising a hand to rub her temples, but the next second her movement froze abruptly. No, the feel was wrong. The knuckles larger, the palm rougher, not her hand at all. Su Zhihan snapped her eyes open, and what met her gaze was the harsh white light of a hospital infusion room and 4 bag swaying gently overhead, and a few other patients hooked up to drips scrolling on their phones. She froze for 2 seconds. What about the backstage of the concert? Where was Sister Chun? Wasn't she about to do the encore? The next second, an overwhelming sense of strangeness surged through her. Chest flat, shoulders broad, her center of gravity entirely different. Su Zhihan slowly looked down, a loose yellow delivery uniform, black trousers, and the unmistakable frame of a male body. She went rigid. Seconds later, a suppressed scream tore through the infusion room. The other patients looked up, and even the nurse at the station glanced over, startled. Su Zhihan didn't care at all. She yanked off the blanket to confirm, and the next moment her vision went black as she fainted. When she came to some 15 minutes later, Su Zhihan lay against the pillow, her face deathly pale. Male? She was actually male. After 27 years as a woman, she had suddenly grown that thing. Her breathing hitched, and she instinctively tried to speak. I. But the moment the sound left her lips, she froze again. Deep hoarse, unmistakably male. Her scalp prickled. Just then a nurse hurried over. Sir, are you all right? Sir. Zhihan's eye twitched. She paused for a few seconds, then forced out. What's my name? The nurse was taken aback, then glanced at the infusion chart. Huang Qian, 27. You had a minor accident while delivering food tonight. Mild concussion. Huang Qian. Zhihan was utterly stunned. She looked at the chair beside her where a wet delivery helmet lay along with a phone whose screen was shattered. The nurse continued, you swerved to avoid a turning truck and hit a tree on the roadside. Lucky you were wearing a helmet, or it could have been much worse. Zhihan sat blankly on the hospital bed, her mind a whirlwind. A delivery guy. Huang Qian. A man. What on earth was happening? Her last memory was clearly backstage at the concert, then a sudden dizzy spell, and when she opened her eyes again, she had become someone else. And a man at that. Suddenly a phone rang beside her. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Zhihan looked down and saw the cracked screen phone, the caller ID reading Matewan station manager. She hesitated for 2 seconds, then answered. The next second an irate voice exploded through the speaker. Huang Qian, where the hell are you? The system shows your order is over 20 minutes late. Zhihan was startled by the shout and blurted out, I'm in the hospital. The line went silent for a second, then the tone softened, got into an accident. Serious? Not really. Then rest up. They'll flag tonight's orders as exceptions. But your attendance has been poor lately. Keep this up and you'll lose next month's full attendance bonus. Click. The call ended. The infusion room fell quiet again. Zhihan stared at the phone dazed. Full attendance bonus. The last time she'd heard that phrase was during her trainee days years ago. Now someone was worried about her over a few hundred yuan. No, about Huang Qian. Just then the phone screen lit up again with a bank message account ending 4,271, auto repayment of 800 yuan. Current balance 312. 6 yuan. Zhihan stared at that number for a long time. The production cost of just one of her concerts could easily exceed that figure with 4 more zeros appended, yet here these few hundred yuan were all Huang Qian had. Zhihan suddenly didn't know what to say. She looked down at her rough hands. Thin calluses on the fingers from gripping handlebars, an old scar across the back of one hand. They didn't look like the hands of a 27-year-old. At that moment she noticed a delivery box beside the bed soaked through by the rain. In the corner of the box was a faded sticker with a handwritten line, life is hard, but remember to eat. The handwriting was a bit crooked, as if scribbled in haste. Zhihan stared at those words, and for no reason her chest suddenly felt tight. Just then a nurse walked over. Huang Qian, are you still feeling dizzy? Zhihan instinctively looked up, then immediately realized that she was now Huang Qian. She shook her head gently. Much better. The nurse let out a sigh of relief. That's good. After this 4 finishes, we'll observe you for a bit, and then you can go. The nurse couldn't help but chuckle. You're really unlucky, dodging a car only to hit a tree. A few nearby patients burst into laughter. Zhihan felt a pang of helplessness. Thanks, but she couldn't find it funny at all. After the nurse left, she lowered her head again and looked at the phone with its cracked screen. There was no password, a simple swipe unlocked it. The phone's interface was starkly simple. No games, no entertainment apps, not even any short video platforms. The most prominent icons on the home screen were various gig-earning apps, food delivery, errand running, designated driving, along with a few part-time job groups. Zhihan was slightly stunned. For the first time she realized that some people really do turn their phones into pure survival tools. She opened WeChat. The chat history was even simpler. Station masters, rider groups, advertising spam, and occasionally a few high school classmates whose conversations mostly stopped at, how have you been? Let's catch up sometime. And then there was nothing more. She continued scrolling down and soon spotted a folder named Memos. On a whim, Zhihan tapped it. Inside were only a few scattered lines of text. As a singer, her first impression was that they looked like lyrics, but they were incomplete. The rain stopped, but the sky remains gray. Will the ones who come later be happy for me? Is growing up a kind of chronic loss? These few short lines lay quietly on the screen like something someone jotted down in the middle of a sleepless night. Zhihan stared blankly at them, a strange feeling welling up inside her. She had been in the entertainment industry too long, and had seen too many so-called creators, but most of their lyrics were just piles of flowery words, hollow like products off an assembly line. These sentences were different. Simple, yet inexplicably poignant, as if they had truly been lived through. Just then the phone vibrated. Someone in the rider group, Huang Qian. Old Huang, you still alive? Heard you hit a tree tonight. Ha 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 ha. Did you zone out while riding again? Say something if you're not dead. Zhihan felt speechless. Do you riders always chat so brutally? She hesitated for a moment, then slowly typed, it's fine. The next second the group exploded with replies. Holy shit, you're alive. I told you old Huang is tough as nails. Even a tree bends when you hit it. How could you be hurt? Can you still make runs tomorrow? Don't run, take a day off. Looking at these messages, Zhihan was a bit dazed. These people were not gentle, even a bit rough, but somehow they were much more real than the polite greetings in the entertainment industry. At least they genuinely cared about Huang Qian. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside the infusion room, followed by a chubby man in a raincoat poking his head in. Old Huang. Zhihan looked up, and the chubby man immediately sighed in relief. Holy shit, you really didn't die. Zhihan silently grumbled in her mind. Here comes another one who doesn't know how to talk. The chubby man took off his helmet and strode in, still dripping with rain. He placed a bag of steaming hot fried rice on the bedside. Brought this for you. You definitely haven't eaten anything tonight. With that, he plopped down onto the chair beside him, muttering, "You're something else. Other people crash into cars, you crash into a tree. Tomorrow the writer group will probably be full of your memes." Zhihan was silent for a few seconds, then spoke softly. "Thank you." The chubby man suddenly froze, then looked at her as if had seen a ghost. "Holy shit. Old Huang, are you possessed? You actually said thank you." Zhihan's heart tightened. What kind of image did Huang Qian have before? The chubby man eyed her suspiciously for a long moment, then frowned. "Wait, why does your voice sound weird?" Zhihan's heart immediately tightened. She had almost forgotten that her usual way of speaking was definitely completely different from Huang Qian's. Just as her mind was racing, the chubby man suddenly slapped his thigh. "Damn. You didn't really get a concussion, did you?" "Did I really give him a concussion?" The chubby guy shot to his feet, his face tense with worry. Doctor, is my buddy suffering from amnesia?" Zhihan's scalp tightened as she quickly grabbed him. "He's not losing his memory." In her haste, her tone unconsciously slipped back into that usual cold, indifferent demeanor. The chubby guy's eyes widened instantly. "Whoa, who are you? Old Huang would never talk like that." Zhihan felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Her biggest problem now was that she couldn't act like Huang Qian at all, especially not a man who delivered food all day reeking of the mundane world. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. "My head's still a bit fuzzy, just slow on the uptake." The chubby guy eyed her suspiciously. Really? Then do you still know who I am?" Zhihan was silent for a moment, then gave a slight shake of her head. "I can't quite remember." The chubby guy's expression changed instantly. "Damn, you really did lose your memory." Zhihan silently lamented, "Isn't your acceptance a bit too quick?" He plopped back into his chair with a sigh. Zhou were from the same station. He then stared at her for a long moment. "Really no memory at all?" Zhihan could only keep up the act. "My mind's a mess, there's a lot I can't recall." Zhou scratched his head. "Yeah, that knock you took tonight was pretty brutal." He couldn't help but muse. "You've got 9 lives, you know. You survived that huge car crash back then, and now you almost get taken out by a tree." Zhihan was slightly taken aback. "Car crash?" Zhou obviously didn't notice her reaction, but seeing she'd forgotten this too, he continued, "Didn't you tell me about it before? Your whole family was in a car accident when you were in high school. Your parents died on the spot. You were in a coma in the hospital for 9 years. The doctors were about to give up, but then you suddenly woke up. It even made the news." Zhihan listened, her mind feeling strangely empty. A 9-year coma. She subconsciously looked down at her hands. Rough knuckles, the back of them etched with marks from wind and sun. It was hard to imagine these had once lain still on a hospital bed for 9 years. Zhou sighed. "Honestly, when I first met you, I felt sorry for you. No education, no family, even old friends, almost all gone. The world had changed so much when you woke up. Anyone would find that hard to handle." Zhihan remained silent, unsure how to judge Huang Qian's life. She had always thought her own life was exhausting. Entering the company at 15, practicing dieting, training, touring, living like a machine every day. But at least her life had always been moving forward. But Huang Qian's 9 years had been brutally stolen from him. Zhou continued his rambling. "But your mindset is truly something else. Anyone else would have been a wreck. You started delivering food not long after you woke up. Couldn't even use the GPS properly at first, but now you ride harder than anyone. Last winter you were out taking orders with a high fever." Zhou chuckled at the memory. "Remember that time? You had a 39-degree fever and nearly delivered the bubble tea to a hot pot restaurant." Zhihan felt a wave of speechlessness. That didn't sound very smart. Zhou laughed for a bit, then quieted down. "But sometimes you're a bit weird." Zhihan's heart tightened slightly. "What do you mean weird?" "Well," Zhou thought for a moment. "You'd suddenly space out sometimes, especially after work at night. Sometimes you'd sit by the river for hours. I asked what you were looking at, and you said." Zhou paused, mimicking Huang Qian's tone. "Thinking about the past." The sound of rain pattered against the window. Zhihan looked down at the small guitar charm on the keychain, at a loss for words. Just then Zhou slapped his forehead. "All right, what are you gonna do now?" Zhihan was taken aback. "What? Go home, duh." Zhou looked exasperated. "Don't tell me you forgot where you live too." Zhihan's heart tightened. She truly had no idea. Zhou Kai stared at her for a long while, his expression growing increasingly complicated. You really did knock your memory loose. Zhihan was silent for a few seconds before finally nodding slightly. A lot of things are hard to recall. Zhou Kai drew in a sharp breath. Damn, don't tell me you'll forget how to use a food delivery app tomorrow. Zhihan felt a wave of helplessness. Thanks, you're a real comfort. Zhou Kai scratched his head, looking equally at a loss. Forget it'll take you home later. Zhihan let out a soft sigh of relief. At least she wouldn't be sleeping on the streets tonight. Just then a nurse came over to remove the foreneedle. All right, head home and get some rest tonight. With a concussion, you might feel dizzy or nauseous for a few days. Try not to stay up late. Zhihan nodded, her movements still noticeably unnatural. After all, she had never been to a regular emergency room like this before, let alone sat in an 4-drip ward. Zhou Kai had already picked up his delivery box. Let's go. My ride's parked outside. Don't forget your helmet. 10 minutes later at the hospital entrance, the rain had lightened significantly. The streets were slick with moisture in the dead of night, streetlights reflecting in the puddles, and the air carried the oppressive mugginess unique to summer nights. Zhihan followed Zhou Kai out of the hospital, but her steps faltered the moment she reached the entrance. Parked by the roadside was an electric scooter. It was very old, missing a rear-view mirror on one side, and the seat had worn through its leather. Yet hanging from the handlebar was a small cartoon charm, faded and frayed, as if it had been there for years. Zhou Kai followed her gaze. What are you looking at? Get on. Zhihan was silent for 2 seconds. This is your ride. Who else's? Zhou Kai looked baffled. Your wrecked one is still at the station. The front is all bent out of shape. The boss said he'd see if it can be fixed tomorrow. Zhihan breathed a sigh of relief. She had almost forgotten that Huang Qian's scooter had already been returned to the station. Zhou Kai had already put on his helmet and turned to urge her. Hurry up. I don't feel safe letting you take a cab on your own in this state. Zhihan had no choice but to steel herself and get on the back seat. But no sooner had she settled than Zhou Kai twisted the throttle, and the scooter shot forward with a jolt. Aunt. Zhihan let out an instinctive yelp, her hands instantly clutching Zhou Kai's clothes. Zhou Kai looked puzzled. What are you screaming for? You've ridden with me before. Zhihan grumbled inwardly. In the past, she had ridden in chauffeured cars, never on something like this. The evening breeze rushed past, carrying the damp scent of rain. A street-side barbecue stall was still lit, a few people squatted outside a convenience store smoking, and at a red light, several delivery riders huddled together, heads down, scrambling for orders. This world was completely different from hers. No spotlights, no cameras, no assistants or agents. It was so ordinary, it was almost mundane. Yet for some reason, Zhihan felt for the first time a clear sense of what an ordinary person's night was like. Zhou Kai chatted while riding. All right, isn't your rent due again soon? Zhihan was taken aback. Rent? Yeah, Zhou Kai said matter-of-factly. Wasn't the landlord just on your back the other day? Said if you were any later, they wouldn't renew your internet. Zhihan felt a profound sense of helplessness. The most absurd thing she had ever heard before was the album budget is over, and now she was worrying about rent. The sudden shift in circumstances left her momentarily stunned. Zhou Kai continued his rant. Seriously, you work so hard on deliveries, but you never have any money. Don't tell me you bought more of those music books again. Zhihan was slightly taken aback. Music books? Yeah, Zhou Kai clicked his tongue. You've got a ton of them in your place. Music theory, composition, vocals. Last time I was over there wasn't even a place to sit. The floor was covered in books. Music. Again, music. This person, named Huang Qian, was indeed strange. Despite being so poor, he seemed to be clinging desperately to something. The scooter turned into an old street. The surrounding buildings showed clear signs of age, some with exterior walls yellowed and peeling. Zhou Kai finally stopped in front of a 6-story residential building. We're here. Zhihan looked up. It was old. The hallway light flickered, the ground floor was packed with electric scooters, and the sound of a TV drama drifted from some window. Ordinary. So ordinary it felt like a different world from the name, Zhihan. Zhou Kai pulled out the key. Can you get up on your own? Zhihan paused for a moment. Which floor? Zhou Kai's mouth twitched. Don't tell me you've forgotten your own home too. Zhihan had no choice but to keep playing the amnesia card. Zhou Kai sighed. 6th floor, 602. The key with the blue tape is for the front door. He added, still a bit worried. Want me to walk you up? Zhihan immediately shook her head. No, it's fine. Oh, by the way, have you ever heard of Zhihan? Zhihan. Who's that? Your girlfriend. Zhou Kai looked confused. Oh, never mind. The name just popped into my head. All right then. Get some sleep. If you're still dizzy tomorrow, don't take any orders. With that, he rode off. Zhihan stood alone downstairs. She had already searched on her phone moments ago. There was indeed no news related to the name Zhihan. The night breeze blew, and everything was quiet. She looked down at the keys in her hand, feeling lost. Just a few hours ago, she had been the top diva on Blue Star, and now she had arrived in an unfamiliar world on her way to a strange man's home. The old residential building was steeped in silence. Only the sound-activated lights flickered on intermittently with a soft click. Zhihan stood at the entrance of the stairwell glancing upward. The 6th floor. No elevator. She fell silent for a moment. In her past life, she could perform for 3 hours straight during a concert without breaking a sweat. But now recovering from a concussion, she had to climb 6 flights of stairs. The most critical issue was that this body was now male. The center of gravity, the walking habits. Everything felt utterly alien. Even taking a step felt uncoordinated. After a few seconds, Zhihan let out a soft sigh and resignedly began her ascent. 1st floor. The scent of cooking wafted through the corridor. 2nd floor. The sound of a child crying. 3rd floor. A television blared at full volume from one of the apartments. Divorce. We must get a divorce. Zhihan. The vibrancy of everyday life was almost overwhelming. Her own apartment had been as quiet as a hotel, so much so that she never even knew her neighbors. Here she could hear what others were having for dinner through the walls. By the time she reached the 5th floor, Zhihan was already out of breath. She paused, leaning against the railing to rest. This body was clearly overtaxed, with a lingering ache in her lower back that seemed entirely out of place for a 27-year-old. Finally, she reached the 6th floor. At the end of the dim corridor was apartment 602. 2 empty water jugs were piled by the door, next to a pair of faded, well-worn sneakers. It was all so ordinary it felt foreign. Zhihan looked down. She found the key wrapped in blue tape from her keyring. She inserted it and gave it a gentle turn. Click. The door swung open. The next moment, a faint scent of instant noodles wafted out. Zhihan stood at the threshold, letting her eyes adjust for a moment. Then, she stepped inside slowly. The place was small, a standard old rental about 30 square meters. The living room and bedroom were almost one continuous space with furniture that had clearly seen years of use. But it was surprisingly tidy. No scattered dirty laundry, no piles of takeout boxes, and even the tabletops were neatly organized. It was just poor. The poverty was evident at a glance. The refrigerator was old, the air conditioner was old, the curtains were yellowed at the edges, and a dated desktop computer sat on the desk. The most striking feature, however, was the large bookshelf against the wall. Or rather, a bookshelf hastily assembled from wooden planks. It was crammed with books on music theory, composition, harmony, vocal training, and even countless printed scores densely packed. Curious, Zhihan walked over and casually pulled one out. Modern pop singing techniques. The pages were dog-eared and worn, filled with annotations. Breath transition issue here. The falsetto transition is too stiff. Emotion can't rely on technique alone. The handwriting was messy, but it was clear the writer had been incredibly diligent. Zhihan stood before the bookshelf, lost in thought. She could sense that Huang Qian genuinely loved music, not just in words. Despite his poverty, he was striving to learn with all his might. Then she noticed an old guitar tucked away in the corner of the shelf. The strings were even beginning to rust. Yet beside it lay a polishing cloth, clearly used often. Zhihan instinctively reached out and gently plucked a string. Zheng. The sound was slightly muffled. For some reason, a strange thought surfaced in her mind. Had Huang Qian too once dreamed of standing on a stage? With that thought, she turned and began to survey the room more carefully. Soon her gaze settled on the desk where a well-thumbed notebook lay. It had a plain cover with no name on it. Zhihan hesitated for a moment before opening it. On the first page there was only a single sentence. If only one day someone could hear me. Zhihan stared at that line, unmoving for a long time. She knew that feeling all too well. At 15, in a dingy underground practice room, she had harbored the same wish countless times. But in the end the whole world heard her. Huang Qian never got his chance. Just then a muffled clap of thunder rumbled from outside the window. Boom! Zhihan snapped back to reality. And in the next second, she realized a profoundly serious problem. Wait, tonight, where was she going to sleep? Soon the sound of rain drifted in from outside the window. A gentle patter occasionally punctuated by the rumble of distant thunder. Zhihan stood still, slowly lowering her gaze to examine her current body. A loose t-shirt, sweatpants, and a certain part that commanded an undeniable presence. A very real problem now confronted her. She was at this moment a man, and tonight she would have to sleep in this male form. As she pondered, the tips of her ears began to burn with heat, though no one else was in the room. Still, an overwhelming sense of shame washed over her. After all, she had been a woman for 27 years. Suddenly becoming a man was already explosive enough, let alone the mundane details of daily life. She did not even know how a man typically slept or what state he was in. Just then her stomach suddenly let out a loud growl. Zhihan instinctively looked down at her belly, realizing she was hungry. After the concert ended that night, she had not eaten anything, and then she ended up in the hospital. Now her stomach felt hollow and empty. Clearly the owner of this body had also not eaten. After a moment of hesitation, she walked toward the kitchen, or rather a pitifully small, open-plan kitchen. Opening the refrigerator, she found its contents equally meager: 2 bottles of cola, a few eggs, 2 sausages, half a bag of frozen dumplings, and a pack of noodles nearing their expiration date. Zhihan stared at the scene, a pang of discomfort rising within her. She had never lacked for food before. Even during dieting periods, her assistant would prepare healthy meals in advance. But Huang Qian's refrigerator looked like it was on the verge of running out of supplies at any moment. She finally took out the bag of frozen dumplings, but the next second, her movements froze. Wait, how do you cook these? Zhihan stared at the gas stove, feeling utterly helpless, acutely aware of her own incompetence. She could sing, dance, compose songs, and calmly face a crowd of tens of thousands on stage. But she truly did not know how to cook dumplings. In the end, she clumsily pulled out her phone and searched how to cook frozen dumplings. 10 minutes later, the kitchen was a mess. The water in the pot was nearly boiling over, and Zhihan fumbled to turn off the flame. She nearly got scalded by the steam. Oh. She jerked back, slamming her lower back against the corner of the table, gasping in pain. So every small thing in an ordinary person's life was not so easy. After much fuss, the dumplings were finally cooked. They looked utterly disastrous. Half the skins had burst, and the pot resembled a crime scene with fillings smeared all over the walls. Yet Zhihan felt no disappointment. Barely succeeding was still a success. She sat down silently, taking a bite. The next second she froze. It was delicious. Not because the flavor was amazing, but because she had not eaten something like this in years. In the past, to maintain her condition, she almost never touched high-calorie foods. After 8 in the evening, she strictly controlled her diet. But now the hot dumplings settled in her stomach, and in that moment of warmth, she felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Just then, her phone buzzed. Zhihan looked down and saw a message from a contact labeled Landlord Aunt Lee. Xiao Huang, this month's rent is 3 days overdue. If you still plan to stay, please pay in full within a week. Zhihan. A suffocating feeling washed over her. She had just checked her balance, 312.6 yuan, and the rent was 800. Just how difficult was Huang Qian's life? After finishing the dumplings, she silently cleaned up the kitchen and then returned to the bedroom. The bed was small, even a bit narrow. The wall beside it had some cracks in the plaster. But for some reason this place gave her a sense of peace. No complicated relationships from the entertainment industry. No media, no cameras. Only the traces of a very ordinary life. The water glass on the table, the clothes hanging by the window, and the densely packed music theory books on the shelf. All of this made the room feel as if it were truly alive. Zhihan sat down on the edge of the bed. Then came one last problem: what about taking a shower? She slowly turned her head toward the bathroom, 1,000 thoughts racing through her mind. When a man showers, does he have to stand to urinate? No, that wasn't the main point. The main point was, she was terrified to look at her own body right now. A few seconds later, Zhihan stood up with a blank expression. Forget it. I want shower. She decided to escape reality. At least she would survive tonight first. So she turned off the light, slowly lay down on the bed. The spring mattress sank slightly under her weight. The rain continued to fall outside the window. In the darkness, Zhihan stared at the ceiling, still feeling a sense of unreality. After all, just a few hours ago, she had been the most supreme diva on launching. And now she was a delivery driver who owed rent and cooked frozen dumplings in the middle of the night. The contrast was as vast as an absurd dream. Wait. What about the real Huang Qian? If she was here, then where was he now? Meanwhile, on Blue Star at 1 in the morning. From the top-floor suite of the hotel, the city lights glittered brilliantly below, the metropolis still bustling like an endless night. At this moment, Huang Qian sat on the sofa, his face etched with utter despair, because he was having his makeup removed. To be precise, he was having it removed by someone else. Hold still, the makeup artist said, frowning as she wiped his face with a cotton pad. What happened tonight? Your eyeliner is almost smudged. Huang Qian felt a wave of helplessness. He had completely given up resisting. Even now, he still hadn't fully accepted the reality that he had turned into a woman, and apparently a top-tier diva at that. The most absurd part was that this woman seemed to be incredibly famous. So famous that when he left the concert earlier, thousands of fans nearly crushed the exit, and the security guards had screamed themselves hoarse. Huang Qian had every reason to believe that if he tripped and fell, he'd make the headlines tomorrow. Just then the makeup artist finally set down the cotton pad and nodded with satisfaction. All right, your skin is still in great condition. She then lowered her voice. But Sister Zhihan, you seemed much more approachable tonight. Huang Qian thought to himself, isn't that a strange thing to say? The assistant nearby nodded vigorously. Right. Sister Han actually seemed nervous tonight. She used to be as calm as ever at concerts with 100,000 people, but today, when you almost fell on stage, I was scared to death. Huang Qian let out a dry laugh. Of course, how could anyone not stumble the first time they wear high heels? Suddenly the door swung open, and Sister Chen strode in on her high heels. Everyone leave us. The makeup artist and assistant quickly took their leave, and soon only 2 people remained in the suite. Huang Qian felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Ever since earlier, Sister Chun had been watching him with a sharp, piercing gaze that seemed to see right through him. Sure enough, the next moment Sister Chun spoke directly, so care to explain what's going on. Huang Qian's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. He forced himself to stay calm. What do you mean? Sister Chun stared at him. Nervousness, spacing out, and talking about regrets in that interview. Huang Qian felt sweat begin to form on his back. Damn, it was clear that the real Zhihan was very different from how she usually acted. At that moment, Sister Chun suddenly asked again, and later. This was the question he dreaded most. He couldn't exactly say sorry, but that song is from Earth. So Huang Qian could only keep up the act. I really wrote it a long time ago. Sister Chun was silent for a few seconds before blurting out, Zhihan, did you go through a breakup? Huang Qian was speechless. What the hell? But Sister Chun seemed to find the idea more and more plausible. No wonder. Your mood suddenly changed tonight, and a song like later. It really sounds like it was written by someone who's been heartbroken. Huang Qian silently complained, you've got quite an imagination. Still he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At least for now no one seemed to suspect something as absurd as a body swap. Just then Sister Chen's phone buzzed. She glanced down at it, and her expression turned inscrutable. Huang Qian's heart jumped. What's wrong? Sister Chen took a deep breath and slowly handed him the phone. Trending searches on Weibo. Number 1, Zhihan's new album. Number 2, later. Number 3, someone offered help, why do it alone? Number 4, Zhihan's condition. Number 5, about regret about growing up. And number 6, netizens compile Zhihan's alleged new album lyrics. Wait, what the hell? Sister Chen tapped on the trending topic, and there it was. All the content from tonight's interview. Some netizens had even started analyzing his offhand remarks. About regret, about missed chances, and about growing up. The new album is definitely emotional. Later is already legendary. Sister Han is about to dominate. This time the Chinese music scene is about to change. This year's Golden Melody Awards are decided early. Huang Qian's face grew stiffer with each line he read. He knew the truth even if no one else did. A new album. He was just talking out of his ass. Sister Chen looked up at him seriously. The company has decided. Starting tomorrow the new album is officially in development. Huang Qian. Oh. Manager Chen frowned. What do you mean, ah? You said it yourself in the interview. It wouldn't be long. Now the whole internet is waiting. The higher-ups have already held a meeting. Within a month at the latest you must release your first brand new official single. Huang Qian was speechless. A month. Do you know what a month means to a delivery driver? It means he could earn at most a few thousand more yuan on deliveries. But now in a place he knew nothing about he had to create a new song for a person he knew nothing about. Even if this so-called creation was somewhat of a misnomer. The corner of Huang Qian's mouth twitched slightly. Isn't this a bit too fast? Manager Chen sneered coldly. Fast? Do you know how many brands are dying to sign you right now, eh? The hype has exploded. If we don't strike now, are we supposed to wait for the buzz to fade? As she spoke, she narrowed her eyes. Or what? You actually don't have any material ready. Huang Qian's gaze sharpened. This woman was testing him. He immediately cleared his throat. I do. I just haven't organized it yet. Only then did Manager Chen nod. Good. Tomorrow afternoon the company is holding an album meeting. Have your songs prepared by then. Huang Qian. Prepared? Sister, at least give me a rundown of Zhihan's previous style. How was he supposed to prepare? Manager Chen added another remark. All right. The chairman specifically instructed. For this album, you have full creative control. The company won't interfere with the creation. Huang Qian was stunned. They trust her that much. Her. Manager Chen looked up puzzled. Huang Qian's heart skipped a beat. Damn. He almost slipped up. He quickly corrected himself. I mean, me. Manager Chen didn't overthink it, merely saying calmly. You deserve this treatment right now. The moment later came out, the entire industry was shaken. Several songwriters have already posted on Weibo tonight. They say your song isn't just an ordinary pop track. It's more like a timeless classic. Huang Qian pursed his lips. It wasn't that Zhihan was amazing. It was that those people from Earth were just too formidable. Renee Liu. She was the moonlight of countless people's youth. In a culturally barren world like Blue Star, her impact was indeed a devastating blow from a higher dimension. Manager Chen glanced at the time. All right. Get some rest early. Be at the company tomorrow at 10 in the morning. With that she walked to the door, but suddenly paused, not turning back. She only said softly, tonight. You sang beautifully. The door closed and Huang Qian let out a long sigh of relief. Finally she was gone. He collapsed into the sofa, his mind a tangled mess. This was too absurd. Absolutely too absurd. A few hours ago he was just a delivery driver on Earth. Now he had inexplicably become a diva on Blue Star, saddled with the task of creating a new album. And most crucially, he looked down at himself. The bathrobe hung loosely, revealing fair, slender legs beneath, and his chest felt heavy. Huang Qian hesitated for a few seconds. Then he reached out and poked it gently. It was quite soft. The next second, he yanked his hand back, a pang of guilt striking him. Damn, what the hell was he doing? Just then his phone rang. Huang Qian looked down. The caller ID read Mom. Zhihan's mother. Oh no, this was the most likely way to get exposed. But the phone had been ringing for over 10 seconds, and not answering would clearly seem abnormal. Huang Qian had no choice but to steel himself and answer. Hello. A gentle female voice came through immediately. Zhihan, is the concert over? Huang Qian quickly hummed an affirmation. But because he was so nervous, his voice came out oddly stiff. The voice on the other end immediately grew concerned. Are you catching a cold? Huang Qian. Had she noticed the difference? He immediately seized the opportunity to play along. I'm just a bit tired. Have you not been resting well again lately? The woman's tone was clearly filled with worry. I told you not to keep holding concerts. You've been pushing yourself too hard since you were a child. Huang Qian listened in silence, his emotions complicated. It had been years since anyone had cared for him like this. After he had been transported to Earth, his original parents had long since passed away. He had always been alone. No one asked if he was tired, no one cared if he ate on time. The voice on the other end continued to ramble on. Your father was just watching the live stream. He said you looked especially good tonight. He even saw you smile. Smile? He instinctively touched his face. So the old Zhihan rarely smiled. The voice asked again. Oh, by the way, when are you coming home? Huang Qian didn't know how to respond. Go home. How the hell was he supposed to know where Zhihan's home was? The woman on the other end, hearing no response for so long, called out. Zhihan. Zhihan. The woman's voice on the other end of the line carried a hint of confusion. Huang Qian's mind raced. What should he do? He couldn't just ask, anywhere is our home. That would likely have Zhihan's parents filing a missing person report by nightfall. A flash of inspiration struck Huang Qian. I might not be able to come back anytime soon. There was a pause on the other end. Busy with the new album again. Huang Qian's eyes lit up instantly. Yes. There's a lot going on at the company. Fearing further questions, he added, a whole lot. The woman didn't seem suspicious, instead she sighed. You? Always like this since you were little. You ignore everything when you're working. Mom was watching the live stream today, and worried you might be under too much pressure. Hearing the word mom stirred a strange feeling in his chest. The voice on the other end continued, but you really sang wonderfully tonight. Your dad's stubborn. He was secretly wiping away tears just now. Huang Qian couldn't help but almost laugh, and the woman on the phone chuckled too. All right, get some rest soon. Don't stay up so late. And also, she paused, her voice softening. Rest when you're tired. Don't push yourself too hard. The call ended. Huang Qian held the phone unmoving for a long time. It had been so long since anyone had spoken to him like that. In his past life after graduation, everyone was busy and relationships were a mess. After his soul transmigrated to Earth Star, he became utterly alone, his days a monotonous cycle of delivery orders. But now someone genuinely cared if he was well rested. This feeling stirred a strange ache in Huang Qian's heart. Yet his moment of reflection was cut short as his phone buzzed again. Looking down, he saw a WeChat message. The contact name was Lin Momo. The profile picture was a very pretty girl. The message was just one line, Han Han. You absolutely killed it tonight. But before he could reply, she started spamming messages. When did you even write later? You kept this a secret from me. And here I thought we were best friends. Is there no trust left between women? Huang Qian. Was this girl's typing speed always this fast? He hesitated for 2 seconds, then tentatively replied, wrote it recently. The next second a voice message came through. Huang Qian's hand twitched, almost afraid to tap it. He was most wary of these familiar people right now. But he couldn't ignore it. So steeling himself, he tapped play. A vibrant, energetic female voice rang out. Zhihan, don't lie to me. You've been touring nonstop. When did you have time to write songs? Confess. Are you secretly seeing someone behind my back? Huang Qian. Another one talking about romance. Was the female brain really wired that single-mindedly? He was trying to figure out how to respond when the next second another message popped up. But you seemed really different tonight. Huang Qian was slightly taken aback. Different how? The moment he sent it, he regretted it. It was a dangerous question. Soon the reply came, you don't seem like a robot anymore. Why did everyone keep saying that? What kind of person was the real Zhihan? Lin Momo sent another message, have you finally figured things out? Figured what out? The other side showed typing. After a few seconds a new message appeared. Nothing. It's good that you're like this now. Huang Qian frowned. His intuition told him there was a story here. But before he could press further, she reverted to her energetic self. Alright. When can I hear your new album? I want to be the first listener. The whole world was demanding the album now. But the problem was, even though he had the songs in his head, he had no idea how to explain their origin. He could bluff once or twice, but if he suddenly released dozens of explosive new songs, even a fool would get suspicious. Huang Qian had a real headache. He just wanted to live a quiet life, but now it seemed head stumbled right into the eye of the entertainment industry storm. Before he could dwell on it, his phone buzzed again. It was a file from Sister Chun. The title was 3-year public schedule collaboration materials. Below it a message read it all before tomorrow's meeting. Huang Qian. A few seconds later, he slowly looked down at the dozens of pages of PDF. It felt oddly like cramming for key points the night before a college final exam. It was 2 in the morning. The hotel suite was still brightly lit. Huang Qian sat cross-legged on the sofa, tablet in hand, his expression gradually going blank. Because Zhihan's schedule. It simply wasn't something a normal human being could survive. May 11th, brand commercial shoot. May 12th, music platform interview. May 17th, Nanchuan tour final show. May 20th, short video platform interview. May 24th, Huiqing charity gala. May 25th, Time actress fashion magazine shoot. May 27th. The more Huang Qian read, the more silent he became. Finally, he couldn't help but curse. This is practically treating someone like a beast of burden. Had thought delivering food was exhausting. Now, having swapped identities and seemingly not lacking money, he realized that being a top-tier celebrity was just another level of being a workhorse. The most absurd part was that he discovered the original Zhihan could actually maintain this state. How on earth did this woman survive? Huang Qian continued scrolling. Soon he found a character analysis document. Zhihan, summary of public persona. Keywords: cold, rational, distant, rarely emotional. Industry assessment: naturally suited for the stage, but not for the entertainment industry. For some reason, he remembered that phone call tonight. Her mother had said, "So you can laugh now." It turned out the old Zhihan had always lived like a tightly drawn bowstring. Finally, Huang Qian flipped to the last page. There was only one sentence there. No days off for 3 consecutive years. Huang Qian stared at that line for a long time. 3 years without a single day of rest. Honestly, he couldn't quite understand it. No matter how hard he pushed himself delivering food, no matter how broke he would rest for a day when he was tired. But for someone in Zhihan's position, there seemed to be no option to stop. No wonder people said she was like a machine. Just then there was a knock at the door. Thump thump. Huang Qian instinctively tensed up. "Who is it?" A voice came from outside the door. "Sister Han, it's me. Sister Chen asked me to bring you some hangover soup." Huang Qian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went to open the door. Outside stood a young woman in her early 20s with a ponytail, holding a thermos against her chest. She looked at Huang Qian as he opened the door. Her expression also froze. Huang Qian was now wearing a loose bathrobe, his long hair slightly disheveled. A stark contrast to the usual icy diva image. The assistant's ears slowly turned red. "Huang Qian, what's going on?" The assistant quickly lowered her head. She stammered fear. "They'll just leave the soup here for you." Having said that, she turned and ran. "Wait. I want to ask you something. How good is the technique for gender reassignment surgery here?" The assistant looked dazed. "Never mind, just asking. Go find out about it." Huang Qian added, asking for a friend. "Oh." The assistant looked adorably confused, struggling to keep up with the conversation's pace. "All right, you can go now." Huang Qian stood at the door, looking perfectly calm. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hallway, the assistant was clutching her chest, taking deep breaths. Oh no, why did Sister Han suddenly seem so feminine tonight? And why did she ask such a strange question? But somehow she seemed a bit more approachable like this. Where was she supposed to find information on that surgery anyway? Meanwhile, back in the room, Huang Qian had no idea he had utterly confused his assistant. He looked down at the thermos. He opened it. Inside was steaming hot hangover soup. Huang Qian let out a soft sigh. This feeling of being cared for was hard to describe. On Earthstar, even with a fever, he had to get up and make deliveries. If he didn't run, he didn't get paid. But now someone was bringing him soup in the middle of the night. The gap between people sometimes was just absurdly vast. But he had become Zhihan. So where was she now? Meanwhile, on Earthstar, an old shabby rental apartment. Zhihan lay in bed, unable to sleep at all. Not because the bed was uncomfortable, but because it was too quiet. No assistant, no manager, no dozens of work messages on the phone. Even the sound of the air conditioner carried the buzzing noise of an old machine. She stared at the ceiling, her mind in complete turmoil. Even now, she still hadn't fully accepted reality. Especially thinking about tomorrow, which gave her an even bigger headache. Because she had absolutely no idea how to deliver food. Buzz. Her phone vibrated. Zhihan instinctively picked it up. She saw a message from the station chief. "Huang Qian, come to the station early tomorrow." Followed by another line, "The video of you crashing into a tree tonight is all over the writer group chat. Zhihan." A few seconds later, she silently opened the video in the group. In the footage, Huang Qian was riding his electric scooter when he violently swerved to avoid a large truck making a sudden turn. Then, bang, he crashed straight into a tree. At the end of the video, you could even hear a passerby's shocking remark, "Holy crap, this guy's head is tougher than the tree." Zhihan slowly closed her eyes. She wasn't sure she wanted to face tomorrow anymore. The next day, at 7:30 in the morning, Zhihan was jolted awake by a piercing alarm. She snapped, her eyes open, still groggy. After a few seconds, she remembered. She was no longer the diva of Blue Star. Instead, she was Huang Qian, a delivery rider on Earthstar. Zhihan closed her eyes, feeling like she wanted to die all over again, but the alarm was still blaring. She struggled to get up, but the moment she sat up she froze. The morning state of a man's body seemed a bit off. Zhihan looked down. Time seemed to stop as her ears flushed crimson. After a few seconds, she lay back down with a blank expression, one thought echoing in her mind: what kind of strange creatures are men? 5 minutes later in the bathroom, Zhihan stood before the mirror, quietly studying her reflection. Short hair, lean, traces of exhaustion beneath the eyes. Her features were sharply defined, and especially when she was still, she had a clean, refined look that was quite pleasing to the eye. However, her complexion was clearly unhealthy, marked by years of late nights and exposure to the elements. Nothing like the vitality of a 27-year-old. Zhihan stared at the mirror, having transformed from a woman into a man in an instant. The sheer absurdity of it was almost too much to bear. Before she could dwell on it further, her stomach let out an ungraceful growl, reminding her she hadn't eaten breakfast. She opened the fridge and took out half a pack of dried noodles left from yesterday. 20 minutes later, a bowl of plain noodle soup was set on the table. No greens, no meat, but she had fried a single egg to top it off. Zhihan lowered her head and began to eat. She noticed that Huang Qian seemed to live an extremely frugal life, frugal to the point of being almost harsh. Just then her phone buzzed with a notification. Zhou Kai's voice call came through directly. Zhihan answered. Zhou Kai's booming voice blasted through like a cannonball. Old Huang, you up yet? You're not really taking the day off today, are you? Zhihan's ears rang from the volume, and she quickly held the phone away. I'm up. Zhou Kai let out an audible sigh of relief. Good. The station chief was just talking about you. Said if you hit another tree the insurance won't cover it. Zhihan was speechless. Why are you all so fixated on hitting trees? Zhou Kai continued. Hurry up and get ready. Morning Rush has tons of orders. If you do well today, you could hit a jackpot. Then he lowered his voice. Oh, and that video of you from last night is blowing up now. The writers group chat is calling you Ironhead Hero. Zhihan was speechless. Just end it all. Seriously. She just wanted to leave this place and live on another planet. Half an hour later at the West City Rider Station, Zhihan stood at the entrance. Dozens of electric bikes were parked in a row, and a group of people in rider uniforms were squatting while eating breakfast, the air thick with the smell of soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns. Some were already grabbing orders, others were smoking while munching on buns, chaotic as a bustling marketplace. And here she was, a diva who was performing a concert just yesterday, now actually about to deliver food today. Life had become absurd to this extent. Even she found it unbelievable. Just then a teasing voice rang out, yo, Ironhead Hero is here. The next second the whole station burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Old Huang, does your head still hurt? Did the tree pay you compensation? I suggest you switch careers to demolition. Zhihan was speechless. This was the first time she truly understood what social death meant. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked out with a cigarette dangling from his lips. The station chief. He gave Zhihan a once-over. Your head all right? Zhihan shook her head slightly. I'm fine. The chief nodded. Good. Don't push yourself today. If you feel dizzy, just rest. Though his tone was gruff, the concern was evident. Zhihan felt a complex emotion stir within her. She realized these people, for all their harsh words, were far more genuine than the superficially polite folks in the entertainment industry. The chief clapped his hands. All right. Stop gawking. Get ready for orders. The next second, all the riders scattered and phone notification sounds filled the air as the station sprang into action like a machine. Zhihan meanwhile looked down at Huang Qian's old phone. On the screen, the delivery app had already popped up a prompt: start accepting orders. After a few seconds, Zhihan took a deep breath and slowly tapped start accepting orders. The moment the notification tone chimed, Zhihan's heart skipped a beat. She looked down at the screen, which displayed Honey Snow Iced Coffee delivery time 28 minutes, distance from Merchant 1. 2 kilometers, delivery fee 8 yuan. Zhihan stared at the 8 yuan, feeling a pang of loss. In her past life, a single commercial performance would earn her a 7-figure sum. Now she had to bike across half the city for a mere 4 yuan and 80 cents. This stark contrast was hard to describe. Zhou Kai, standing nearby, leaned in. What are you spacing out for? He urged. Go. You'll be fine if you're late. Zhihan was startled. Fine. Zhou Kai looked at her as if she'd grown a second head. No duh, he retorted. You think the platform's a charity. Hurry up. He then plopped a helmet onto her head. Zhihan took a deep breath and pushed her a bike out of the station. She didn't know how to ride one. She'd learned during past film shoots and variety shows. But she was far from skilled. Especially now in a man's body, her center of gravity, strength, and turning instincts were all different. The moment she got on, she felt a profound sense of imbalance, and Zhou Kai noticed. Why are you riding like a total newbie? Zhihan forced a dry laugh. Still a bit dizzy. Zhou Kai suddenly understood. Right, that knock you took last night was pretty bad. Take it slow, alright? Just don't crash into another tree today. The other riders nearby burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Iron Head Hero is an action. I suggest we armor the front of old Huang's bike with steel plates. Tree, stay away from me. Zhihan. A few minutes later, she finally rode away from the station. The early summer morning breeze blew in her face. The streets were already bustling with life. Breakfast shops, steamed bus stops were packed with commuters, and a line of delivery riders waited at a red light. The city was just waking up. And Zhihan was gripping the handlebars with intense caution, riding at a mere 20 kilometers per hour, yet feeling the same tension as a driving test. Just then the mechanical voice of the navigation app blared. Turn left at the upcoming intersection. Startled, Zhihan's hand twitched, and the bike swerved violently, startling an old man on a bicycle beside her. "Whoa there, young man," he exclaimed. "Your riding skills." Zhihan's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly apologized. Finally, 5 minutes later, she arrived at the merchant. Several riders were already waiting inside, the air thick with the sweet scent of milk tea. A staff member, not even looking up, asked, "Order number?" Zhihan was taken aback for a second before quickly glancing at her phone. 37. Is 37 ready? The staff member turned, grabbed a bag, and said, "Ready." Next. The entire process was so fast that Zhihan hadn't even registered it before an iced coffee was in her hands. She stood there dazed. In the past, no one had ever spoken to her in such a tone. Not warm. Not polite. They didn't even spare her a second glance. Yet for some reason, she felt a sense of relief. At least here, no one knew Zhihan. She was just an ordinary delivery rider. Her phone buzzed again. 14 minutes until timeout. Zhihan. She jolted with a start. 14 minutes. She had just gotten the food. She quickly hopped back on her bike and sped off, following the navigation. But she hadn't gone far when the voice chimed again. "Please make a U-turn ahead." Zhihan froze, slowly looking up. That's when she realized. In her panic, she had been heading in the wrong direction. Zhihan stood at the intersection, utterly dumbfounded. The navigation voice relentlessly repeated, "Please make a U-turn ahead." The man waiting beside her at the red light couldn't help but glance at her. "Buddy," he said, "you're going the wrong way." Zhihan was speechless. "Thanks a lot. I understand Chinese, no need to remind me." She took a deep breath, silently turned her scooter around, and set off again. But she hadn't gone far when her phone emitted that merciless notification again. 11 minutes until order timeout. Zhihan was shocked. Her pupils contracted slightly. How had the time dropped so fast? No wonder those delivery riders always seemed to be racing against death. This time pressure was real. Instinctively, she twisted the throttle harder, and the electric scooter surged forward noticeably. The wind rushed past her face, the streetscape blurred by, and her heartbeat quickened along with the speed. But the problem was, her riding skills were truly mediocre. Just as she passed a corner, a little yellow dog suddenly darted out in front of her. "Woof! Oh!" Startled, Zhihan slammed on the brakes. Squeal. The scooter skidded into an impromptu half-spin on the spot, startling the owner of the nearby breakfast stall. "Whoa! Kid, you filming a movie, or what?" Zhihan's heart was pounding wildly, her soul nearly taking flight. The little yellow dog, meanwhile, had the audacity to turn back and bark at her twice, as if in mockery. She was beginning to understand why Huang Qian had crashed into a tree. This job was indeed dangerous. Her phone vibrated again. 8 minutes until order timeout. Zhihan's scalp prickled. She quickly got back on the road this time, not daring to be distracted, keeping her eyes glued to the navigation. But the more she rode, the more she realized a very practical problem. The city of Earth was far more complex than she had imagined. Narrow alleys, old streets, shared bicycles, illegally parked cars, and pedestrians popping out of nowhere. The entire city was like a pot of boiling porridge, and the riders were the ones frantically weaving through it. Finally, the navigation announced, "You have arrived at your destination." Zhihan let out a huge sigh of relief. Made it. She quickly parked her scooter and looked down at the address. Building 7, Unit 2, Room 601, Yixingfu Residential Complex. She looked up and was stunned. Before her lay a vast expanse of old residential buildings. Where on earth was Building 7? Zhihan felt a bit of despair. How was anyone supposed to find this? Just then the security guard nearby looked up and glanced at her. "Delivering food." Zhihan quickly nodded. "Excuse me, sir, could you tell me where Building 7 is, eh?" The security guard casually pointed. "Turn left inside. It's the building at the very back." "Thank you." Zhihan practically sprinted in. But after just 2 steps, she abruptly stopped. Wait, why was she running? 3 minutes until order timeout. Understood. The old complex had no elevator. Zhihan grabbed the coffee and dashed all the way up to the 6th floor. By the time she reached the top, her breathing was ragged. This body had already hit a tree last night, and now her chest was beginning to ache. Finally, room 601. She pounded on the door frantically. "Hello, delivery." The door opened, and a young man in glasses poked his head out. Upon seeing Su Zhihan, he was visibly taken aback. The current Huang Qian, with hair tousled by the wind, a sheen of sweat on her forehead, and slightly labored breathing combined with an inherently clean-cut face, possessed a strangely charming youthful quality. The man was stunned for a couple of seconds before reaching out to take the coffee. Thanks. Su Zhihan quickly looked down at her phone. The next second, a notification popped up on the screen: order completed, remaining delivery time 0101. Su Zhihan stared at that. 1 minute. She felt like she had just been through a battle. So close, it was really so close. At this moment, a strange sense of accomplishment washed over her. It was odd. It was just a coffee delivered for a delivery fee of 4 yuan and 80 cents. Yet the feeling of completing a task right on the edge of the deadline was more satisfying than attending an award ceremony. Just as she turned to leave, the customer called out to her again. Hey. Su Zhihan looked up. The man said a little sheepishly, you were in such a hurry. Want some water? As he spoke, he offered a bottle of cold mineral water. Su Zhihan took it instinctively. Thanks. The man smiled. Thanks for your hard work. The door closed again, and the hallway fell silent once more. Su Zhihan looked down at the bottle of water in her hand, cool and refreshing. She felt a moment of distraction. In the past, people were kind to her because she was called Su Zhihan. She was a diva, a star. But now no one knew who she was. The man was simply thinking this delivery person worked hard. This feeling was inexplicably strange. Her phone vibrated again. You have a new order. Su Zhihan looked down. The second order had arrived. She was silent for 2 seconds, then let out a soft sigh. And then she silently turned and headed back downstairs. So this was how Huang Qian lived every day, she supposed. At 10 in the morning, the sun was already scorching. Su Zhihan rode her electric scooter through the streets, sweat beading on her forehead. She was beginning to understand why delivery riders all wore arm sleeves. The sun was relentless, burning down with an intensity that made her scalp feel hot. Second order. Third order. Fourth order. After a whole morning, she felt like she had run a city marathon. And the thing about food delivery was there was no such thing as a breather. The moment you finished one order, the next one would pop up. The phone's notification sound was like a death knell. New order received 12 minutes until timeout. Customer has urged once merchant has prepared the food. Now, whenever Su Zhihan heard that ding, her mind would reflexively jump. At 11:30, the true peak hour arrived. The entire city seemed to accelerate. Delivery riders crowded under office buildings, queues formed outside milk tea shops, and restaurant kitchens were a cacophony of shouted orders. Order 36 is ready. Riders, don't block the door. Who hasn't picked up their pickled fish? The air was thick with a chaotic mix of cooking oil fumes, sweat, and summer heat. Su Zhihan stood at the entrance of a fast food restaurant, clutching 3 lunchboxes, feeling like she was about to pass out. She had just learned that a rider could take multiple orders at once. But the problem was she couldn't remember which order belonged to whom. Just then an older rider glanced at her. Newbie. Su Zhihan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. The man grinned. I can tell. You're holding those meals like they're bombs. A few other riders nearby joined in the laughter. Su Zhihan's ears burned slightly. For her, this was a social anxiety nightmare. Fortunately, the man was kind enough to glance at her orders. Your route is wrong. You should deliver the closest one first, then loop back. Otherwise, you'll definitely be late. He even helped her rearrange the order. His movements were practiced. Su Zhihan was momentarily stunned, then quickly thanked him. Thanks. The man waved his hand dismissively. We've all been through this. Everyone's confused their first few days. With that, he hopped on his bike and shot off, disappearing like the wind. Su Zhihan stood there thinking this kind of help was rare in the entertainment industry, where competition was fierce and everyone fought for resources, attention, and exposure. But in the rider community, someone had just helped a newcomer without hesitation. Their words were rough, but their hearts were warm. Thinking about this, she looked down at the lunchbox in her arms. Maybe Huang Qian hadn't been entirely alone all these years. At 12:20 in the afternoon, Su Zhihan finally delivered her last order at a southern office building. She was completely exhausted, leaning against her scooter and gulping down water from a bottle. Her back was soaked through and her hair stuck to her forehead, looking utterly disheveled. But just then she overheard a few office ladies whispering nearby. That delivery guy is kinda handsome. Yeah, and so tall. Su Zhihan. She nearly choked on her water. What kind of bizarre experience was this? Back when she was a woman, she was constantly complimented for being pretty. Now that she was a man, she was getting called handsome. Was the world absurd, or what? A ringing sound came from her phone. It was Zhou Kai calling. She just answered. A loud voice boomed through the speaker. Old Huang. Are you crazy? Su Zhihan was confused. What's wrong? Why are you in the southern district? Look at where you are. She looked down and realized she was 7 or 8 kilometers away from the station. She was a bit stunned. Am I not allowed to go far? Zhou Kai was almost laughing in frustration. You can, but the traffic over there is a nightmare right now. You'll be stuck coming back from the midday rush. Don't just accept cross-district orders as a newbie. Su Zhihan. Got it. She had been foolish again. Over the phone, Zhou Kai sighed. Forget it. Go eat lunch first. Take it slow this afternoon. Then he added, oh by the way, the station manager just praised you. Said you didn't hit anything today? Zhihan. What kind of compliment was that? How obsessed were you guys with Huang Qian hitting a tree? After hanging up, she checked the time. It was 12:30. She decided to take a moment to grab some lunch. She rode to a convenience store on the roadside and bought the cheapest rice ball. 8 yuan. Standing in the shade of a tree, she slowly unwrapped it and took a bite. It was cold. The rice was even a bit hard. This was probably how Huang Qian lived every day. Riding, delivering, racing against time. A quick bite for lunch. Then continuing on. No spotlight. No flowers. No one cared if he was tired. Perhaps in this world some people are already struggling just to stay alive. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the sun grew even more scorching, the asphalt road gleaming under its rays. Looking into the distance, the air itself seemed to warp slightly. Zhihan stopped her electric scooter at a red light, her back completely drenched in sweat. She glanced down at her phone. Today's earnings 73. 6 yuan. Delivery orders 14. She stared at the number for a few seconds, her emotions a tangled mess. Once upon a time she would never have paid attention to a sum of mere tens of yuan, but now she realized that earning 70 yuan was such an exhausting endeavor. 14 orders. A whole morning. Barely a moment's pause. And the result? Just over 70 yuan. The light turned green, and the rider ahead shot forward instantly. Zhihan quickly followed. But she hadn't ridden far when her phone chimed again with a notification. Customer reminder, order delayed. Customer reminder, order delayed. Customer reminder, order delayed. Zhihan. She glanced down. Malatang. An office building. 7 minutes remaining. The map showed 2 kilometers still to go. Her scalp tightened. Riders are often driven to desperation by such pressure. A customer's reminder made her truly anxious. She had no choice but to speed up slightly. But just as she passed an intersection, she found traffic ahead at a standstill. Taxis, buses, and a moving truck had completely gridlocked the entire junction. Zhihan instinctively squeezed the brakes. Screech. The moment she stopped, another rider's scooter zipped through the gap, like a slippery eel, so smooth and fluid that Zhihan stared in awe. How could anyone ride like that? The next second someone behind her honked. Beep beep. Hey buddy, move it. Zhihan, startled, quickly edged forward. But in her nervousness, the front of her scooter nearly scraped against a nearby car. Up. She jolted, steadied herself, and cold sweat broke out on her back. She began to understand why Huang Qian had crashed into a tree before. This kind of work kept one's nerves constantly taut. A moment's distraction could lead to disaster. After finally squeezing through the traffic jam, her phone vibrated again. 3 minutes until timeout. Zhihan took a deep breath and began to ride madly, the wind whipping against her face as the city blurred past. For a fleeting moment, she had a strange illusion. She felt as though she had become a part of this city's daily operation. No one remembers the names of delivery riders, yet every day it's these very people who deliver hot meals, coffee, and milk tea one by one into others' hands. So ordinary yet utterly indispensable. Finally the office building arrived. Zhihan rushed into the lobby with the malatang. But when she reached the elevator she was dumbfounded. A long queue. All office workers just finishing their lunch break. The elevator doors opened to reveal a sea of people. There was no way to squeeze in. Her phone vibrated again. 1 minute until timeout. Zhihan. At that moment she truly tasted despair. Just then a nearby security guard glanced at her. Delivery. Zhihan nodded quickly. The guard waved his hand. Use the service elevator. It's faster. Zhihan's eyes lit up instantly. Thanks. She turned and ran. Dozens of seconds later, on the 18th floor, Zhihan burst out of the elevator, gasping for breath. As soon as she reached the company door, she tapped delivered. Order completed. Remaining time 0008. Zhihan leaned against the wall, panting heavily. 8 seconds. Cutting it close again. No wonder some riders would stand by the roadside staring blankly for a few seconds after finishing a delivery. It was truly exhausting. Not just physically but mentally as well. At that moment the glass door of the company opened, and a young woman poked her head out. Hey delivery guy. Zhihan looked up. The woman was clearly taken aback. The current Huang Qian had his hair completely soaked with sweat, the back of his white t-shirt drenched in a large patch, yet his face was surprisingly clean. Coupled with the breathlessness from intense exertion, he somehow exuded the charm of a youth film protagonist. The woman's ears instantly reddened. Thank you. She stammered, then quickly took the delivery and retreated into the company. But a few seconds later she rushed back out. She asked in a low voice, can I add you on WeChat? Zhihan. Zhihan was stunned. Add her on WeChat. She looked down at herself. Delivery uniform, helmet drenched in sweat. Was she really being hit on in this state? The girl opposite her was clearly nervous, 2 fingers clutching her work badge, ears burning red. I think you're pretty handsome. Zhihan. When those words left the girl's mouth, her first thought was bizarrely, so Huang Qian wasn't bad looking after all. As a celebrity, when she looked in the mirror, she only checked her makeup, her condition, her camera presence. But this time she was being approached and evaluated from a male perspective. It felt strange. She had no choice but to steel herself and say, "I don't have WeChat." The girl was visibly taken aback. Realizing how flimsy that excuse sounded. Who doesn't have WeChat these days? She quickly added, "No, I mean, it's not convenient." Disappointment flickered in the girl's eyes. "Oh, okay." With that she turned and ran, looking almost like she was fleeing. Zhihan stood there, an awkward expression on her face. It wasn't until a few seconds later that it dawned on her. Wait, had she just rejected a girl? And in the guise of a man? Her mind felt like a tangled mess. The security guard from the nearby building was thoroughly entertained. Not bad kid. Delivering food and still getting hit on. Zhihan's lips twitched slightly. "I didn't get her contact." The guard looked disappointed. "Then you missed out. That girl was quite pretty." Zhihan. "Thanks. She just wanted to be alone right now." A few minutes later, under the shade of a tree downstairs, Zhihan got back on her electric scooter. Just as she put her helmet on, Zhou Kai called again. The moment she answered, a loud voice boomed through the phone. "Old Huang. Where the hell are you? Did you get lost?" Zhihan rubbed her temples. "South of the city." Zhou Kai was speechless. "Why are you still down there? You know you're not supposed to cross zones, right?" Zhihan was silent. She honestly didn't know that. Zhou Kai sighed. "Forget it. Just head back. The afternoon orders aren't as crazy as the lunch rush. Don't run yourself ragged." He lowered his voice. "Oh, by the way, the station manager was just looking at your back-end data. Said even though you're slow, you haven't gotten a single bad review." Zhihan was taken aback. "Are bad reviews that common?" "No kidding." Zhou Kai immediately started complaining. "Some people will leave a bad review just for missing a sprig of cilantro. Others complained the writer knocked too loud. The most ridiculous one was a customer who gave me a bad review because the ice in their milk tea melted. Whose fault is that? The sun's." Zhihan couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. The line went quiet for a moment. After a few seconds, Zhou Kai's voice was filled with shock. "Holy shit." Zhihan was startled. "What's wrong?" Zhou Kai's tone was strange. "Old Huang, have you changed a lot lately?" Zhihan's heart tightened instantly. What did I do? Did I blow my cover? But the next second Zhou Kai said, "You used to be such a quiet, brooding guy. Now you actually laugh." Zhihan was momentarily stunned. On the other end, Zhou Kai continued, "You barely said anything at the station gatherings before. All you did every day was take orders and space out. I thought you were just born without emotions." He paused, his voice lowering a bit. "But it makes sense, given your situation." Zhihan said nothing. She knew Zhou Kai was talking about Huang Qian's past. The teenager who was in a car accident in high school, lost both parents, and lay in a vegetative state for 9 years. In a way, the original Huang Qian's life had essentially stopped at 18. Thinking about it, a lump formed in Zhihan's throat. "All right, stop spacing out in the south. Get back here. They'll treat you to some barbecue tonight to calm your nerves." The call ended. Zhihan held her phone, sitting in the shade, lost in thought. A text message popped up on her phone. "Dear writer, your May salary will be disbursed at 1:00 a.m. tomorrow." Below it was the estimated payment. Estimated amount, 4,276. 3 yuan. Zhihan stared at the message, dazed. She remembered that rent reminder. 800. She could probably pay it off by tomorrow. It was 8 in the evening. The evening rush hour had finally ended. A crescent moon hung on the edge of the city, bathing the entire street in a warm orange glow. When Zhihan rode her electric bike back to the station, she felt like her arms were no longer her own. It had been a long day. 27 orders. Her legs were numb and her head was buzzing. Most importantly, she was getting used to sitting by the roadside and zoning out. She was truly too exhausted to speak. As soon as she parked her bike, Zhou Kai sidled up to her. "Yo, the Ironhead hero made it back alive." The other riders nearby immediately started laughing. "How many trees did you hit today?" "Nah, I saw him riding as steady as an old lady today." "Well, no surprise there. He just crashed yesterday." Zhihan. She was now completely immune to the tree-hitting jokes. Just then the station manager walked out holding a thermos. "Not bad today. A bit slow, but no time violations." He glanced down at the dashboard. "And 0 negative reviews. That's pretty impressive." Zhihan was slightly taken aback. Back on Blue Star, whether she won awards or trended on hot searches, she rarely felt any emotional fluctuation anymore. But now a simple, unadorned, "not bad," unexpectedly made her heart flutter with a hint of joy. At that moment, Zhou Kai threw an arm around her shoulder. "Come on, let's go. Let's get some barbecue. My treat today." Zhihan instinctively wanted to refuse, as she rarely joined her colleagues for meals in the past. In the entertainment industry, so-called gatherings were essentially networking. But Zhou Kai didn't give her a chance to decline, practically dragging her along. "You haven't eaten anything decent all day. Keep pushing yourself like this, and you'll really drop dead." 20 minutes later, at a street-side barbecue stall, the smoky aroma hit them. Plastic tables and chairs, beer crates, charcoal sizzling. The air was thick with the smell of cumin and chili. Nearby, a man was drinking and bragging with his shirt off. It was rowdy and lively. As Zhihan sat down, the owner shouted, "Zhou Kai." The usual. Add another 20 lamb skewers. Zhou Kai waved his hand grandly. Old Huang survived a brush with death today. We gotta celebrate. Zhihan. It felt like a welcome-back dinner. Soon the skewers arrived in succession. Lamb skewers, grilled eggplant, chicken wings, and even grilled chives. The aroma was immediately enticing. Zhihan looked at the layer of red chili oil and chili flakes, her eyes filled with a hint of longing. She never had the chance to eat these things before to keep her voice in top condition. Icy, spicy, and fried foods. She had given up almost all of them. But now it seemed she might actually have the chance to try. Zhou Kai had already shoved a lamb skewer into her hand. What are you waiting for? Eat. Zhihan hesitated only for a moment. Then she took a bite. The next second, the charcoal grilled flavor and lamb fat exploded in her mouth. Her eyes widened slightly. Zhou Kai immediately grinned. Smells good, right? Another rider chimed in, laughing. Old Huang used to just eat instant noodles. Finally getting to eat something decent today. I always said a person needs meat to live. The whole group burst into laughter. Zhihan lowered her head, slowly chewing on the lamb skewer. This roadside stall was somehow more comforting than many high-end restaurants. No pretenses, no false pleasantries. Just people tired from a long day coming together, drinking, boasting, and complaining about the platform, discussing which residential complex has the slowest elevators. It was ordinary yet incredibly real. Then one of the riders suddenly asked Old Huang, "Your head is really fine now. With that crash you had yesterday, I was afraid you'd fail to reboot." The table erupted in laughter. Zhou Kai was laughing so hard, he was slapping his thigh. No kidding. He's like a completely different person today. Used to barely say 10 words a day. Now he can even smile. And he's starting to pay attention to traffic lights. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yeah. Old Huang used to ride pretty recklessly. Zhou Kai nodded, then sighed. It's actually understandable. With his situation. With no one to help, he had to go all out just to survive. A silence fell over the table. No one was joking anymore. Everyone knew about Huang Qian's story. The car accident in high school. For anyone dealt that hand in life, just being alive was already a struggle. Zhihan held the lamb skewer tightly. She had only ever known about these things from a distance before. But now, truly stepping into Huang Qian's life, she felt that suffocating weight. Just then, an old worn-out speaker in the corner of the barbecue stall crackled to life, playing an old love song. The sound quality wasn't great. There was even some static. But the moment the melody began, Zhihan unconsciously paused. Next to her, Zhou Kai took a sip of beer and said cheerfully, "Come to think of it, Old Huang used to love listening to music. He always wore earphones when delivering orders." Another rider nodded. "Yeah, I even heard him humming a song once. He had a pretty good voice." Zhihan's movements froze for a split second. Oh no, this must have been a habit of the original Huang Qian. She lowered her head and silently took a sip of her drink, not daring to respond. Blue Star. 9:40 a.m. A black van slowly came to a stop outside the company building. Outside the window, fans had already gathered in a crowd. Zhihan. My wife looks so beautiful today. When is later releasing on streaming platforms. Screams rose one after another. Huang Qian sat in the car, glanced down at himself. Long hair, a dress, high heels, legs so fair they seemed to glow. Then looked back out the window at the frenzied, screaming fans. He fell silent. Even now, he still occasionally questioned his life. A week ago, he was delivering food on Earth. Now he was the top diva of Blue Star. And the most absurd part was, he was actually starting to get used to it. Beside him, Chen Jie was flipping through the schedule, speaking rapidly like a machine gun. Internal meeting at 10 a.m. Promotional photos at 11. New album discussion at 2 p.m. Brand video interview in the evening. Also, she looked up, her expression complex. That later you performed last night. The entire internet is going crazy over it right now. Huang Qian let out a dry laugh. Is that so? Chen Jie's mouth twitched. You don't even know? You've taken 6 of the top 10 trending searches. The whole entertainment industry is guessing if you went through a breakup. Huang Qian. In a way, it did feel like a breakup. After all his body was gone, you could loosely say had broken up with himself. Seeing no reaction from him, Chen Jie frowned. And, can you act normal today? Huang Qian was startled. What did I do? Chen Jie hesitated, then lowered her voice. After you got back to the hotel yesterday, why were you practicing squats in the hallway wearing high heels? Huang Qian almost choked on his own saliva. You saw that? No shit. Chen Jie's face darkened. The security cameras caught everything. The cleaning lady thought you were having a mental breakdown from stress. Huang Qian. Damn it. Yesterday he just wanted to get used to a woman's center of gravity, but he forgot it was the hotel hallway. The social death came way too fast. Just then the fans' screams outside grew even louder. Zhihan, look here. Sis is absolutely killing it today. Chen Jie immediately urged. Get out of the car now. Huang Qian took a deep breath, put on his sunglasses, a mask. Then he pushed the door open and stepped out. The next second camera flashes exploded a cacophony of clicks and shutters. Huang Qian appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was completely blank. He still hadn't fully adapted to high heels. Walking 2 steps he feared twisting his ankle. And of course the fans were still screaming hysterically. Sis' legs are so long. Zhihan, look at me. Sis has such a strong aura today. Huang Qian. Now he finally understood why Su Zhihan usually didn't like to talk. As long as she kept her mouth shut, people would automatically fill in the blanks with aloof. So he had no choice but to brace himself and imitate Su Zhihan's usual manner, a slight nod, a wave. Then, his foot slipped. Crack. The high heel got stuck directly in a crack between the floor tiles. The security guard beside him reacted quickly and grabbed him, but the fan zone instantly erupted. Sis is so cute. She almost fell, haha. She seems a bit goofy today. Huang Qian. Seriously, even this is considered adorable. Aren't entertainment industry fans a bit too much? Finally making it inside the company as soon as the elevator doors closed, Huang Qian let out a long sigh of relief. Damn. This is more dangerous than delivering food. Beside him, Chen Jie's eyebrow twitched. What did you just say? Nothing. Huang Qian immediately shut up. But then the next second, the elevator suddenly jolted. Huang Qian instinctively reached for the wall. Then, his hand ended up on Chen Jie's shoulder. Chen Jie slowly turned her head. Oh no. Habit from his old life, not yet corrected. Back in the day, if the elevator shook with his buddies, it was normal to grab each other for support. But now he was Su Zhihan, a top female celebrity. The atmosphere instantly became incredibly awkward. Huang Qian forced himself to explain. I was afraid you'd fall. But Chen Jie's gaze grew more and more suspicious. You've been so strange lately. Since when do you care about others? Huang Qian. Just how aloof was Su Zhihan usually? A few minutes later in the conference room, the company's executives and production team were already seated. The moment Huang Qian walked in, everyone greeted him with overwhelming enthusiasm. Zhihan's here. That later last night was incredible. The whole industry is analyzing your change in singing style. The emotional impact is just perfect. Huang Qian. You won't be able to figure it out because the core has been swapped. Just then the producer adjusted his glasses and spoke seriously. Zhihan. About the new album. The company has decided to adjust the direction temporarily. We believe you're best suited for a female emotional album right now. The songs don't have to show off technique, but they must have a sense of story. Like later. Something that makes people feel the moment they hear it. He paused. Like you've been hurt by a man. Huang Qian. Thanks. Haven't been hurt by a man, but fate has definitely done a number on me. Just then Chen Jie opened a file. Listening session at 2 p.m. You need to have at least one demo direction for a new song ready. Can you do it? Everyone in the meeting room looked at Huang Qian, their eyes full of expectation. Huang Qian meanwhile was lost in thought. His mind was full of female-oriented hit songs. The question was which one should he unleash first? At that moment from the corner of the meeting room, an intern whispered excitedly. Sis Zhihan. You feel so much sweeter now. Huang Qian slowly looked up, his face full of question marks. Sweet. I was practicing squats in high heels at the hotel yesterday. And you call that sweet? In the meeting room, everyone awaited Su Zhihan's words. Huang Qian sat in contemplation. Later, had already exploded. The next song had to live up to the hype, continuing the emotional resonance, without becoming a mere repetition, lest it be dismissed as formulaic. Crucially, it had to align with the public persona of Su Zhihan being deeply wounded by love. A melody surfaced in Huang Qian's mind. A moment later he spoke softly, I have a song. The producer's eyes lit up instantly. Crucially, it had to align with the public persona of Su Zhihan being deeply wounded by love. A melody surfaced in Huang Qian's mind. A moment later he spoke softly, I have a song. The producer, this was going to devastate the listeners. Sister Qin immediately asked, what's the title? Huang Qian paused for 2 seconds, then slowly said, unfortunately it's not you. The moment the title was spoken, someone in the room muttered a curse in disbelief. The title alone painted a vivid picture. The producer sat up straight. Do you have a demo? Huang Qian was speechless. He didn't. He couldn't exactly claim the original was already in his head. He had to brace himself and admit, not recorded yet. Just the melody. The producer slammed the table. The piano room. Let's go now. Huang Qian was taken aback. So urgent. 10 minutes later in the piano room on the company's recording floor, Huang Qian felt a twinge of anxiety as he sat before the piano. He could play, but he wasn't a master. His college focus had been more on vocals. The problem was that Su Zhihan herself was supposedly quite skilled. So he had to sit down and tough it out. Behind him stood Sister Qin, the producer, several executives, and even the marketing team, an absurdly large crowd. Huang Qian took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands. The soft sound of the piano filled the room. A moment later he began to sing. This moment suddenly feels so familiar. At just the first line the expressions behind him turned serious. The emotion, the feeling of regret was instantly overwhelming. They would never believe he hadn't experienced separation. Huang Qian for his part grew more confident as he sang. He knew this type of song intimately. In his past life on Earth such songs had defined the golden era of the Chinese music scene. And unfortunately, It's Not You was a classic among classics. The piano continued, and the room grew quieter. Then came the chorus. Unfortunately, It's Not You, accompanying me to the end. Behind him the producer got goosebumps. Sister Chen fell into a profound silence. Zhihan's recent songs all possessed a terrifying quality, a sense of realism. It didn't seem like acting at all. Perhaps she had truly lost something. A few minutes later the song came to an end. The final piano notes faded away. The recording studio was silent for a good 10 seconds. No one spoke. Finally the producer slapped his thigh in excitement. That was brilliant. The marketing director was equally thrilled. The album isn't even out yet. But I can already imagine the internet going crazy. Later plus unfortunately It's Not You. Zhihan, are you trying to dominate the heartbreak market? Sister Chen stood nearby, her expression growing more complex. She knew Zhihan too well. Despite her top-tier vocal skills, she had always been missing something. Emotion, story, experience. But now she seemed to have suddenly had a breakthrough. At that moment the studio door burst open and a staff member rushed in looking frantic. Sister Lan. The trending searches have exploded again. Everyone was stunned. What now? The staff member wore a strange expression. A fan secret video from downstairs just leaked online. It's spreading everywhere. He swallowed hard. Zhihan's high heel got stuck in the pavement when she got out of the car today. Huang Qian was speechless. The next second the entire studio erupted in laughter. The producer nearly fell off his chair. Ha ha ha. Really? The diva's image is ruined. What are the fans saying? The staff member's expression grew even more complicated. The fans are saying, Zhihan has become more and more adorable lately. Huang Qian was baffled. Seriously, that works? Sister Chen slowly turned her gaze to Huang Qian. So why exactly did your high heel get stuck today? Huang Qian's heart skipped a beat. The interrogation had begun. Inside the recording studio, everyone turned to look at Huang Qian. Sister Chen's gaze was especially sharp, like she was interrogating a criminal. Huang Qian felt a cold sweat threatening to break out on his back. He couldn't exactly say I was a man last week, you know. So he had no choice but to brace himself and explain there's something wrong with the floor tiles. The producer couldn't help but laugh outright at that. Huang Qian was speechless. Sister Chen, however, scrutinized him from head to toe for a few long seconds. And another thing she added, your way of walking has been looking a bit strange lately too. Huang Qian's heart tightened. Was his masculine gait giving him away? Suddenly a girl from the publicity department covered her mouth and giggled. Oh, I know. She chimed in. There's this theory going around online that Sister Zhihan is like a girl in love now. Her whole demeanor has become so much softer. Huang Qian was utterly baffled. What on earth was that supposed to mean? The producer nodded solemnly in agreement. It's true, he said. She has this endearing contrast now. Remember that near fall on stage. Fans have already turned it into a hilarious meme video. Huang Qian was speechless again. Entertainment circle netizens really had too much free time. Just then a staff member handed a phone to Sister Chen. There's a new trending topic, he announced. Sister Chen's head throbbed. What is it this time? She asked. The staff member's expression was incredibly complicated. It's Zhihan trips on flat ground, he said. The entire studio burst into laughter once more. The producer laughed so hard he slapped the table. Huh, it's over, he wheezed. The aloof diva image is completely gone. Now the whole internet thinks you're a lovable ditz. Huang Qian just sighed internally. Thanks a lot, he thought sarcastically. Sister Chen rubbed her temples. All right, that's enough laughing, she said, trying to steer the conversation back. Let's get down to business. She turned to Huang Qian. We can make Unfortunately It's Not You the lead single. But hey, race the thing, your album's style has completely changed. So our promotional strategy needs to change with it, she continued, flipping through a file. Before your image was that of an aloof, powerful diva. Now. She paused, a strange look on her face. Netizens are starting to see you as a woman who's become a bit silly after a heartbreak. Huang Qian was flabbergasted. What kind of ridiculous positioning was that? But the promotional director nearby was getting more and more excited. Wait a minute. He interrupted. This angle could actually work. The contrast is really strong. Before Zhihan's image was too distant and unapproachable. But this new persona of occasionally being a little silly is something fans are eating up. The producer nodded vigorously. Exactly. He agreed. Especially with songs like Later and Unfortunately It's Not You. It brings out that feeling of hurt by love, but still gentle perfectly. Huang Qian was completely dumbfounded by their reasoning. Seriously, the overactive imaginations of people in the entertainment industry were on another level. Sister Chen spoke up again. We have a video conference with the brand representatives this afternoon. Please, for the love of all that is holy, act normal this time. No more surprises. Huang Qian nodded immediately. Don't worry, he assured her. It'll be completely fine. A few hours later in the meeting room, the large display screen lit up showing the executives of the high-end women's clothing brand Zhihan endorsed. The meeting started normally enough until the brand representative smiled and said, Miss Su, because of your recent surge in popularity, we were hoping the new season's campaign could highlight a sense of gentle elegance. Huang Qian nodded seriously. Okay, he said. The representative continued smiling, especially in terms of feminine charm. You should have a lot of insight into that. Before he could stop himself, Huang Qian blurted out, well, to be honest, I haven't really had much experience with it until recently. Sister Chen's eyes went wide with horror. Huang Qian mentally kicked himself. Oops, that slipped out. The brand representative's expression shifted to one of confusion. What? The representative asked, bewildered. Huang Qian's mind raced frantically, trying to come up with a save. He forced a recovery, I mean. I've been trying a new style lately. Reinterpreting things from a female perspective. A few seconds passed. Suddenly the brand representative's face lit up with understanding. Oh, I see, he exclaimed. The immersive method of acting. You're really a professional, Miss Su. Huang Qian was stunned. He couldn't believe that actually worked. Meanwhile, Sister Chen had closed her eyes, looking utterly defeated. At that moment, she genuinely began to suspect that Zhihan had been possessed by some strange entity. At 4 in the afternoon, the brand meeting finally concluded. Chen Jie leaned back in her chair, looking as if she had just survived a battle. Huang Qian, meanwhile, let out a quiet sigh of relief. So close. He had almost been exposed. The conference room door swung open again, and a makeup artist peeked in. Sister Zhihan, she called. We have promotional photos to retake in a bit. Let's touch up your makeup first. Huang Qian's movements froze instantly. This again, makeup was now his greatest fear. It was too intimate, especially when someone brushed a brush across your face, triggering an overwhelming sense of awkward shame. 5 minutes later in the makeup room, Huang Qian sat before the mirror with a slightly stiff expression. The makeup artist, while touching up his face, secretly studied him through the reflection. Today, Sister Han was truly off. In the past, she would always be looking down at her phone during touch-ups. She was always quiet and aloof. Yet today she was staring intently at the mirror, and her gaze carried a sense of scrutiny, as if seeing her own face for the first time. Finally, Huang Qian couldn't hold back and whispered, What is this for? The makeup artist was taken aback. Which one? Huang Qian pointed at a row of bottles and jars nearby. This one. The makeup artist fell silent for a moment. Then cautiously she said, Sister Zhihan, this is foundation. Huang Qian wore a look of sudden enlightenment. Having never worn makeup before, he couldn't tell the difference between these feminine products. The makeup artist, however, looked baffled. You today? Why are you suddenly asking this? Huang Qian's mind went into overdrive. Then with an utterly serious demeanor he said, I've been thinking about trying to do my own makeup lately. The next second the makeup artist was deeply moved. What? Sister Zhihan is finally willing to study makeup. Huang Qian was baffled. What did she mean by that? The makeup artist immediately launched into a rant. You were way too much of a tomboy before. You could never remember lipstick shades. Last time you even used blush as eyeshadow. We all thought you didn't care about being pretty at all. Huang Qian was speechless. Was Zhihan really this clueless in private? Well, it worked in his favor. He didn't have to put on an act. The makeup artist picked up a lipstick. Here, try this shade. Huang Qian instinctively took it. Then he froze. He didn't know how to apply it. Wasn't it pretty much the same as lip balm? The makeup artist stared wide-eyed. Sister Zhihan, you haven't forgotten how to put on lipstick, have you? Huang Qian's expression stiffened as he struggled to explain. Suddenly the door burst open and Chen Jie walked in. Ready for the shoot, she stopped mid-sentence. At that moment Huang Qian was holding the lipstick with a face of utter gravity, as if he were studying a missile. Chen Jie narrowed her eyes slowly. Zhihan, what are you doing? Huang Qian replied with perfect seriousness. Studying. Chen Jie was puzzled. The makeup artist chimed in quietly. Sister Zhihan suddenly started researching cosmetics today. A look of growing horror spread across Chen Jie's face. That woman used to avoid makeup at all costs, preferring sweatpants over skirts. Once after an award ceremony, her first move was to kick off her high heels and run barefoot. And now she was suddenly studying lipstick. In that instant, a terrifying thought crossed Chen Jie's mind. Zhihan must be in love. Only a woman in love would suddenly start caring about such things. With a grim expression, she pulled up a chair, sat down, and lowered her voice. Tell me the truth. Is there someone? Huang Qian was bewildered. Someone. Chen Jie grew increasingly serious. Your mood suddenly improved recently. You smile now. You care about people. You sing like you've been through heartbreak. And now you're even studying makeup. If that's not love, what is? Huang Qian was speechless. Logically, the whole chain did seem to fit perfectly. But the makeup artist timidly raised her hand, offering an answer that chilled Huang Qian even more. Actually I think Sister Zhihan has been acting a bit like. Everyone turned to look. The makeup artist swallowed hard and whispered. A woman experiencing womanhood for the very first time. The atmosphere in the dressing room froze, everyone stunned, especially Huang Qian. Cold sweat instantly ran down his back. Damn, this girl guessed it way too accurately. Meanwhile, the makeup artist, realizing her own slip, began frantically waving her hands. No, I was just joking. Ha, how could that be possible? She forced a dry laugh, but no one joined in. Sister Chun sat nearby, squinting, looking from Huang Qian to the makeup artist. Even the air seemed to turn dangerous. Huang Qian's heart began to race. Oh no, could it really have been discovered? Just then Sister Chun slowly spoke. You know what? It does kind of resemble. Huang Qian. Are you serious? The makeup artist was stunned too. Sister Lan. Sister Chin's suspicion grew. Zhihan never used to touch these things. But recently, she can't walk in high heels. Suddenly she's studying lipstick. She even asks what foundation is. She looked up at Huang Qian, her eyes full of doubt. And also, you've been acting very strangely lately. Huang Qian was already sweating profusely. He wondered if he'd be taken for experiments if exposed right now. Just then the makeup artist clapped her hands suddenly. I got it. Everyone turned to her. With a look of realization she said, Sister Zhihan must be preparing for a role. Don't many actors do this? Getting into character early. That's why she's deliberately observing feminine details. She grew more excited as she spoke. Yes, that must be it. Is Sister Zhihan preparing for a drama? Huang Qian. Girl, you're my lifesaver. Sister Chun was silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. That's possible too. Huang Qian breathed a sigh of relief, almost kneeling to the makeup artist on the spot. But in the next second Sister Chun frowned again. Wait, then why were you doing high-heel squats in the hotel corridor yesterday? Huang Qian. Damn it, will this ever be dropped? Just then a staff member walked in. Sister Zhihan. The shoot is starting. Coming. This staff member was truly an angel. He almost fled from his seat. But the moment he took a step his ankle twisted into high heels. Oof. His body tilted. The makeup artist caught him just in time. Sister Chin covered her face, unable to speak anymore. 5 minutes later in the studio. Harsh overhead lights blazed, staff rushed about, and the photographer adjusted his camera. Today's shoot was for the new album's promotional photos. Theme, a sense of regret. Huang Qian almost lost his composure when he saw those 3 words. Now the entire company assumed Su Zhihan had just gone through a breakup, and even the shoot theme had changed because of it. The photographer approached. Teacher Zhihan. Today's mood is especially important. We need to capture a sense of, he paused. Like still loving someone, but knowing you can never go back. Huang Qian. You people really know how to twist the knife. The shoot officially began. Huang Qian sat in the center of the lights, gently lifting his head as instructed by the photographer. But the next second the photographer shouted excitedly, yes, that's the look. Perfect. That dazed after being hurt feeling is coming through. Huang Qian. I'm just simply confused. Meanwhile the staff nearby had started whispering excitedly. Sister Zhihan's been in top form lately. She was beautiful before too. But not like now, seems like she has a soul. Really seems like she's been through something. You don't think she actually got her heart broken? I bet she was in a relationship. Huang Qian's head was throbbing more and more. These people were already conjuring up an entire tragic romance novel. The photographer continued, alright. Next set. Smile. Huang Qian froze. Smile. He unconsciously pulled at the corners of his mouth. And then, the photographer was completely stunned. Su Zhihan's smile now was nothing like her usual rehearsed professional one. It was relaxed, even a bit goofy. Like she had suddenly fallen from an untouchable pedestal into the mortal world. A few seconds later the studio erupted. Holy crap. That smile is lethal. So full of the feeling of being in love. Oh no, fans will go crazy when they see this. Huang Qian. Seriously, is love the only thing on your minds in the entertainment industry? Sister Chen stood nearby, gazing at Huang Qian through the lens, lost in thought. The Su Zhihan she knew was gone. The perfect machine, beautiful, strong, and utterly devoid of worldly warmth. In her place was a woman who stumbled, who spaced out, who laughed, who could even be a little silly. It was as if she had suddenly come to life. Sister Chin's eyes gradually softened. Whatever the reason, at least the Su Zhihan of now looks happier than before. At 7 in the evening the photo shoot finally wrapped up. Huang Qian felt as though the camera flashes had practically roasted him. The photographer in particular grew more frenzied with each shot, eventually slipping into a state of wild obsession. Yes, that look in your eyes is full of stories. Teacher Zhihan, you're on fire today. Keep it up. Perfect. Huang Qian was speechless. He was beginning to understand just how exhausting celebrity magazine shoots could be, because a photographer could genuinely make you question your very existence. Just then a staff member rushed over holding a phone. Sister Lan. Weibo is exploding. Chen Jie rubbed her temples without even looking up. What now? The staff member's expression was incredibly complex. That candid video from this afternoon. It's gone viral. Huang Qian had a sinking feeling. But the staff member had already thrust the phone into view. The trending search is number 1 Su Zhihan's high heel stuck in a floor tile. Number 2 Su Zhihan is a bit cute today. Number 3 is the diva in love. Number 4 turns out the cold goddess can also trip on flat ground. Huang Qian was speechless. Seriously, I'm a singer. Why are all my trending topics about embarrassing moments? The most absurd part. The comment section seemed to be veering off in a strange direction. OMG ha ha ha, she actually got her heel stuck in a tile. I always thought Su Zhihan was too aloof to be real, but now she suddenly seems so down to earth. Her dazed expression today was hilarious. Does anyone get it? After she almost fell, she secretly looked down at her own shoes. Damn, I feel like she's got love on the brain lately. Later plus, suddenly acting soft. If that's not a heartbreak, what is? I hereby declare Su Zhihan has entered her dumped goddess era. Huang Qian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Dumped goddess my ass. Chen Jie was also staring in bewilderment. Although the content was a bit absurd, her public image seemed to be improving. Even though Su Zhihan was a top-tier star, many people felt she carried too much distance. Cold. Untouchable. Like someone living above the clouds. Who would have thought that one embarrassing high-heel incident would dramatically increase her appeal to the general public? People were even starting to make meme stickers. And judging from the online feedback, instead of thinking it was beneath her, her fans were going even crazier. Chen Jie was silent for a long time, unable to comprehend it, before finally muttering, "Has the entertainment industry really become this unhinged?" The staff member continued, "And there's more. The candid video of 'Unfortunately, It's Not You' has leaked too." Huang Qian's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, trending topic number 6 was already climbing. Su Zhihan's new song suspected to be exposed. Clicking on it, there it was, the candid video from the afternoon's recording session. Though it was only a few dozen seconds, the chorus line, "Unfortunately, it's not you," was enough to be devastating. The comments there were equally wild. Whoa, another heartbreak anthem. What on earth has Su Zhihan been through lately? Who hurt her this badly? I feel awful just hearing that one line. Great, I won't be able to sleep tonight. I suggest the Civil Affairs Bureau investigate that bastard. Huang Qian was speechless. Thanks a lot, guys. With all this going on, it seemed the entire internet had reached a consensus. Su Zhihan had been deeply wounded by a man. Chen Jie looked up, studying Huang Qian carefully. Tell me the truth. Have you been doing this on purpose lately? Huang Qian looked baffled. Doing what on purpose? Chen Jie pointed at the trending searches. The company works hard to push this cold, aloof image. And the results are mediocre. But now with you pulling stunts every day, the buzz is getting more insane. At that point, she began to question everything. Could it be that the entertainment industry is really into this silly beauty trend now? Huang Qian nearly laughed out loud. Just then his phone vibrated. It was a private WeChat message from Su Zhihan. The contact name was Mom. Huang Qian's pupils contracted slightly. Oh no, why is the parent line calling? Chen Jie saw it too. It's Auntie. You better answer. Huang Qian felt a pang of guilt. He had no idea how Su Zhihan normally interacted with her mother in public. But not answering wasn't an option either. So he reluctantly answered the video call. The screen flickered to life, revealing a gentle, elegant, middle-aged woman. Zhihan. Her voice was soft, carrying the gentle lilt of a woman from the Jiangnan region. Huang Qian instinctively straightened his posture. Hey Annie. No Mom. On the other end, Zu's mother was clearly taken aback. Chen Jie next to him looked utterly stunned. Huang Qian. Damn. A slip of the tongue. In the video, Mother Su remained frozen in place. Beside her, sister Chun had already slowly closed her eyes, wearing an expression that clearly said, I knew something like this would happen. As for Huang Qian, he wished he could bury himself on the spot. It was over. Completely over. What kind of daughter calls her own mother Andy? On the other end of the video, Mother Su had snapped out of her daze, but a slight frown creased her brow. Zhihan, what's been going on with you lately? Huang Qian was stumped. Huh. Mother Zu's tone carried a hint of concern. Have you been under too much pressure at work lately? Huang Qian. Wow, she actually managed to rationalize it for him. He quickly seized the opportunity to go along with it. Yeah. Haven't been getting much rest lately. Mother Zu's eyes instantly filled with worry. I knew it. You look like you've lost weight. Have you been skipping meals again? Huang Qian instinctively wanted to say, I was actually planning to sneak out for barbecue tonight. But the words caught in his throat, and he forced himself to stop. He almost forgot. This was Blue Star. And right now he was Su Zhihan. So he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue. I've been eating. Really? But Mother Su didn't believe him at all. You always say that. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the other end of the video. Zhihan. The next moment, a middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped into the frame. Father Su. He had a refined air about him, looking like a university professor. He sat down beside Mother Su and said with a smile, You're all over the internet lately. Your mother and I even saw that video of you tripping today. A fatal blow. Mother Su couldn't help but laugh either. How did you suddenly become so clumsy? The corner of Huang Qian's mouth twitched involuntarily. He couldn't exactly say the one who used to wear high heels was your daughter, now it's just because the person inside has changed. Father Su pushed up his glasses. But this is actually a good thing. You seem much more lively than before. Mother Su also nodded gently. You used to always have a stern face, but now you smile too. It's a good change. This was not the first time he had heard such words lately. Sister Chen had said it. The staff had said it. Now even her parents were saying it. Just how exhausting must the previous Su Zhihan's life have been. Meanwhile, on the other end of the video, Mother Su continued her nagging. Your father even went out of his way to buy your favorite pork ribs today. When are you coming back? Huang Qian asked without thinking. Did I come back often before? Sister Chen's head shot up. On the video call, Father Su and Mother Su also wore expressions of utter disbelief. Huang Qian's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. Why did he let his tongue slip again? Just as he was frantically trying to figure out how to salvage the situation, Father Su burst into laughter. You silly child. Too busy to think straight. You haven't been home in 2 months. Huang Qian instantly breathed a sigh of relief, nearly thanking the heavens and earth on the spot. But Mother Su wasn't so easily fooled as she squinted her eyes suspiciously. You're acting strange today. The more she looked, the more she felt something was off. The way you talk has changed. And your whole vibe feels different too. Don't tell me. She paused for a moment. You're actually dating someone, aren't you? Huang Qian. Sister Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Auntie, you think so too? Huang Qian. Why are you so excited? But on both ends of the video, the two women had already slipped into full gossip mode. I knew she was acting strange lately. She even started researching lipstick. Really? Look at her singing lately. Doesn't it seem like she's going through a breakup? You don't think she secretly dated someone and then broke up, do you? Huang Qian sat there completely numb. Turns out when women gossip, they can truly ignore the person in question. Father Su meanwhile took a slow sip of his tea and said calmly, actually I think Zhihan seems like a completely different person. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Huang Qian's back. Father Su set down his teacup and added slowly, before she was really too detached from the world. But now, she finally seems like a normal girl. Huang Qian nearly choked on his own breath. Uncle, could you please not pause like that? After the video call ended, Huang Qian collapsed onto the sofa, his soul nearly escaping his body in fright. Especially when Father Su remarked, it's like you've become a different person, which almost sent him to the afterlife. Beside him, Sister Chen was scrolling through Weibo, sighing as she browsed. Auntie's right, she said. You have been acting more and more normal lately. Huang Qian fell silent. Thanks. But he had always been normal, it was just that the original occupant wasn't him. Just then his stomach growled. Huang Qian looked down at his belly. Sister Chen slowly looked up. Hungry. Huang Qian paused for a moment, then nodded. He had been busy from morning till night today. Meetings, recording songs, photo shoots. It wasn't much easier than delivering food. Sister Chen stood up decisively. Come on, she said. Let's go eat. Huang Qian was taken aback. Go out. Sister Chen looked at him like he was an idiot. With your current fame, you'd be surrounded within minutes if you stepped outside. We're ordering takeout. Huang Qian was speechless. Just yesterday, he had been delivering food on Earthstar. And now he was ordering takeout himself. Fate was truly surreal. 10 minutes later in the lounge, Sister Chen tossed a tablet to him. Pick something. Huang Qian looked down, his pupils dilating. This menu was outrageously expensive. A random salad was 180 yuan. A steak was over 700. The most absurd was some low-fat, healthy, light meal set priced at 1288 yuan. Seriously, was this thing made of gold? He blurted out instinctively. That's enough to cover hundreds of my delivery orders. Sister Chen slowly raised her head. What did you say? Damn, his occupational habit had slipped out. He quickly tried to cover it up. I mean, money isn't easy to come by. Sister Chen gave him a strange look. What's gotten into you lately? Since when do you fret over takeout money? Huang Qian was speechless. Sister, it wasn't me who spent money like that before. Sister Chen suddenly sat up straight, as if a thought had struck her. Wait, you haven't actually been heartbroken, have you? Why was this woman so fixated on the broken heart scenario? Sister Chen, however, found it perfectly logical. That's it. It's only after reality gives you a beating that you suddenly understand the importance of money. Her ability to close a logical loop was truly impressive. In the end, Huang Qian quietly ordered the cheapest set meal, 198 yuan. Sister Chen was shocked again. That's all you're eating? It's plenty, he said. This is enough to. He stopped mid-sentence, almost starting to calculate the delivery fee again. Sister Chen caught his drift, understanding that he was being frugal with the takeout money. About 10 minutes later, the lounge door opened, and Assistant Xiao Tang poked her head in. Sister Zhihan, there are fans downstairs with gifts. Also, her expression turned excited. Your delivery rider is here. Huang Qian's movements froze. Rider. The word now held a strange, sensitive resonance for him. A few minutes later downstairs in the company lobby, a young man in a yellow delivery uniform walked in carrying the food. His forehead was covered in sweat and the back of his shirt was soaked through. Clearly he had just finished a rush of orders. Huang Qian stood by the railing on the second floor, looking down at the scene lost in thought. Yesterday he had been just like that, riding his bike waiting for elevators, being chased by order deadlines, running through the city drenched in sweat. But now he stood above as the one receiving the delivery. The feeling was inexplicably complex. As he was lost in thought, the rider downstairs called out, "Delivery, for teacher Zhihan." The lobby staff immediately buzzed with excitement. No way, does the rider know he's delivering to a diva? Man, if I were him, I'd brag about this for a year. The rider, noticing the stares and whispers around him, began to grow nervous, his posture stiffening. Huang Qian watched him, a smile tugging at his lips. He turned to Xiaotang. Could I go down and pick it up myself? Huh. Sister Chen, standing nearby, grew agitated. Are you crazy? Going down now? Huang Qian scratched his cheek. It's just, I suddenly feel like experiencing it. In the lobby, the delivery rider was already sweating from nervousness. Standing by the front desk, holding a food bag, his eyes kept darting around. He had clearly recognized that this was where Zhihan worked. After all, the giant poster on the wall was far too conspicuous. Meanwhile, Sister Chen was having a headache. What exactly do you want to do now, eh? Huang Qian replied with a straight face. Get the takeout. Isn't that the assistant's job? But I want to get it myself. Sister Chen slowly covered her face. She felt she could no longer understand Zhihan at all. In the past, this woman wouldn't even go downstairs, let alone get takeout herself. But now she had actually taken an interest in takeout. Huang Qian had already put on his mask and sunglasses, ready to go downstairs. Sister Chen's eyelids twitched wildly. Keep a low profile. Don't cause any trouble again. Huang Qian nodded seriously. Don't worry. 3 minutes later, in the lobby, the delivery guy was looking down at his phone when suddenly a commotion broke out at the front desk. Sister Zhihan is coming down. Really? The rider jerked his head up. The next second, he froze entirely. Not far away, a woman wearing a hat and mask walked slowly toward him. Even though she was completely covered, her aura was unmistakable. The rider's CPU instantly fried. Holy crap. Is it really Zhihan? Huang Qian looked at the other person, feeling a strange sense of familiarity and even empathy. After all, he had been in the same situation yesterday, wearing a rider's uniform and running all over the city. So he subconsciously smiled. Thank you for your hard work. The rider. At that moment, the guy almost ascended on the spot. The queen was saying thank you to him. The front desk girls were already struggling to hold back their laughter. This scene was too absurd. Zhihan, who was usually as cold as an iceberg, was now actually taking the initiative to say thank you to a rider. And her voice was especially gentle. The rider guy completely stuttered. No, it's nothing. It's my duty. Huang Qian took the takeout, and then his old professional habit kicked in. He instinctively glanced down at the delivery time. Delivered on time, then blurted out, you have a lot of orders today, right? The rider was stunned. Huh. Huang Qian then realized. Oh no, he had slipped into another role again. He quickly tried to salvage the situation. I mean, you look pretty tired. The rider immediately nodded frantically. Right. I don't know what's going on today. The whole city is ordering takeout. I've been running nonstop since noon. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something. He asked cautiously, Teacher Zhihan, you also order takeout? The front desk girls were almost bursting from holding in their laughter. The question was just too down to earth. Huang Qian, however, nodded seriously. Occasionally I experience life. The rider instantly felt a surge of respect. No wonder she was the queen. She even experienced ordinary people's lives. Huang Qian then asked, how many orders have you run today? About 20-something. Huang Qian frowned instinctively. Only 20-something. Rider. The rider guy was dumbfounded. What did she mean by only 20-something? The front desk girl was already about to die laughing. Huang Qian then realized something was off. I mean, it's really tough. The rider finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Qian spoke seriously, be careful. Don't run red lights, just to save time. Especially big trucks at intersections. Stay away from them. The rider was stunned. These words sounded like they came from a fellow rider, and the tone was so familiar, as if he had actually done this job before. The rider was a bit touched. Thank you, Teacher Zhihan. You're really nice. Huang Qian. Bro, I was almost taken out by a big truck once. Suddenly a scream came from the lobby entrance. Zhihan. Oh no. A fan had recognized her. The front desk instantly erupted into chaos. Sister Chen, watching from upstairs, felt her blood pressure skyrocket. I knew it. Huang Qian looked toward the sound. Several girls at the entrance had already rushed in. It's really Zhihan. Sister is actually picking up takeout herself? So cute. The rider guy was completely dumbfounded. He had never known that delivering takeout could cause a star riot. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Huang Qian reacted quickly and grabbed the rider's shoulder. Run, rider. The next second Huang Qian directly pulled him toward the employee passage, and the entire lobby erupted. Holy crap, haha. Sister Zhihan is taking the rider on the run. Take a photo. Quick, take a photo. The rider guy was pulled along in a frantic run, completely bewildered. A few minutes later, in the safety passage, the rider leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his CPU completely fried. And Huang Qian subconsciously opened the order page on his phone and expertly gave a 5-star rating. In the emergency stairwell, the delivery rider leaned against the wall, gasping for air. His mind was still reeling. The events of the past 3 minutes had completely shattered his understanding of life. The top-tier diva herself had come down to pick up her takeout, chatted with him, warned him about a truck, and then dragged him along to escape danger. This story was unbelievable. Meanwhile, Huang Qian had already completed a series of actions out of pure instinct. He opened the order, gave it 5 stars, tapped delivered on time, and even checked the box for excellent rider service attitude. His movements were as smooth as if they were etched into his DNA. The delivery rider happened to see this and was utterly bewildered. And Miss Zhihan, thank you for the good review. You seem quite practiced at that. Huang Qian froze, realizing his professional habit had slipped out again. His mind raced, and he finally mustered an awkward explanation. I usually quite enjoy ordering takeout. The rider was deeply impressed. No wonder she was a diva, even her takeout ordering was so professional. At that moment, the stairwell door burst open with a bang. Chen Jia rushed in. Su Zhihan. Huang Qian instinctively straightened up, and the rider nearly jumped out of his skin. Chen Jia looked like she was about to explode. Do you know how chaotic it is out there? The fans are all filming you. The trending topics are blowing up. Huang Qian was speechless. That fast? Chen Jia's chest heaved with anger. And what was that business about you running off with the delivery guy? Do you know what it looks like on the security cameras? Huang Qian whispered, what does it look like? Chen Jia took a deep breath and gritted her teeth, like eloping. The rider's pupils dilated in shock. Huang Qian was baffled. Seriously, did everyone in the entertainment industry have a twisted way of thinking? Just then, Chen Jia's phone vibrated violently. She looked down and her expression turned incredibly complex. The trending topics had updated. Su Zhihan elopes with delivery rider at night. Diva comes down to get takeout herself. Su Zhihan gives rider a 5-star review. She's becoming less and less like an icy goddess. Huang Qian was speechless. The last trending topic even had a secretly filmed video. The footage showed him lowering his head to seriously tap the 5 stars while the rider next to him looked utterly stunned. The comments section was in complete chaos. Ha 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 ha, why is she so practiced at this? I suspect Su Zhihan secretly worked as a delivery rider. That 5-star tap was so smooth. LL, other celebs have their assistants do this, she goes down herself. The point isn't going down, it's that she ran off with the rider. The rider is like, bro, just came to deliver food. This lady is becoming more and more relatable recently. Chen Jia stared at the comments, slowly falling silent. Because the public opinion seemed to be positive again. Even many neutral netizens were saying this. Su Zhihan finally doesn't seem like an untouchable deity. Meanwhile, Huang Qian felt a bit awkward. He had just acted on pure instinct. Especially when he saw the fans rushing in, his first thought was don't let the rider get a complaint. It was a habit he couldn't shake. The rider timidly spoke up, Miss Zhihan, could I take a photo? Now. The rider nodded frantically. My friends will never believe me. Huang Qian smiled. Sure. The next second, the rider was so excited his hands were shaking. Chen Jia watched with her eyelids twitching. The Su Zhihan she remembered wouldn't even bother with official selfies, let alone photos with fans. And now she was willingly cooperating. No, wait. Now she was even including delivery riders. After the photo, the rider looked like he was in 7th heaven. As he was leaving, Huang Qian instinctively added, ride slowly. Safety first. The rider's eyes were nearly welling up with tears. Okay. After he left, the stairwell fell silent again. Chen Jia leaned against the wall and spoke softly, you know. People at the company think you've been possessed. A chill ran down Huang Qian's spine. That exaggerated. Chen Jia nodded seriously. The old you was aloof, quiet, and only cared about singing. But look at you now. You trip, you research lipstick, you give riders 5-star reviews. And you even run off with people. Chen Jia's expression grew complicated. You're becoming less and less like a diva. Huang Qian's heart tightened. As time went on, the differences between him and the original Su Zhihan would only grow, and eventually someone would notice something was wrong. But the way you are now seems fine too. Chen Jia looked at him and sighed softly. At least now you finally seem like a woman in her 20s. At 11 in the evening, employees trickled out of the office, leaving the entire floor cloaked in darkness. Huang Qian collapsed onto the sofa in the break room, feeling utterly hollowed out. The day had been a whirlwind of high heels, trending topics, photo shoots, recording sessions, public embarrassment, and a spontaneous escape with a delivery rider, an overwhelming barrage of absurdity. Now he finally understood why celebrities stayed up late. Only in the dead of night did the world fall silent. A low grumble echoed from his stomach. Huang Qian glanced down at his midsection. The 198 yuan light meal Head had earlier was nowhere near enough to satisfy him. To put it bluntly, it was like feeding a bird. For a grown man who had spent his days delivering food and possessed a hearty appetite, it was pure torture. He endured for 2 minutes before his resolve crumbled. Furtively, he pulled out his phone and opened the food delivery app with a practiced ease that was almost pitiful to witness. 10 minutes later, Huang Qian's gaze grew increasingly intense as he scrolled through the endless menu. Fried chicken, barbecue, spicy hot pot, crayfish. The late-night delivery app was essentially cruel and unusual punishment for anyone with an empty stomach. Just then a cup noodle combo caught his eye. It was the deluxe edition with double eggs and a ham sausage. A spark of interest lit up Huang Qian's eyes. He placed the order with lightning speed, as if snatching up concert tickets. A strange sense of satisfaction washed over him. But 5 seconds later, the break room doors swung open and Sister Chen walked in. At that moment, Huang Qian's phone screen still displayed order payment successful. Their eyes met, the air thick with silence. Sister Chen slowly lowered her gaze to his phone, her pupils dilating in shock. Cup noodles. Huang Qian was speechless. Sister Chen's face was a mask of disbelief. You're ordering cup noodles in the middle of the night. Have you lost your mind? What about the music video shoot next month? Huang Qian's mouth twitched slightly. If he couldn't eat this and couldn't eat that, what was the point of living? He decided to make a feeble attempt to argue his case. Just a little bit. Sister Chen let out a bitter laugh. Do you know why female celebrities don't eat cup noodles at night? Huang Qian answered instinctively, because they're broke. Sister Chen was stunned into silence. Huang Qian mentally kicked himself. Had almost forgotten he was now a top-tier diva and not a broke delivery rider. Sister Chen took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. Cancel it, or you'll be bloated tomorrow. Huang Qian said nothing, quietly hiding his phone behind his back. Sister Chen narrowed her eyes slowly. Zhihan, you're not thinking of secretly eating it, are you? Of course not. 5 minutes later, Sister Chen left. Just before exiting, she turned back with a warning, no cup noodles. You hear me? Huang Qian nodded vigorously. Don't worry. The moment the door clicked shut, Huang Qian shot upright, feverishly opening his order page to track the rider's location, his movements as smooth as a covert deal. Rider is 800 meters away. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him. He began instinctively calculating the delivery route. This guy probably took the elevated highway. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this fast. Damn. His occupational habits were getting worse by the day. 20 minutes later, the food finally arrived. To avoid detection, Huang Qian stealthily donned a cap and mask, slipping out of the break room like a spy on a covert mission. But as soon as he reached the corridor, the elevator doors slid open, revealing Sister Chen stepping out. The air itself seemed to solidify. Huang Qian was speechless. Sister Chen was speechless. They stared at each other in excruciating awkwardness. Huang Qian, fully disguised and skulking around, looked nothing short of suspicious. Sister Chen slowly looked down at the steaming, fragrant cup noodles in his hand. Sister Chen nearly laughed in exasperation. Zhihan, you were still planning to sneak in some cup noodles? Huang Qian steeled himself. I'm hungry. Sister Chen pressed a hand to her forehead. The old Zhihan was disciplined as a machine. She wouldn't even drink water after 9 at night. But now she was sneaking cup noodles in the dead of night. The aroma of the noodles drifted through the air. Sister Chen paused. Then her own stomach let out a soft rumble. Huang Qian slowly looked up. Sister Chen slowly looked down. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. Huang Qian tested the waters. Want to share? A minute later, in the break room, the two of them sat with half a bowl of noodles each. Silently slurping. Neither spoke. Only the sound of sucking noodles filled the room. And as Sister Chen ate, her eyes began to well up. Damn. I haven't touched carbs in 3 months either. On Earth. 6:20 in the morning. In a cramped rental room, Zhihan was awakened by the vendor shouts from outside the window. Soy milk and fried dough sticks. Freshly steamed buns. Downstairs, an elderly man's vigorous morning exercise shouts could also be heard. Hey, huh? She opened her eyes, stared at the slightly yellowed ceiling for a few seconds, then slowly sat up. A loose-fitting t-shirt hung slack on her frame, revealing arms whose lines were distinctly masculine. She glanced down. Silence. Although she had been in this body for 2 days, there were still times when it felt unreal, especially in the early morning upon waking, when the physical dissonance was most acute. She gently rubbed her brow, then got out of bed. The rental was small, even a bit shabby. But strangely, Zhihan didn't feel as uncomfortable as she had at first. She was even starting to get used to it. By the window sat a half-finished bottle of water from yesterday. On the table were half a pack of cigarettes Zhou Kai had tossed over next to a crumpled delivery receipt. The faint, greasy aroma of the breakfast shop downstairs drifted into the air. It was ordinary, yet very real. Her phone vibrated with a voice message from Zhou Kai. Old Huang. Up yet? Payday today. Get to the station. Payday. She stared at those words, a bit dazed. Before, she had never looked forward to such a thing. From the start of her career, her income had far exceeded ordinary people's comprehension. Money was just a number to her. But it was different now. This was the first time she truly understood what it felt like for an ordinary person to wait for their paycheck. Thinking about it, she actually felt a flicker of anticipation. 20 minutes later on the old town streets, Zhihan rode her electric scooter slowly towards the station. The morning breeze was cool and steam rose from the street-side breakfast shops. Someone stood on the curb eating a jianbing. Someone else hurried to the bus stop with a briefcase. Students walked by with backpacks yawning as they went. The whole city was filled with a busy, authentic, lively energy. At a red light, Zhihan stopped. The auntie selling soy milk next to her glanced over. "Oh, Xiao Huang, is your head feeling better?" Zhihan was startled, then realized this was the breakfast stall Huang Qian used to frequent. The auntie knew him. She nodded gently. "Much better." The auntie beamed. "That's good. Ride carefully, okay? Last time you hit that tree you scared everyone at your station half to death." Zhihan. It seemed that story had gotten around. The light turned green, and the traffic moved forward. Zhihan twisted the throttle again. The wind rushed past her ears. This slow, easy ride through the city was actually quite pleasant. Nothing like Blue Star, where she couldn't go anywhere without being followed, and every outing had to be planned in advance. Here she was just an ordinary rider. No one knew her, no one paid her any attention. The thought brought a strange sense of relief. 10 minutes later, the station. It was a bit noisy. A group of riders were gathered chatting. "Finally getting paid today. Man, I'm about to be late on my rent. I'm gonna treat myself to a nice dinner tonight." "Nice dinner? With that paycheck of yours?" A wave of laughter erupted. Zhou Kai spotted Zhihan and immediately waved her over. "Old Huang, come on, hurry. The money's in." Zhihan parked the scooter and walked over, feeling inexplicably nervous. Zhou Kai was beaming. "You did pretty well this month. Over 4,000. As he spoke, he shoved his phone in front of her. Zhihan looked down. The bank notification was on the screen. Deposit 4276. 30. She stared at the numbers for a long time. Zhou Kai was still marveling beside her. "That's really not bad. Especially since you just hit that tree a few days ago. And you still managed to do this many orders. Anyone else would have just stayed home and given up." Another rider chimed in. "Yeah, old Huang was really grinding the past few days. I saw him making deliveries in the south part of the city yesterday. Thought I was seeing a ghost." The group burst into laughter. But Zhihan just stared at the text message, lost in thought. Over 4,000. Before that wouldn't even buy her a single piece of clothing. But now. So this is what it feels like when ordinary people get their wages. It really does make you happy. Not because the number was big, but because it was earned one order at a time. It was the reward for enduring the sun, the cold wind, climbing stairs, waiting for elevators. All that hard work. This feeling was completely different from the money she used to make standing on a stage. As she was lost in thought, Zhou Kai slung an arm around her shoulder. "Let's go. It's payday. He'll treat you to a good meal." Zhihan stiffened, instinctively pushing him away. Remembering she was a man now, and that such a reaction would seem odd, she forced down the discomfort. "What are we eating?" Zhou Kai didn't notice her expression and grinned widely. The 28 Aliokaniat Hot Pot Buffet. At 11:30 in the morning on the Old Town Commercial Street outside a self-service hot pot restaurant, with a faded sign, Zhou Kai skillfully parked his electric scooter and waved his hand grandly. "We're here." Zhihan looked up at the large red sign, with yellow lettering above the door. 29 yuan, all-you-can-eat hot pot. A paper note beside it read, "Delivery riders get 1 yuan off with their work badge." So it became 28. Zhihan noticed that people here genuinely seemed happy to save a single yuan. Let's go, let's go." Zhou Kai charged in enthusiastically. "I'm in a great mood today. Eat as much beef as you want." The shop was small, even a bit cramped, its walls plastered with signs saying, "No wasting," and fines for leftovers. The air conditioner hummed loudly, and the air was thick with the scent of hot pot broth and cumin. Many people were already seated inside, and judging by their clothes, nearly half were delivery riders. They wore uniforms from various platforms, chatting while they ate, their phones constantly pinging with new orders. A rider in a yellow uniform had just picked up some tripe when his phone beeped. He glanced down and his face fell. Damn it. 6 kilometers and a 6th floor walk-up. The others around him burst into laughter. "If you don't take it, someone else will. It's the end of the month, ew, everyone needs money. Better get going, you'll be late soon." The rider stood up, cursing under his breath. Before leaving, he made sure to wolf down one last mouthful of beef. The whole shop was filled with the lively warmth of ordinary people. After sitting down, Zhihan found it strangely novel, though. She had never been to a place like this before. In the past, her meals were always in private rooms or exclusive restaurants. Nutritionists designed her meals with calories measured to the gram. Often eating itself felt like work. But this place was different. Hot, noisy, even a bit chaotic. Yet it felt strangely relaxing. Just then Zhou Kai returned carrying 2 heaping plates of meat. "Quick, the beef just came out. ITLL, all be gone if we're late." He dumped the meat into the pot with practiced, almost military precision. Zhihan was speechless. She suddenly began to understand why she had been eating so much more lately. Delivering food was truly exhausting, and this body in particular had a much larger appetite than her original one. Soon the hot pot was boiling, steam rising thickly. As Zhou Kai fished out meat, he sighed with satisfaction. Damn, getting paid feels great. It's not much, but at least tonight, I don't have to count every penny. Several other riders nodded in agreement. I'm paying off my Huabei first. I need to send some money to my mom. I'm getting a new helmet and my old one's cracked. They chatted casually. Everyone here was hustling for a living and no one had it easy. Yet they could still feel happy about getting paid, about a hot pot meal, about earning a few extra tens of yuan that day. This kind of feeling. She had never experienced it before. Zhou Kai looked at her. Hey Lao Huang, isn't your rent due today? Zhihan was taken aback, then remembered the landlord had indeed been pressing for it. Zhou Kai continued while chewing his meat. You should transfer the rent first. Otherwise with Aunt Li's temper she'll knock your door down tonight. Someone nearby laughed. Aunt Li is relentless about collecting rent. Last time she just sat at my door waiting for me. That's nothing, as she pulled my circuit breaker once. The shop erupted in laughter again. Zhihan looked down and silently checked her phone balance. 4,689. 2 yuan. It was the first time she had seriously calculated rent, food, electricity, charging her scooter, and even what she'd do if she got sick. She had never worried about these things before. But now these were the realities ordinary people faced every day. She fell silent. Zhou Kai, misinterpreting her mood, patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry. I can lend you some if you need it. We're riders. We may be poor, but we won't starve. For some reason that statement was strangely reassuring. At 1:30 in the afternoon outside the hot pot restaurant, several delivery riders, now well-fed and content, stood in the shade of a tree enjoying the breeze. Zhou Kai, picking his teeth, sighed with satisfaction. A bliss. Payday really hits different. Someone beside him immediately chimed in to burst his bubble. Enjoy it while it lasts. You won't be so happy tonight when you have to pay off your Huabei bill. The group burst into laughter. Zhihan stood nearby, lost in thought. This kind of light-hearted and joyful atmosphere was something she had never experienced before. Though these people were not highly educated, they possessed a genuine simplicity. It was precisely this unvarnished authenticity that made Zhihan feel incredibly at ease. Zhou Kai sidled over. We've got some free time right now. Better pay the rent first. Once we get busy, you'll definitely forget again. Another rider laughed. Aunt Li's rent reminders are way more persistent than the system's order dispatch. Well, of course, that's how she makes her living. Everyone laughed again. Zhihan said nothing, quietly opening WeChat. In her chat list, she quickly found a contact labeled landlord Aunt Li. The chat history was quite simple. A few days earlier, Aunt Li had sent a message. Your rent is 3 days overdue. Please pay in full as soon as possible. It was a very ordinary sentence, but for some unknown reason, Zhihan stared at it for a few seconds, and a strange, inexplicable thrill of facing something new rose in her heart. This was the first time in her life she was truly paying rent. In the past, she never had to worry about such things. The company arranged her housing. The company arranged her car. Even where she lived was basically taken care of for her. She realized that one of the most important things in an ordinary person's life each month might just be getting paid and paying rent. At that thought, she took a soft breath, opened the transfer page, and entered the amount. Payment confirmed. The next second, WeChat popped up a notification. Payment successful. At the same time, her phone balance instantly changed to 3,889. 2. Only 800 yuan less, yet she inexplicably felt a pang of heartache. This feeling was too strange. In the past, a casual meal might cost more than this. Gradually, she began to understand why ordinary people always counted their money. Because no matter the amount, every expenditure was tied to the minutiae of their lives. Her phone vibrated. It was a voice message from Aunt Li. Received, Little Huang. You've just recovered. Don't push yourself too hard on deliveries. Money needs to be earned slowly. In the background, the faint sound of mahjong tiles could be heard. She had expected the landlord's message to be cold, but this voice unexpectedly conveyed a hint of concern. This was probably the everyday warmth of ordinary people. Zhou Kai leaned over to take a look and immediately chuckled. Aunt Li sometimes seems aloof, but she's actually quite nice. A buddy of mine also had a crash and was hospitalized for a while. She even offered to defer the rent for 2 months. It's just that she's a bit chatty and sometimes says things bluntly. Zhihan was taken aback. Deferred rent? Yeah, Zhou Kai casually said. But after she found out that guy was genuinely poor, she became more proactive in collecting the rent. With a snort, Zhihan couldn't help but laugh. It sounded quite amusing. This city was ordinary, even a bit shabby. Yet between people, there was a genuine warmth. At 3 in the afternoon, the sun over the old city district began to grow harsh. Beneath the shade of roadside trees, electric bikes from various delivery platforms lined up in rows, their riders lounging about in small groups. Some smoked, some buried themselves in mobile games, and others leaned against their bikes dozing off. Zhihan sat by the entrance of a corner convenience store holding a 2 yuan bottle of iced tea. The cool bottle pressed against her palm, a soothing sensation. She glanced down and checked her balance once more. 3,889. 2. After paying the rent, the number had visibly shrunk. And somehow she now found herself instinctively calculating how much this meal costs, how many deliveries she needs to make today to earn it back, how much it costs to charge her electric bike each time. Even the unlabeled bottle of iced tea she'd just bought. She would instinctively think, 2 yuan doesn't seem cheap either. The old her would never have done this. In the past, she had never even bothered to look at the prices in convenience stores. But now she had fully adopted the perspective of an ordinary person. Ordinary people always check the price before buying anything, because money is truly limited. Just then the convenience store owner poked his head out. Yo Xiaohuang, he said. Payday today, right? Zhihan was taken aback. How did you know? The owner chuckled. Every time you riders get paid, you all come here to buy drinks. Sometimes you even splurge on a grilled sausage. Zhihan glanced at the sausage roaster beside the counter. A few sausages were sizzling, their juices bubbling and gleaming. The aroma was unmistakable. The owner immediately chimed in enthusiastically. Want one? 3 yuan. Zhihan fell silent. 3 yuan wasn't exactly cheap either. She found herself weighing whether it was worth it. Just then an electric bike pulled up beside her. Zhou Kai took off his helmet. Old Huang, what are you zoning out here for? He glanced down and immediately grinned. Craving a sausage. The owner quickly added, your buddy's been eyeing it for a while. Zhihan felt a flash of awkwardness. Zhou Kai waved his hand grandly. Boss, 2 of them. It's payday for your big bro today. The owner beamed and started picking up sausages. Moments later 2 sizzling sausages were handed over and Zhou Kai shoved one straight into Zhihan's hand. Take it, he said. Don't be shy with your bro. Zhihan stared at the sausage in her hand. In her old life, she had always eaten meals prepared by nutritionists. Low oil, low salt, calories meticulously controlled. Let alone sausages, there was a period when she wouldn't even touch rice. Yet now a 3 yuan sausage could actually bring her joy. She took a gentle bite, and the fragrance burst across her tongue. Beside her, Zhou Kai ate while sighing with satisfaction. Damn, he said. Nothing beats junk food. A person needs some heavy flavors to feel alive. The owner immediately took offense. Watch your mouth, the owner said. These are pure meat sausages. Zhou Kai burst out laughing, and the 3 of them sat by the store entrance letting the breeze wash over them. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The city around them continued its relentless, bustling rhythm. Zhihan realized she was slowly blending into this kind of life. Zhou Kai spoke up. By the way, old Huang, he said. Have you felt anything off lately? Zhihan's heart gave a faint jolt. Huh. Zhou Kai took a bite of his sausage. A puzzled look crossed his face. It's just, ever since you hit that tree you've seemed like a completely different person. The convenience store fan whirred overhead. Zhihan clutched her iced tea, staying silent. Zhou Kai continued, it's just a huge change. Zhihan fell silent. Zhou Kai didn't notice her expression and kept talking to himself. But it's a good thing, honestly. A person needs some spark to keep living. Then, as if a thought struck him, he lowered his voice. Also, did you used to study singing at? Zhihan turned to look at him. What? Zhou Kai looked completely serious. The night before you hit the tree, he said, weren't you singing while waiting for orders? Even the barbecue stall owner was blown away. He even asked me if you studied music. Zhihan was momentarily bewildered. Then it dawned on her. He was talking about Huang Qian. With all these days of running deliveries, she had nearly forgotten that this body had once housed another soul. Blue Planet 9:40 a.m. Huang Qian had just pushed open the restroom door when the staff outside who had been chatting instantly raised their heads in unison. Huang Qian felt a surge of confusion. The next second, Xiao Tang suddenly exclaimed with excitement, Sister Zhihan is in such great form today. The makeup artist beside her nodded frantically yes. And lately she's been giving off more and more of a romantic vibe. That smile is absolutely killing it. Huang Qian felt a wave of helplessness. The entire company had now completely entered a bizarre state. They all believed that Zhihan had definitely been in love and most likely had been deeply hurt, which was why she had suddenly come back to life recently. The most absurd part was that this logic had already formed a complete closed loop. Even if Huang Qian tried to explain now, no one would believe him. Just then Sister Chen walked in on high heels, stopped crowding around. There's an interview today. Huang Qian's heart skipped a beat. Interviews were one of the jobs he feared most right now. He could rely on his professional skills for singing, but chatting was too easy to expose himself, especially since entertainment reporters asked tricky questions like interrogators. Sister Chen looked down at the schedule and continued, today's theme is more about female growth. Huang Qian's heart sank. Damn, this had completely entered his blind spot of knowledge. 10 minutes later in the makeup room, Huang Qian sat in front of the mirror with a face as serious as if preparing for the college entrance exam. The makeup artist was curling his hair beside him, and while curling she sighed, "Sister Zhihan, your recent state is really perfect for interviews. That feeling of finally letting go after going through something is absolutely amazing." Huang Qian silently complained in his heart, "How much drama have you all imagined?" Just then Xiao Tang suddenly rushed in urgently, "Sister Zhihan, your bag fell on the floor." As she said that, she handed over a black handbag, but the next second with a thud, a pink package fell out of it. Huang Qian looked down, his pupils instantly dilated. A sanitary napkin. At that moment the entire makeup room fell into a terrifying silence, with only Huang Qian frozen in place, as if holding some dangerous item. But the female staff around him were completely natural, and even the makeup artist casually picked it up. "Sister Zhihan, has your flow gotten heavier lately?" Huang Qian's brain instantly crashed. At that moment his CPU was completely fried, he had no idea how to respond. "Flow? What flow?" But the makeup artist was clearly used to it, organizing things while continuing. "But haven't you always used that brand before? So why the sudden change?" Huang Qian felt a breakdown inside. He finally understood how terrifying conversations between women could be. How could this even be a topic of daily conversation? Xiao Tang lowered her voice. "By the way, Sister Zhihan, is your period early this time?" Huang Qian was completely numb. He now felt as if he had wandered into the core realm of the female world. The most crucial part was that everyone around him was so natural, while he alone was panicking like a spy infiltrating enemy territory. After a few seconds Huang Qian braced himself and said, "Maybe." The air paused for 2 seconds. The next moment several women simultaneously showed an "I understand" expression. The makeup artist even looked at him with sympathy. "No wonder you've been so emotionally unstable lately. Menstrual period really does make you sensitive." Huang Qian was speechless. Good grief, now even his personality change had a scientific explanation. Just then Sister Chen pushed the door open. "The interview team is here." Halfway through her sentence, she saw the sanitary napkin on the table, and the air froze briefly. The next second Sister Chen's expression turned extremely serious. "Did you secretly drink iced drinks again?" Huang Qian was confused. Seriously, why were all their points of concern so professional? Sister Chen had already entered nagging mode. "How many times have I told you? Don't eat random things during your period. Why did you have to eat that instant noodles yesterday?" Huang Qian felt helpless. "Seriously, you ate it quite happily last night, didn't you?" In the dressing room, Huang Qian sat before the mirror, a wave of dread washing over her. Chun Jie stood with her arms crossed, wearing an expression that screamed, "I told you so. I knew it. You definitely ate something heavy yesterday." Huang Qian felt a silent exasperation. "Wait, didn't you eat that instant noodles with me?" Then the very next second Chun Jie added with utter shamelessness, "I can eat it, but you can't." Huang Qian's mind stalled for a full 2 seconds. What kind of tyrannical statement was that? The makeup artists nearby were barely containing their laughter, and Xiao Tang was trembling, her shoulders shaking violently as she struggled to hold it in. Chun Jie continued her tirade. "Don't you know your own constitution? Last time during a shoot you went pale from the pain, and now you dare to eat instant noodles in the middle of the night." Huang Qian felt a wave of helplessness. She had the strange sensation of being forcibly enrolled in a crash course on female physiology, and it was a mandatory class. Just then a makeup artist spoke up softly, "Eating it once in a while is fine, right?" Chun Jie immediately turned her head. "Don't enable her. She's been getting more and more out of hand lately." She paused, and her expression gradually grew complex. She realized that the former Su Zhihan, who was so aloof she seemed almost unreal, now secretly ate instant noodles at night, sneaked sips of iced water, tripped over her own feet, giggled at silly things, and had even started exploring convenience store snacks. The thought gave her a strange, uncanny feeling of, "My daughter has finally hit her rebellious phase." Chun Jie rubbed her temples. "Forget it. You've been in better shape lately anyway." Huang Qian was puzzled. Why does everyone keep saying that? A staff member knocked on the door. "Chun Jie, the interview is starting." Chun Jie instantly switched to work mode. "Let's go. Time to perform. It's a live stream, so keep it in check." 5 minutes later in the studio, the crew's eyes lit up the moment Huang Qian walked in. Today Su Zhihan wore a light-colored knitted long dress, her hair slightly curled, exuding an incredibly soft aura. It was a stark contrast to her former cold, distant demeanor. The host was beaming from ear to ear. Su Zhihan's popularity had been exploding recently, especially with the topic becoming more and more like a real person, trending for days. As soon as they sat down, the host smiled and said, "Zhihan, you've changed so much lately. Many fans say you seem to have started enjoying life." Huang Qian's heart tightened. Here it comes the tricky question. She paused for a moment, then spoke seriously. "I used to be too busy. It's only recently that I realized one should find joy in living." The host's eyes lit up instantly. This was perfect for marketing. Sure enough, staff members were already scribbling notes frantically. But Huang Qian was just speaking the truth. Since becoming Su Zhihan, she truly understood for the first time that being a top star wasn't freedom. Being watched every moment made even eating instant noodles feel like a crime. With that thought, she added impulsively, occasionally eating something you love is actually quite blissful. The host immediately wore an expression of enlightenment. So Zhihan, have you started learning to go easy on yourself? Huang Qian felt a wave of internal exasperation. Don't you entertainment industry folks all have perfect reading comprehension? Meanwhile, the live stream chat was going absolutely wild. Did she have an epiphany after a breakup? Whoa, she's so gentle now, used to be like an AI, now she's like the girl next door. Am I the only one who noticed? She said, eating what you love is blissful. Chen Jie, no instant noodles allowed. Ha ha ha. The host smiled and asked, so Zhihan, what's your favorite food these days? The image of braised beef instant noodles instantly flashed in Huang Qian's mind. Before her brain could stop her, her mouth blurted out, instant noodles. The entire room went silent. Chen Jie. The air in the studio was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The host's smile froze, the staff stopped taking notes, and even the cameraman behind the lens looked up. Chen Jie had already closed her eyes as if resigned to her fate. Huang Qian finally realized what he had just said, instant noodles. A top-tier female celebrity publicly admitting she loves instant noodles in an interview. That's basically the equivalent of a male idol chewing raw garlic on a live stream. The host scrambled to save the situation. Zhihan is pretty down to earth. Huang Qian nodded stiffly. They're cheap. The studio fell dead silent again. Chen Jie's eyes snapped open, almost choking on air. The host's brain was practically overheating. She never imagined the reigning queen of pop would utter the phrase, instant noodles are cheap. Meanwhile, the live chat had completely lost its mind. Wait sis, your dresses cost hundreds of thousands. You call instant noodles cheap? Ha, I'm dying. What's going on with her lately? Before an untouchable flower, now the queen of bargain hunting, has she secretly been researching supermarket deals? The host, displaying remarkable professionalism, managed to steer the conversation back. So Zhihan, do you usually cook for yourself? Huang Qian blurted out instinctively, I can boil instant noodles. The host. Chen Jie. The chat. At that moment, the entire interview veered wildly off course. The host's forehead was practically beaded with sweat as she frantically flipped through her cue cards, searching for a safe topic. Then her eyes lit up. So Zhihan, have you had any new insights about life recently? Huang Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. This one he could handle. He thought for a moment, then spoke slowly. I used to think people should live with dignity and polish. But lately I've realized that just having a hot meal after work is already a kind of happiness. This time no one in the room laughed. That statement was too real. So real it didn't even sound like something from an entertainment industry figure. The host was momentarily stunned. Huang Qian, however, was simply thinking back to the courier dispatch points on Earth, the late-night convenience stores, the 28 yuan Aliokini at Hot Pot, and the feeling of sitting on the curb eating instant noodles after finishing his late-night deliveries. Those things he used to consider ordinary now felt precious. The host gave a gentle smile. It seems Zhihan has really changed a lot recently. Huang Qian nodded. Yeah, I used to live my life too tightly wound. Now I figured it out. You have to make yourself happy first. This time, even Chen Jie fell silent. Su Zhihan had been getting more and more ridiculous lately, but her condition was undeniably improving. She used to be like an art piece trapped in a glass case. Perfect, exquisite, yet devoid of any human warmth. But now she laughed, snuck bites of instant noodles, got excited over a cold drink, and even said things that were refreshingly honest. Even Chen Jie couldn't say whether this change was for better or worse. Meanwhile, the live chat had descended into a state of collective resonance. Damn, that hit me right in the feels. That hot meal after work really matters. Has she secretly gone to live like a normal person? Su Zhihan is so real lately. I used to feel she was so far away. Now she feels like someone I know. Backstage after the interview, the host had just left when Chen Jie slowly walked over. Huang Qian felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. A few seconds later, Chen Jie spoke in a low, drawn-out voice. You know, people online are already starting to speculate if you've gone bankrupt. Blue Star. 7:20 p.m. Studio conference room. The lights were blazing. The long table was piled high with concert Renault show sheets. The stage design team, the lighting crew, the band instructors, the on-site director. Almost every core staff member had arrived. The air was thick with the unique tension that precedes a major performance. Huang Qian sat at the head of the table, head bowed, flipping through the documents. The more he read, the colder his heart grew. At the top of the first page in bold lettering were the words, Su Zhihan Starry River Tour Nanchuan Concert Final Show. Date, May 17th. The time from now was only 4 days away. He silently turned the page only to discover something even more terrifying. The set list. 25 songs. Most of them were Su Zhihan's previous hit songs. And the problem was, he couldn't perform a single one. To be precise, he had never even heard them. After all, this was Blue Star. Zhihan's songs were an entirely different system from Earth's. At the last concert he had managed to scrape by with later, but this time was different. This was the final show of the official tour, and it was the Nanchuan concert. Fan count scale hype, everything was maxed out. If he messed up it would be an entertainment industry level disaster. At that thought cold sweat began to form on Huang Qian's back. Just then a young assistant beside him lowered her voice and said Sister Zhihan has been working so hard lately. She just finished a concert a while back and now she's already preparing a new album. Another staff member chimed in with a sigh. And Nanchuan is the final show. The company is paying special attention to it. A lot of media outlets have already booked their spots in advance. I heard tens of thousands of fans from out of town are coming. Huang Qian lowered his head, continuing to flip through the materials, growing more and more desperate with each page. The documents were incredibly detailed, specifying which songs required lift platforms, which needed costume changes, and which involved fan sing-alongs. There were also stage blocking notes, lighting cues, and near monitor instructions. Huang Qian's head was spinning. To top it all off, several of the songs were high-difficulty dance numbers. Huang Qian. I'm a vocal major, not a superhero. The conference room door swung open, and Sister Chun walked in on her high heels. Everyone's here. The room, which had been slightly buzzing, fell silent. After Sister Chun sat down, she immediately opened the schedule. For these 4 days all work takes a back seat to the concert. Postpone the interviews. Suspend the new album meetings. Zhihan's main focus will be on rehearsals. Huang Qian nodded silently. Great. The problem is, he didn't even know the songs yet. Sister Chun looked up at him. Zhihan, are you thinking of changing the set list? Huang Qian was taken aback. Why do you ask? Sister Chun flipped through the documents. I feel like you've been in a really good creative zone lately. The company's suggestion is that we can add 2 new songs to the final show. Several music teachers nearby nodded in agreement. After all, the songs Zhihan had recently presented were of an incredibly high quality. In fact, the industry was starting to wonder if she had suddenly had some kind of epiphany. When Huang Qian heard the words new songs, his eyes lit up instantly. New songs were great. At least with new songs he would know how to sing them. With that thought, Huang Qian immediately spoke up. Can we add a few more? Like 6 songs. When he said the last 2 words, he held up 8 fingers. Seeing Sister Chin's strange expression, he quickly switched to holding up 6 fingers, his confidence waning. Everyone in the room looked up. Even Sister Chun was stunned for a moment. That many? Are you serious? Huang Qian nodded. I've been having a lot of inspiration lately. At that moment, the expressions of the music teachers changed. For a singer-songwriter, inspiration was more elusive than winning the lottery. And now Zhihan was saying, I have a lot of inspiration. The band instructor asked with a smile, so Sister Zhihan, what style are you planning this time? Huang Qian was silent for a few seconds, frantically searching his mind. For the final show of a tour, the emotional impact had to be strong. And it was best suited for a female voice. With that in mind, the names of several songs began to surface in his mind. Huang Qian realized that those classic love songs from Earth's Chinese music scene would be like nuclear weapons on Blue Star. Sister Chun tapped the table. But there are a few songs that can't be changed. She opened the last page of the Renault show. Her tone was serious. Especially the encore. This is the Nanchuan final show. Fan expectations are high. With that, she slid the schedule over to him. At the bottom, a line of bold text stood out. Encore song Night Sky. There was also a note beside it, full venue sing-along. Huang Qian stared at those 2 words for a long time. He knew that for the next 4 days, he would really have to cram like crazy. The next day, at 10 in the morning, at the Nanchuan Gymnasium rehearsal site, the massive stage lights blazed to life. The band was already in position. The sound of ear monitor tests, drum, tuning, and staff rushing about blended into a cacophony. The entire venue was thick with the tension of an impending battle, and Huang Qian stood at the center of the stage, his forehead beaded with sweat, because at that moment, on the massive screen, it boldly read, First Full Dress Rehearsal. Huang Qian looked down at the song list in his hand. His composure was on the verge of shattering, especially the first half, which was entirely composed of Zhihan's classic hits. The problem was he didn't know them. Not a single one. Just then the band leader's voice came through his ear monitor. Teacher Zhihan. Let's start with Coastline. Huang Qian. Coast what? The next second, the intro began to play. The stage lights dimmed slowly. Huang Qian gritted his teeth and started to sing. But the moment the first line came out, the band leader raised his hand immediately. Stop, stop, stop. The drummer silently put down his sticks, the keyboardist lowered his head to take a sip of water, and the director slowly looked up at the ceiling. The atmosphere on set began to turn awkward. The band leader looked utterly bewildered. Sister Zhihan, why is your key so low today? Huang Qian remained silent. He had no idea how the original was sung, so he could only rely on instinct. But the next second, another voice came through the ear monitor. Let's try it once more. 3 minutes later. Stop. Sister Zhihan, you're half a beat ahead of the rhythm. 5 minutes later. Stop, stop, stop. The breathing point is wrong. 10 minutes later. Stop. The director had already buried his face in his hands. Meanwhile, the staff nearby were all bowing their heads, desperately stifling their laughter. Today, Zhihan's performance was simply atrocious. In the past, she was as steady as a CD during rehearsals. But today, it was like she had just learned how to sing. Finally, Sister Chen couldn't take it anymore. She walked to the edge of the stage and lowered her voice. What's wrong with you today? Huang Qian was silent for 2 seconds, then steeled himself. I've been thinking of changing my vocal style. Sister Chen narrowed her eyes slowly. Do you think I'm an idiot? Huang Qian. The band leader cautiously spoke up. How about we try the new songs first? Sister Chen turned her head. Are the new songs ready? Huang Qian nodded immediately. They're ready. At that moment his tone was more resolute than ever. Finally they were reaching the part he actually knew. 10 minutes later. The stage fell silent once more. All the staff sat up straight. Lately, everyone knew one thing. Zhihan's new songs were phenomenal. And this time, it was even more extreme. She was going to debut 6 songs at once. Backstage, even a few music directors had come over, clearly prepared to listen to the live performance. The lights dimmed slowly. Huang Qian stood at the center of the stage. He took a deep breath. Then, he began to sing softly. Longing is such a mysterious thing. I'm willing. The moment the first line came out, the entire venue fell instantly silent. The band leader's head shot up. Sister Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Unlike the previous songs, this one from the very first note had the essence of a top-tier diva's love ballad. Ethereal, restrained, yet brimming with intense emotion. A few minutes later, the song came to an end. The entire venue was silent for a full 2 seconds. Then, someone backstage cursed out loud. Holy shit. What level is this song? The chorus is insane. Another Let's Sing Gladiator track. And Huang Qian finally breathed a long overdue sigh of relief. At least, this part he knew well. Next, the second song. The third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, one after another. The initial shock on set slowly morphed into sheer numbness, especially during later. When the chorus began, a female makeup artist on site was moved to tears. The entire gymnasium was so quiet that no one dared to speak. After a long while, the band leader slowly took off his headphones. His expression was unbelievably complicated. Sister Zhihan, have you recently been possessed by something? At the Nanchuan Stadium during the rehearsal, the band teacher took off his headphones, still in a daze. Backstage, several music directors fell silent, for the quality of these 6 songs was staggeringly high. It was so extraordinary that it seemed beyond what any normal human could produce in succession. Moreover, the vocal techniques Huang Qian possessed were fully showcased through Zhihan's formidable abilities. Finally, the drummer couldn't help but blurt out, Sister Zhihan, did you secretly take some advanced training? Huang Qian almost lost his composure. Advanced training. He called this being Earth's proxy. Meanwhile, the keyboardist looked utterly bewildered. No, this isn't a matter of training anymore. This is cheating. Everyone nodded frantically in agreement. Especially after the chorus of later, just now some people on site already had reddened eyes. The most absurd part was that these songs were completely different in style. This kind of output, for a normal creator producing even one such song a year, would be considered prolific. But Zhihan 6 at once. Just then the on-site director took a deep breath. Change the running order. We must change it. A nearby staff member was stunned. Howie. The director slammed the table. Extend the new songs. These 6 must be the highlight performances. These songs will absolutely explode live. Backstage erupted into chaos. The lighting team began readjusting. The stage design team reworked the camera shots. Even the head director came over personally. As for Huang Qian, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least with the new songs he was rock solid. However, this relief lasted only 15 minutes. Because next came the rehearsal for the old songs. In his earpiece the band teacher's voice sounded again, Sister Zhihan. Continuing with Night C. Huang Qian. 3 minutes later. Stop. Sister Zhihan, you came in too early. 5 minutes later. Stop, stop, stop. The lyrics in the second verse are wrong. 10 minutes later the director was already covering his face, while the backstage staff were all bowing their heads, desperately stifling their laughter. A bizarre scene had formed for the new songs. It was like a divine presence. For the old songs it was a car crash documentary. Especially with one up-tempo track, Huang Qian even forgot the lyrics midway through. The accompaniment continued. Everyone in the venue looked up at him. Huang Qian was silent for 2 seconds, then braced himself and began la 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 la. The drummer's stick dropped. The keyboardist lowered his head and coughed violently. Backstage, someone burst out laughing on the spot. Sister Chen slowly closed her eyes as if her soul had left her body. The director was utterly dumbfounded. No. Teacher Zhihan. Were you just trying to play cute to get bys? Huang Qian. He didn't want to, but he really didn't know the lyrics. Just then something even more absurd happened. The big screen on stage suddenly began displaying the lyrics. So everyone clearly saw lyrics. Actual singing, la 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 la. Someone backstage finally lost it completely. Ah. The entire rehearsal site instantly erupted in laughter. Even the lighting technician squatted down. Sister Chen's forehead vein throbbed. Quiet. Only then did order barely return. As for Huang Qian, he was already wishing the ground would swallow him whole. He was a proud graduate of vocal performance, and now he was at a major concert rehearsal humming his way through the lyrics. If this got back to Earth, his teacher would probably be furious enough to expel him. Just then, the band teacher carefully spoke up. Sister Zhihan, have you been under a lot of pressure lately? Huang Qian's mind raced, then he said with a straight face, my creative energy has been severely depleted lately. Instantly, everyone wore an expression of I see. Of course, after a genius enters a creative state, the old songs start to feel unfamiliar. Makes sense. Perfect sense. Some even began to imagine, Zhihan has recently entered a musical epiphany phase. So her older works can no longer keep up with her current artistic level. Huang Qian, you entertainment industry people are really good at creating your own logic. Sister Chun took a deep breath. Alright, let's reduce the old songs. Increase the new ones. The final show will focus on the pre-release of the new album. The director was startled. Isn't that too risky? Sister Chun retorted directly. Do you think anyone can refuse these 6 songs right now? The director fell silent. Indeed, those 6 songs just now were so powerful they seemed inhuman. Even someone like him, who didn't know much about music, could feel that this Nanchuan finale might truly be legendary. Just then a backstage assistant rushed in holding a phone. Sister Chun, the trending searches have exploded. Sister Chun frowned. What now? The assistant swallowed hard and handed over the phone. Trending topic number 1, Zhihan suspected of memory loss during rehearsal. There was even a secretly filmed video below. It was the scene of Huang Qian just now. La 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 la, Huang Qian. Seriously, how does any little thing an artist does on this blue star planet become public knowledge? What about privacy? What about confidentiality? But Sister Chun felt a sense of dread. Damn, now the whole country knows. Blue Star, 9 p.m. Backstage at the Nanchuan Arena. The atmosphere was pure chaos. Staff members dashed about, some adjusting equipment, others on their phones, a few crouched in corners frantically scrolling through Weibo. And the trending searches had already exploded. Zhihan suspected of memory loss during rehearsal. Zhihan's massive la 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 incident. Top diva forgets her own song. Zhihan bluffing her way through with cuteness. In the backstage lounge, Huang Qian sat on the sofa, silently covering his face. He finally understood why a top star's blunder spread so absurdly fast. It had only happened 10 minutes ago, and now the entire internet knew. Worst of all, the leaked video was exceptionally clear. In the video, the backing track thundered, the lyrics scrolled wildly on the giant screen, and Zhihan herself was singing la 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 with a surprising amount of emotion. The comment section had completely lost its mind. Ha ha ha, she sings it with such shameless confidence. I'm dying. She even managed to stay on beat. The most insane part is it doesn't even sound bad. Others forget lyrics. Panic. Zhihan forgets lyrics, enters incantation mode. Her mental state is genuinely ahead of the entertainment industry. Huang Qian, let it all burn. Just then the lounge door burst open. Sister Chen stormed in on her high heels. Huang Qian instinctively sat up straight. But to his surprise, she didn't lose her temper. She just took a deep breath and slammed her phone onto the table. Explain yourself. Huang Qian paused for 2 seconds. An impromptu interpretation. Sister Chen slowly closed her eyes. Do you know what they're saying online now? A sense of dread crept up Huang Qian's spine. What? Sister Chen's face was expressionless. Some people suspect you've been possessed. Huang Qian nearly choked on his own saliva. What the hell? Little Tang beside him was barely containing her laughter. It's true. A ton of netizens are analyzing your recent changes, especially the huge contrast in your personality. She held up her phone. The top comment read, the old Zhihan cold goddess, the new Zhihan instant noodle warrior, high priestess of la la la. I genuinely suspect there's a different person in her body. Huang Qian. Buddy, you guessed right. But you guessed a little too right. Just then an even more absurd comment appeared. What if Zhihan was being controlled by her company before? This is her real personality. Now I declare the new her is way cuter. That la 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 segment was adorable. Who else gets it? Huang Qian fell silent completely. Seriously, what kind of logic are these netizens using? Sister Chen sat nearby, her expression growing more and more complicated. This blunder didn't ruin her reputation. It even gained her followers. The most absurd part was that many people who used to find Zhihan too distant now thought she had a sense of being a real person, and a cute one at that. At that thought, Sister Chun began to question her own life. After all these years of entertainment industry marketing, it had ultimately lost to a segment of la 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 la. Just then a voice from the band called out from outside. Sister Zhihan, time for the next rehearsal. Huang Qian's scalp went numb. Again, But the truly terrifying part was that the next song was an incredibly difficult fast-paced track. Huang Qian couldn't even remember the chorus. At that thought he felt like he was suffocating. Sister Chen seemed to sense the problem too. She narrowed her eyes. Tell me honestly, what's going on with you lately? Huang Qian's heart skipped a beat. Crap. Her woman's intuition was kicking in. After a few seconds he steeled himself and said maybe I've been so deep in creative mode that I'm mixing up my old songs. Sister Chen stared at him. She didn't say a word. Sweat began to bead on Huang Qian's back, but the next second she slowly nodded. True. Geniuses tend to do that. Huang Qian. Wait. That actually worked. Sister Chen continued her analysis. Many prolific songwriters when they hit a creative surge develop a sense of detachment from their old work. You just produced 6 songs at once. It's normal to be mentally drained. Huang Qian. You people in the entertainment industry really know how to fill in the gaps. At that moment Little Tang suddenly gasped again. Oh. The air went silent. Sister Chen frowned. What now? Little Tang swallowed hard. Sister Zhihan. That la 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 part of yours has been turned into a meme. In the backstage lounge Huang Qian slowly raised his head. What was that? Xiao Tang was already convulsing with laughter. It's a meme. Someone turned your la 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 part into an electronic remix. Huang Qian's vision went dark. Oh no. The internet was starting to strike. The next second Xiao Tang played the video directly. The familiar accompaniment began. Then Su Zhihan stood center stage, la 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 la. The next moment, the video suddenly hit a beat, dropped, the drums exploded, and the electronic music took off. La la la, la 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 la, la la la. Huang Qian. The entire lounge burst into laughter instantly. Even Sister Chen couldn't help but press her forehead. The video was surprisingly catchy. The most absurd part was that the bullet comments had gone completely wild. Damn, it's so catchy, help, why is this so hype, others forget lyrics, an accident, Su Zhihan forgets lyrics, a new single release, suggest releasing it on music platforms, I've already thought of the title. La Huang Qian quietly closed his eyes. Life had ended quite abruptly, and Xiao Tang was still mercilessly adding fuel to the fire. People have already started making dance covers. And someone made a DJ version. Huang Qian slowly opened his eyes. A DJ version? Yep. Xiao Tang nodded frantically. And tons of people are imitating your expression. As she spoke she even did a live demonstration, looking serious, fully immersed in emotion. Then la 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 la. The backstage erupted in laughter again. Huang Qian had already started cringing internally. The worst part was that he realized he could no longer look at the character La without discomfort. Just then Sister Chen finally took a deep breath. Alright, stop laughing. Let's continue the rehearsal. Huang Qian's face turned pale. Again. But Sister Chen had clearly already made peace with it. Her mindset now was we've already embarrassed ourselves, so what's a little more? So 10 minutes later, on the stage of Nanchuan Stadium, the second full rehearsal began. The backstage staff each wore subtle expressions. What everyone was most looking forward to now wasn't the new song, but what kind of mishap will Su Zhihan have today? In the earpiece the band director's voice came through. Sister Zhihan, this time, well, start with the new song. Huang Qian instantly felt relieved. The new song was good, the new song was safe. However, just as he was singing halfway through, the stage lift suddenly activated. Huang Qian. The next second, he began to slowly descend. Huang Qian was completely stunned. He had no idea there was a lift here. Thus an utterly ridiculous scene unfolded. Su Zhihan, while singing, looked down and said, "What the hell? Why am I going down?" In the earpiece the director was shouting frantically, "Don't look down. The cameras are rolling." The backstage staff were already suffocating from holding back laughter. Even more absurdly, Huang Qian in his panic instinctively crouched down. So the entire scene instantly turned into the disappearing diva. The on-site director. The lighting technician. The band director. Then someone in the backstage finally couldn't hold it in. Puffed. The next second, the entire backstage burst into laughter. Even the camera operator's shoulders were shaking uncontrollably. The director clutched his earpiece, his voice cracking. Sister Zhihan. The lift schedule was sent out yesterday. Huang Qian. Bro, I was memorizing lyrics yesterday. Meanwhile, a secretly filmed video had once again been uploaded to Weibo. The hot search updates were refreshing at an absurd speed. Su Zhihan suddenly disappears from stage. The lift. This woman has never seen the world. Su Zhihan is also a variety show star today. Backstage, Sister Chen had fallen into complete silence. She had come to realize that her artist seemed to be evolving in a strange direction. The most absurd part was that netizens were eating it up and the comment section was in hysterics. Ha ha ha, the way she looked down was so relatable, like a kitten riding an elevator for the first time. Before the icy diva, now a specimen for observing human regression. Why has she been so funny lately? And center stage. After Huang Qian rose back up, he was completely numb. The concert hadn't even started, and he was already turning into a comedian. Blue Star. 1030 p.m. Backstage at Nanchuan Gymnasium. The rehearsal site had gradually sunk into an eerie atmosphere. At first, everyone was tense. After all, this was the final stop of the tour. But now the backstage crew was fiddling with equipment, while frantically scrolling through Weibo. Some were even stifling laughter. Today's Zhihan was simply absurd. First she forgot the lyrics, then came the bizarre la 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 moment, and later she was startled by the lifting stage producing a meme-worthy expression. By now the trending topics had completely exploded. Zhihan victim of the lifting stage. Zhihan, how did I go down? Top diva apparently seeing stage machinery for the first time. Zhihan's mental state continues to lead the entertainment industry. In the lounge, Huang Qian lay slumped on the sofa, his soul practically leaving his body. Beside him Xiao Tang was clutching her phone, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. Zhihan Jia. Netizens are now saying you're like an ordinary person who wandered into the entertainment industry. Huang Qian slowly closed his eyes. And honestly, in a way, it was true. Chen Jia pushed the door open, and everyone immediately sat up straight. Her mental state was clearly at the breaking point. Yet to everyone's surprise, she didn't lose her temper. Instead, she was eerily calm. So calm it was unsettling. She walked to the table, set down an iced Americano, and slowly spoke. I just finished a meeting with the company. Huang Qian felt an ominous premonition rising. The next second Chen Jia said with a deadpan expression, the company's decision is to let it be. Huang Qian, Xiao Tang, the backstage crew. Chen Jia took a deep breath. Because the data is too good. She handed over the tablet. On it was real-time popularity statistics. Of the top 10 Weibo trending topics, Zhihan occupied 5. Short video views had surpassed 100 million. Especially that clip, damn how did I go down. Though the audio hadn't been captured, live netizens had already lip-read and even added subtitles. The view count was absurdly high. What was even more absurd was that her public appeal had skyrocketed. Because the old Zhihan was too much like a work of art. Beautiful, perfect, but lacking a sense of reality. Now she forgot lyrics, got flustered, was scared by the lifting stage. And even went la la la. She suddenly felt more human. Thinking about this, Chen Jia's expression grew complicated. In her decade-plus career, she had never seen anything like this. Other artists making mistakes lose fans. Zhihan making mistakes gain fans. Does that even make sense? Meanwhile, Huang Qian silently breathed a sigh of relief. At least it hadn't collapsed. Just then the director's voice echoed from outside, Teacher Zhihan. Final encore rehearsal. Huang Qian's scalp immediately went numb. The encore. Night Sky. That song meant for a massive sing-along, and the one he was most anxious about. He didn't know this song at all. And it was the finale. At that thought, Huang Qian felt like he was about to be publicly executed. 5 minutes later. Main stage. The lights slowly dimmed. The entire gymnasium fell into darkness, leaving only a single spotlight. In his earpiece, the director's voice came through, Teacher Zhihan. For this song, don't put too much emotion into it. Lean toward a sense of companionship. Huang Qian nodded silently. Even though he had never heard it, at least he could act professional. The next second the intro began. It was very quiet. The piano notes slowly unfolded. Huang Qian looked down at the teleprompter, ready to memorize it by rote. But as soon as the first line came out, he realized, oh no, the key was too high. So the entire venue heard night, sky. His voice cracked. Even the pianist's hand flinched. The backstage crew slowly looked up, their expressions freezing. Huang Qian was utterly stunned. This song was an extremely high female key. The next second in his earpiece, the director's voice trembled, Teacher Zhihan. You. Huang Qian stood center stage, experiencing for the first time what it meant to be in a massive social death scene. But then just at that moment, from the back rows of the gymnasium, a staff member's suppressed laugh burst out. The next second, as if a chain reaction, the entire venue completely lost it. May 17th. Nanjing. 6:40 p.m. 20 minutes until the concert officially begins. And at this moment, the entire area surrounding the Nanjing Stadium has erupted into utter chaos. As far as the eye can see, it's nothing but a sea of people. Glow sticks, fan lights, banners, and various fan merchandise emblazoned with the name Zhihan practically covering the entire street. Even the large screens at nearby shopping malls are looping the tour promotional video. However, the most absurd thing of all is the topic of discussion among the audience. The chatter has gradually veered off course. Dude, one fan says, do you think Shell la 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 again tonight? I bet she will, another replies. And there's a high chance Shell get ambushed by the lift again. Ha! The group of girls nearby has completely lost it, laughing hysterically. I seriously feel like I'm here for a comedy show now, one remarks. Before I grabbed Zhihan concert tickets to listen to her sing. Now I grab them just to see what kind of stunt she'll pull on stage. The air is thick with an atmosphere of pure joy. Meanwhile, the scalper market has completely exploded. Floor tickets originally priced over 3,000 have now doubled, with some even being listed at 18,000. The reason is simple: the entire internet wants to witness in person the live and unscripted Zhihan. After all, the old her was aloof, perfect, like someone who didn't partake in the mortal world. But now netizens have universally accepted that she could mess up on stage at any moment. The most crucial part is that her mess-ups are incredibly entertaining. So, this final Nanxing show has become a viral sensation. 6 of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo are related to the concert. Zhihan's final Nanxing show. Will we hear La 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 tonight? Will Zhihan be ambushed by the lift again? Suggest concerts come with a first aid kit. Netizens guess Zhihan's mishap of the night. And that's not all. Someone even created a betting poll. A, forgetting lyrics. B, going to the wrong lift. C, earpiece malfunction. D, suddenly breaking into stand-up comedy. The comments section is in stitches. However, backstage at the stadium, the atmosphere is the complete opposite. Tense. Extremely tense. Staff members are scurrying around. The makeup artist is frantically touching up, the sound engineer is constantly adjusting the earpieces, and the stage crew is doing final checks on the lighting. Everyone is in full battle mode. Except for one person, Huang Qian. In the dressing room, he sits in front of the mirror looking completely spaced out. He had just spent another 3 hours memorizing lyrics, and now his mind is a complete mess with songs like Night Sky, Coastline, Star Trail, and Evening Breeze, all jumbled together into a chaotic soup. He even suspects that mid-performance he might accidentally sing later in the middle of Night Sky. At this thought, Huang Qian slowly closes his eyes, resigning himself to his fate. Just then the dressing room door bursts open and Xiao Tang rushes in looking incredibly excited. "Sister Zhihan," she exclaims. "It's completely packed out there. People are even standing outside the stadium." Huang Qian lifts his head weakly. "Oh." Xiao Tang is clearly buzzing with excitement. "And right now the whole internet is guessing how you're going to mess up tonight." Huang Qian slowly covers his face with his hand. Don't these netizens have any sense of an idol's image? But then Xiao Tang delivers another blow. "Some people even bought tickets specifically to see you have an accident." Huang Qian, "Thanks a lot." He suddenly doesn't want to go on stage anymore. Just then Sister Chen walks in. Today she's dressed in a black business suit, her expression more serious than ever. Because tonight is truly important, it's the final show of the tour, broadcast live nationwide. Countless media outlets, and even many established singers are watching. It's fair to say that after tonight, Zhihan's status could very well ascend to another level. Of course, that's provided she doesn't pull any more stunts. At that thought, Sister Chen takes a deep breath, then looks at Huang Qian. "Ready?" Huang Qian is silent for a moment, then nods seriously. Pretty much. In reality, he has already entered a state of beyond caring about life or death. After all, over the past few days, he's already embarrassed himself in every way possible. And Sister Chen clearly knows that getting more nervous now is pointless. So she just pats Huang Qian on the shoulder. "Remember," she says, "there's only one thing for tonight." Huang Qian looks up. Sister Chen speaks slowly. "No, la la la." Backstage, Huang Qian sat before the dressing mirror, silently gazing at his own reflection, or rather, at Zhihan. A black performance gown accentuated her collarbone lines. The earpiece was already in place, and the stage lights illuminated her face, making it as beautiful as a scene from a film. Unfortunately, inwardly, she was a bundle of nerves. Just then, from beyond the stage, a thunderous wave of cheers erupted. "Zhihan! Aya!" The entire backstage trembled slightly. Huang Qian lifted her head, experiencing for the first time the true weight of a top-tier concert. It was utterly different from the temporary fill-in earlier. Tonight the house was full, the final show. Tens of thousands of voices chanting one name. The sheer pressure was suffocating. It even made her breath catch. Just then Xiao Tang crept over again, lowering her voice. "Sister Zhihan, do you know what the hottest topic online is right now?" Huang Qian's eyelid twitched. "I don't want to know." Xiao Tang couldn't help blurting out, "How will Zhihan mess up tonight?" Huang Qian closed her eyes slowly. Of course, the netizens had completely lost their minds. But the next second Xiao Tang delivered another blow. The #1 vote in the real-time poll is "Sing Night Sky" as later. Huang Qian. Damn, how did the netizens guess so accurately? And at that moment the backstage director team began the countdown. 3 minutes to curtain. Lights ready. Camera positions confirmed. Final check on the lift. At the word lift, Huang Qian involuntarily flinched. Several backstage staff members nearly burst out laughing. Clearly, the sudden disappearance act from a few days ago had become an industry legend. Even the lighting technician now reflexively glanced at the lift whenever he saw Huang Qian. Meanwhile, Sister Chen stood nearby, her expression complicated. Even now she still felt these past few days were like a dream. Originally, the company's expectation for this final show was stable, flawless, the aloof queen's perfect curtain call. But now the entire internet had turned into, what stunt will Zhihan pull tonight? Absurdly, ticket sales went even crazier. The hype soared higher. Even many passers-by who didn't normally listen to music showed up just for the spectacle. Thinking of this, Sister Chen began to wonder, has the entertainment industry gone completely mad? Just then the voice of the on-site director came through the earpiece. 10-second countdown. Everyone backstage stood at attention. Huang Qian slowly rose to her feet, her heart racing. On the other side of the stage, the massive LED screen had gone dark. The screams of tens of thousands of audience members surged through the venue like a tidal wave. 9, 8, 7. The lights went out, plunging the entire arena into darkness, and the audience's screams exploded instantly. Zhihan, wife. Huang Qian took a deep breath. In her mind, she inexplicably flashed back to the other side. The late-night streets, the electric scooters, and the people at the delivery station. The next second, boom, the stage lights blazed on. The massive lift rose slowly. The screams of the audience pierced through the roof. And Huang Qian stood in the light, gripping the microphone. Before she could utter her first word, someone in the audience had already burst out laughing. Ha, look at the lift. Huang Qian lowered her head, silently glanced at her feet, and only after confirming she hadn't descended did she slowly exhale in relief. The entire audience erupted in laughter. The entire Nanchuan Stadium exploded instantly. Nanchuan Stadium. It absolutely erupted. Everyone saw it. After Zhihan stepped onto the stage, her first reaction wasn't to sing. It was to look down and check the lift stage. The next second, the entire venue burst into laughter. Ha! She's actually scared. Lift stage PTSD, right? God, she's just like me taking the elevator to work. Even the live stream comments were going insane. She definitely just confirmed the ground beneath her. She really has psychological trauma from it. Before Cold Queen. Now a cautious little cat surveying the terrain. Why is she getting cuter lately? At the center of the stage, Huang Qian's ears were filled with laughter. He felt a bit numb, but strangely enough, the original tension he felt had actually dissipated somewhat. The atmosphere now was completely different from what he had imagined. There was no sense of aloof distance. It felt more like a crowd eagerly waiting to see what he would do next. At that thought, Huang Qian also felt a smile creeping up. So, he raised his head, looking at the tens of thousands below. He spoke proactively for the first time. It's not going to suddenly drop again tonight, is it? The next second, the entire venue burst into laughter again. Ha! Even the band members were bowing their heads, laughing uncontrollably. The director's earpiece was filled with static. Backstage, Sister Chen covered her face. It was over. There was no going back to the cold and aloof image now. And Huang Qian, without even realizing it himself, he was now naturally riffing off the crowd's energy. For the old Zhihan, this was simply inconceivable. In the past, she almost never chatted on stage, let alone crack jokes. However, the audience absolutely loved it. The entire atmosphere of the venue came alive instantly. And just then, the music intro finally began. The first song, I'm Willing. The stage lights slowly dimmed. The big screen began to display a night cityscape. The audience gradually fell silent. Huang Qian gripped the microphone, took a deep breath. Then, he began to sing softly. Nostalgia is a very elusive thing, like a shadow following me, as the first line came out. When that ethereal, melancholic, and beautiful voice filled the air, the entire stadium fell silent in an instant. It was completely different from the rehearsals days before. Standing on the real stage now, Huang Qian felt steadier than ever. This was his domain. Singing, the lights, the stage, the audience. At this moment, it felt like he was back on Earth. Back to those days of singing in bars, performing at school events, even the graduation showcase. Even though now, he faced tens of thousands. But once the music started, his Buddhist instinct took over everything. And in the audience, the expressions of the people began to change. They realized, Zhihan seems to be getting serious. Unlike the previous funny trending topics, when she truly sang, she was still overwhelmingly powerful. Especially with a song like I'm Willing. The live emotional impact was simply incredible. As soon as the chorus hit, people in the front row already had reddened eyes. Meanwhile, on the paid real-time streaming platform, the tone of the comments suddenly shifted dramatically. Whoa! How is this live performance this solid? Damn, I've got goosebumps. The moment she opened her mouth, I knew why she's the queen. She was just being funny, and now she's ascending to godhood. Backstage, the band members who were initially worried finally breathed a sigh of relief. We're solid. The director next to them nodded frantically. And her live state is way better than the rehearsal. Sister Chen didn't say anything. She just silently watched the stage. Her gaze was somewhat complex. The Zhihan of late seemed truly different. In the past, she sang like she was completing a piece of work. Precise, perfect, but always missing a bit of emotion. But now, she was like she was telling a story. Especially with a song like I'm Willing. The emotion hit you directly. Lost in thought, Sister Chen suddenly felt a pang of wistfulness. And on stage, the song had reached the chorus. I'm willing for you. I'm willing for you. I'm willing to forget my name for you. The 3 repetitions of I'm willing for you each carried a different tone, a different shift between lightness and depth, reality and illusion. It was like a beautifully unfolding scroll. Even though no one knew the lyrics, yet the gentle rhythm gradually led more and more people to softly hum along. Continuously the sound grew, becoming clearer and clearer. Countless voices slowly merged into one, reverberating throughout the entire stadium. Huang Qian stood in the center of the lights. For a moment he felt a sense of daze. This scene was something he had never even dared to dream of before. Back on Earth, he had studied vocal music, chased gigs, played in cramped bars. At his lowest point, he couldn't even book corporate events. And now, he was standing in the midst of tens of thousands, with everyone's eyes on him. At that thought, Huang Qian suddenly smiled softly. But then the very next second, the stage beneath his feet let out a sudden clunk. Huang Qian. He looked down. The entire audience was instantly jolted out of the melancholic atmosphere. A wave of laughter erupted. Clack. The sound was subtle. Under normal circumstances the audience wouldn't have noticed it at all. But the problem was, right now everyone in the venue was hypersensitive to the words, lift stage. And so the moment Huang Qian lowered her head, the entire venue erupted in laughter. Ha! She's looking at her feet again. Oh my god, she's genuinely traumatized. The lift stage, I didn't do anything. Even the live stream comments were in hysterics. She's got a conditioned reflex, ha ha ha. Zhihan first confirmed the floor is safe. Other people watch the audience at concerts. She watches the construction quality. This woman is such a comedic goldmine now. At the center of the stage, Huang Qian also realized she had been caught red-handed again. She silently raised her head, then said with the utmost seriousness, occupational habit. The entire venue. The next second the audience laughed, even louder. Backstage the director was already pounding the table in laughter. How is she so good at playing along with the jokes today? Beside him the cameraman was shaking with laughter, nearly losing control of the shot. Meanwhile Huang Qian was slowly getting into the groove. She was discovering that the audience wasn't so terrifying after all. In fact, it was quite enjoyable. With that thought she finally let herself relax completely. Before long the next song arrived. As the intro began to play, it was one of Zhihan's original songs. The atmosphere in the venue instantly became much more lively. This was a song most fans knew how to sing. If there was ever a most thrilling moment at a concert, it had to be the full venue sing-along. Especially when the chorus hit, the collective voices nearly tore the roof off. As the song came to an end, the stage lights slowly dimmed, leaving only a single white spotlight. Huang Qian stood in the center, gently closing her eyes. Then she spoke. Today, I heard a rumor. I heard you all bought tickets just to watch me mess up. The atmosphere in the venue momentarily froze. But the silence lasted only a few seconds before a wave of laughter exploded. Since you all want to see me suffer, she continued, to make your tickets worth it, it'll give you exactly that. Next song, Torment. This song wasn't actually part of the original plan, as Huang Qian knew. It was notoriously difficult to sing. However, after the rehearsal footage was leaked, she had temporarily adjusted some of the songs. After a trial run she discovered that Zhihan's vocal range could handle it remarkably well, and so this performance came to be. Of course the audience had no inkling of this. They were just eager to hear a new song. The intro began to play softly, carrying a hint of dark, almost eerie chanting. It was immediately captivating. If I had known you were merely a bird in flight. After the embrace, all that remained in my hands were feathers. Why did I waste back then? So much coffee and so many roses. Just to disturb. The verse had a very deep, resonant tone, pleasant to the ear without being cloying. I want to think in silence. On the scales let love and hate no longer sway. Huang Qian kept her head down, continuing to sing. The atmosphere inside the venue was incredibly quiet. Apart from her voice, almost nothing else could be heard. Everyone had their eyes closed, silently listening to this dream woven from song. As the chorus began, Huang Qian's voice suddenly soared. With every heartbeat love begins its torment, every minute, every second. The fire burns, how wonderful it would be to turn to ash, tell my longing, don't make a sound. Each line ended with a drawn-out, lingering note. It was both beautiful and agonizing to listen to. And at this moment Huang Qian still hadn't looked up. With almost no pause in between, the second verse began. What you can't have, don't beg for. What to do, I don't need others to tell me. At the bottom of the sea, where I've sunk too deep, all I have left is myself to rely on. At this point her tone began to rise gradually. Huang Qian's voice suddenly soared, and she slowly lifted her head. With every heartbeat love begins its torment, every minute, every second. The fire burns, how wonderful it would be to turn to ash, tell my longing, don't make a sound. Although the second chorus had the same lyrics as the first, the listening experience was completely different in depth. The first section felt restrained, suppressed. The second section was an abrupt eruption of all that pent-up emotion, of full catharsis. The powerful mixed resonance of chest and head voice had incredible penetration. Nearly everyone in the audience had their brows tightly furrowed. The scene perfectly matched the theme of torment. To face. The next embrace. Finally, the song ended on an embrace. An eerie silence fell over the venue. Huh. Someone let out a breath. Then a second, a third. The sound of exhalations rippled through the crowd. The hallmark of being fully immersed in torment was that not only did your expression freeze, but your breathing did too. The live stream comments had completely changed their tone. Damn, that high note was insane. I literally forgot to breathe. Is this song even meant for human voices? Seriously, my scalp nearly blew off. Backstage, even the band members couldn't help but marvel. This state she's in is genuinely terrifying. This performance is legendary. Beside them, the director nodded frantically in agreement. Sister Chen watched the stage in silence, then suddenly spoke softly. No. She's finally starting to enjoy the stage. The people around her were momentarily stunned. The old Zhihan, though her singing was steady, always gave off the feeling of just going through the motions. She rarely interacted with fans at her concerts either. But now she smiled. She played along with the audience's jokes. She even got startled by the lift stage. And yet precisely because of these things, the entire stage had come alive. Lost in thought, Sister Chun felt a sense of daze herself. At that moment, the recovering audience's cheers swept across the venue like ocean waves, wild and passionate cries filling the air. Huang Qian stood at the center of the stage, feeling a strange sensation. These songs, they came from Earth. They had once accompanied countless people's youth. And now here they were in another world being performed for tens of thousands of people. The thought almost made her laugh, yet it also stirred a sense of wistfulness. But the very next second, the director's voice crackled through her in-ear monitor. Teacher Zhihan, get ready for the stage move. Huang Qian. The next second, on the left side of the stage, a row of flames suddenly burst out with a loud boom. Huang Qian flinched violently, almost taking a half step back. The entire audience, The live stream comments exploded instantly. She got scared by the fire. Oh my god, is this really the diva? Like a kitten seeing the city for the first time. Stage effects, today's scare quota fulfilled. Are the staff doing this on purpose? And at the center of the stage, Huang Qian stared at the flame device beside her. After 2 seconds of silence, she slowly took a step. At the Nanchuan Gymnasium, the concert was in full swing. Gradually, the audience began to notice something. Tonight's concert was off. More precisely, Zhihan was off. Her state tonight was like she had a split personality. A second ago, she'd be startled by the stage pyrotechnics, taking a half step back. The next, the music would hit, and she'd be absolutely transcendent. This stark contrast fueled the crowd's excitement until someone shouted, "Scare her again." The pyrotechnics technician backstage could only think, what? Seriously, had the audience come for a concert or a variety show? Meanwhile, on stage, Huang Qian was gradually finding his rhythm. The middle songs, originally by Blue Star artists, were still a bit precarious. But at least he wasn't resorting to humming la 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 anymore. One fast-paced song was even pulled off successfully, relying purely on muscle memory and the teleprompter. The director backstage was nearly moved to tears. We're stable. Finally, it's stable. But the very next second, Huang Qian spun, missed the edge of the small stage step, and stumbled violently. The entire audience gasped. Huang Qian was equally shocked. Fortunately, his reflexes were lightning fast. He managed to steady himself, then smoothly flicked his skirt, forcing the stumble to look like a dance move. The whole venue erupted in laughter. The director backstage clutched his head. No way. How does she manage to create a spectacle every few minutes? Huang Qian, however, was getting used to it. He even had to suppress a laugh himself. This audience was getting more excited about his stumbles than his high notes. Just then, the director's voice crackled through his earpiece again. Teacher Zhihan, prepare for the new songs. The massive stage screen began to dim, and many in the audience straightened up, knowing the true highlight was about to begin. The internet had been buzzing with rumors. Zhihan had prepared 6 new songs for this concert, each one incredibly powerful. The stage lights slowly faded, leaving Huang Qian standing in the center, head bowed, gripping the microphone. Then he spoke softly. I have a friend who spent his childhood with his grandmother. He left for college in another city and stayed there after graduating, never returning. Until one day, news of his grandmother's passing arrived. This is for you, Dark Skies. The next moment, the piano began. It was soft, serene. 2 notes danced back and forth like children at play. When I was little, noisy and willful, my grandmother would always sing to soothe me. On summer afternoons, her songs comforted me. The song went like this. Dark skies about to rain. Dark skies so dark. The melody was gentle and flowing. Huang Qian sang the verses softly and naturally. He was like a friend whispering in your ear, telling a story. It wasn't until the Hokkien nursery rhyme Dark Skies began that the tenderness he had evoked moments ago tightened into a poignant, echo wave of melancholy washing over the heart. Everyone was reminded of their own grandmothers. Eyes reddened, and the more emotionally sensitive were already shedding silent tears. As the song continued, it moved gently into the chorus. I fell in love with someone I'd give my all for. I thought this was the world I was seeking. Yet I charged ahead, recklessly misunderstood and deceived. Is it that behind the adult world there is always imperfection? By now many who had been holding back could no longer contain their emotions. The song with its plainest words and tender melody laid bare the sorrows of adulthood. It was both healing and heartbreaking. The vocals began to fade into the outro. Dark skies about to rain. Dark skies so dark. Huang Qian's voice ended on the final nursery rhyme. There were no cheers or shouts. Most eyes were glistening. The song had brought the boisterous crowd back to a profound silence. Yes, the confusion of growing up. The hustle of life, the reflections of time. The adult world is always imperfect. Meanwhile, the live stream comments were exploding, though the online audience's shock was less visceral than the crowd's. Holy, what kind of heavenly song is this? She's absolutely killing it tonight. This song is way too powerful. Did Zhihan secretly get training in another world? Backstage. The hustle of life, the reflections of time. The adult world is always imperfect. Meanwhile, the live stream comments were exploding, though the online audience's shock was less visceral than the crowd's. Holy, what kind of heavenly... They had a life of their own. They were works destined to be remembered. Meanwhile, the audience was slowly recovering, and a wave of applause began building into a thunderous ovation. That was amazing. Sing it again. Huang Qian took a quiet breath. Just as he was about to take a sip of water, the director's voice suddenly came through the earpiece. Don't drink. Huang Qian was confused. The next second, the lift platform began to rise unexpectedly. Huang Qian was stunned. He had just raised his water bottle when he felt himself ascending. Thus an utterly surreal scene unfolded, Zhihan rising into the air, silently holding a bottle of mineral water, a look of bewilderment on her face. The entire venue burst into laughter again. She's been ambushed again. Is the lift platform targeting her tonight? Oh, stop making me laugh. I was just crying, and now I've laughed snot out. Huang Qian was speechless. He just wanted it all to end. At the Nanchuan Gymnasium, Huang Qian stood at the center of the stage, catching his breath as a thin sheen of sweat formed on his forehead. Songs like Dark Sky demanded so much emotional investment that he was completely drawn into the performance, the melody resonating through his ear monitors. Suddenly, the director's voice boomed through his earpiece. Teacher Zhihan, stop spacing out. It's time to change the scene. A bewildered escaped Huang Qian's lips. In the next instant, a dazzling explosion of lights erupted behind him, and backup dancers burst onto the stage. The prelude of an upbeat Blue Star song blared through the speakers. Huang Qian was momentarily thrown off guard. He had just been immersed in melancholy, and now the pounding rhythm of boom 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 demanded his immediate attention. Who designed this transition? He thought, his mind racing to catch up. Yet the audience was utterly unconcerned. The atmosphere was already ablaze with excitement, fluorescent light, sticks waving like a wild ocean wave. Meanwhile, Huang Qian, while desperately trying to keep up with the beat, kept sneaking peeks at the teleprompter, embodying the motto "Sing," while secretly learning. Backstage, the production team finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's stable. No major disasters so far. But in the very next second, the stage camera zoomed in, and there on the massive screen was Huang Qian's furtive glance at the teleprompter. It was captured in perfect clarity. The entire venue erupted in laughter. She's sneaking a look. Help, she looks like she's cheating on an exam. The queen is working hard to learn tonight. The live stream comments spiraled into complete chaos. Her eyes definitely just wondered, she's really memorizing the lyrics. Other people's concerts, effortless charm. Zhihan's concert, a high-stakes exam hall. Backstage, Sister Chun was already numb to it all. She even felt a hint of amusement. As long as Zhihan didn't fall off the stage, it was all within the realm of a normal performance. On stage, after several more Blue Star songs, the energy in the venue was at a fever pitch, the crowd growing more and more frenzied. Especially after the new songs, everyone realized this concert was destined to be legendary. Just then the lights dimmed once more. The entire gymnasium fell into a hush. A pale flesh-tone spotlight from the stage ceiling descended like a wispy cold mist. A soft pink side light flickered on, gently enveloping Huang Qian. The whole venue was bathed in a warm, starry yellow light. The title of a song appeared on the massive screen, Little Luck. The soft strains of a piano began to play, and a ripple of surprise went through the audience. Huang Qian spoke into the mic. It's my fortune to have met you all. He then gave a deep bow. The gentle prelude was brief, but profoundly tender. I hear raindrops falling on the green grass. I hear the distant school bell ringing. But I don't hear your voice earnestly calling my name. The melody was soft and sweet. Turns out you are the fortune I most want to keep. Turns out we were once so close to love. It was your decision to fight the world for me, the rain you accompanied me through. Throughout the song, neither the verses nor the chorus had dramatic shifts, but it was precisely this smooth and soothing melody that now felt like a clear spring cleansing everyone's soul. Nearly all the audience members in the venue swayed gently with the music. The undulating crowd was like a gentle breeze caressing Huang Qian, who was now completely lost in the moment. A smile gradually widened on his lips. This beautiful scene broadcasted on the massive screens seemed to illuminate the entire night. The song began gently and ended just as softly, but the healing warmth it carried made this evening exceptionally special. Exceptionally warm. Meanwhile, the live stream comments were overflowing. Her smile is so beautiful. So beautiful. I love this one so much. I admit I've gone from a passerby to a fan. This song is so gentle. Meeting you is my fortune. Backstage, the band members were utterly astounded. I don't even know what to say, one remarked. The music director nodded slowly in agreement. These songs won't just be a hit, they'll dominate the charts. Meanwhile, a subtle trace of melancholy flickered in Sister Chen's eyes. It seemed she was lost in her own memories. After so many years in the industry, she felt for the first time that she was witnessing an era in the making. Huang Qian took a soft breath and looked out at the audience. All right, let's sing the next one together. The entire crowd screamed in response. They knew the main event was coming. After all, the most viral video online recently was that song Later, especially the fan-filmed version from a concert. Many people had come tonight specifically to hear this one. The lights dimmed slowly. The entire gymnasium fell into a quiet hush, leaving only the gentle sound of the piano. Huang Qian stood at the center of the stage, gazing down at the sea of glowing light sticks momentarily lost. This scene was too dreamlike. Tens of thousands of people waiting in silence for him to begin. Taking a soft breath, his voice slowly rose. Later. Just those two words sent the entire venue into a frenzy. Inside the Nanchuan Stadium, tens of thousands of people. Incredibly, they all fell silent at the same moment. Only the piano remained, its notes flowing gently. And at the center of the stage, Huang Qian stood, head bowed, gripping the microphone. The spotlight bathed him in light, like the only beacon in the darkness. Then, he softly began to sing. Later, I finally learned how to love. The instant his voice rang out, countless audience members felt goosebumps spread across their skin. This was the raw, unfiltered emotion of a live performance. It was overwhelming, especially in Huang Qian's current state. He didn't seem to be singing at all. Rather, he was recounting a story from years long past. Backstage, even the crew members who had been bustling about instinctively halted in their tracks. Meanwhile, the livestream chat experienced its first massive blank. Many viewers suddenly realized they couldn't bear to send a single message. And on stage, Huang Qian slowly raised his head, his voice building with intensity. But you had already drifted away, fading into the crowd. In the front row, some eyes were already turning red. The most devastating aspect of Later was never its melody. It was that everyone could hear their own story within it. And as the chorus truly arrived, Huang Qian gently closed his eyes. He sang the line, "Later, I finally understood," through tears. Almost at that exact moment, throughout the entire stadium, suddenly a wave of voices joined in. At first, it was just the front rows. Then it spread to the middle sections, and to the inner floor, to the stands. Finally, the voices of tens of thousands crashed like ocean waves. Some people, once missed, are gone forever. Boom. In that instant, the entire Nanchuan Stadium seemed to tremble. Backstage, all members of the directing team looked up simultaneously. Some involuntarily broke out in goosebumps. A chorus of 10,000 is something you have to hear live to truly grasp its magnitude, especially when it's Later and at center stage. Huang Qian's eyes held a trace of distant memory. This scene nearly mirrored those iconic concert moments from Earth. A sea of glowing lights, a chorus of 10,000 voices, and that palpable wave of youthful nostalgia. Then, he slowly turned the microphone toward the audience. The next second, the entire venue erupted. Later, I finally learned how to love. Regrettably, you had already drifted far, fading into the crowd. The sound was deafening, so loud it even drowned out the accompaniment. The livestream chat went absolutely wild. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. That 10th Sandperson chorus is insane. Why do I suddenly feel like crying? This song will become a classic of our time. Damn, I'm a dude and my eyes are red. Tonight's concert is going to be legendary. Backstage, a camera operator quietly removed his glasses. His eyes were already glistening. And Sister Chen simply watched the stage in silence, remaining speechless for a long while, because she suddenly realized, after tonight, Zhihan's status was truly going to change forever. Not just in terms of popularity, not merely in terms of traffic, but rather, his standing. These songs were no longer just simple hits. They were works that would genuinely endure. And at the same time, on stage as the song reached its final part, Huang Qian let out a soft breath. Then, he sang the final line. There was a boy who loved that girl. The last note faded gently. The piano fell silent. The air grew still. For a full 3 seconds, no one in the entire venue spoke. The next moment, boom. The entire stadium erupted in a simultaneous explosion of applause and screams. Ah! Zhihan. Encore. Baby, I'm crying. Some even leaped to their feet, frantically waving their glow sticks. The scene was pure pandemonium, and Huang Qian stood in the center of the light, gently catching his breath, sweat on his forehead, his ears filled with the roar of the crowd. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Back on Earth, he had also dreamed of such a stage, yet until his life ended, he had never truly stood on one. And now, in another world, he had actually achieved it. But before he could fully savor the moment, the very next second, the stage beneath his feet suddenly emitted another click sound. Huang Qian. The entire audience, At Nanchuan Stadium, the atmosphere was still immersed in the lingering emotion of later. Screams, applause, and cheers nearly lifted the roof off. Huang Qian stood at the center of the stage, his ears ringing, his breath slightly ragged. The song later had drained almost all his emotions. The impact of the 10th Sandstrong chorus was overwhelming, and even now his heart was still pounding violently. Composing himself, he said with feigned seriousness, "It's finally over, good night, everyone." He raised a hand and waved. "No way. One more song. Yeah, didn't you say there would be 6? That's only 5. Liar. Liar." The chants eventually merged into a single word, liar. Huang Qian had intended to tease them all along. He had thoroughly enjoyed singing tonight. Smiling, he said, all right. For the last song, you get to choose. Do you want to hear my unreleased Unfortunately It's Not You, or a brand new song? New one. People are indeed fickle. Huang Qian shrugged helplessly. Fickle, you're all heartbreakers. The entire venue burst into laughter. They adored this Zhihan tonight. Give me a few minutes to change, and he'll be right back. With that, he turned and walked backstage as the stage lights went completely dark. Minutes later, a single beam of white light shot down. Within the light stood a woman in an elegant, plain, ancient-style dress. She began to speak slowly. This song was inspired by the War of Resistance period and incorporates some special elements. The actor is for you. The clear tones of the guzheng spread first, followed by the graceful sound of the flute, instantly transporting the audience into a misty, war-torn world. As the music played, the woman began to sing along softly. The intro passed in a flash. A twist of the opera, water sleeves rise and fall. Singing of joys and sorrows, of partings and reunions, none of it concerns me. The fan opens and closes, the gongs and drums sound, then fall silent. The emotions in the play, the people outside the play, who is to judge? Her low, warm voice flowed gently, each word steady and restrained, carrying a touch of weathered melancholy, telling the tale of a turbulent world with poignant grace. Though my position is low, I dare not forget my country's woes, even if no one knows me. The audience passes by, the old faces are gone. The performer sings on a heart-wrenching song of farewell. The character love is hard to write, as she sings that it must be blended with blood. The melody then shifted abruptly, the singing voice soaring into a clear, ethereal opera falsetto that pierced the air. Her head voice was full and mellifluous, her enunciation full of charm, and every smile and frown exuded the very essence of the theatrical world. Within her gentle voice lay a hidden, unyielding pride. Though my position is low, I dare not forget my country's woes. They say actors are heartless. The stirring and solemn atmosphere swept over the entire venue. The crowd erupted. Countless hearts trembled, some involuntarily clenched their fists, their eyes glistening with emotion. The audience in the front rows was deeply moved, humming along softly. Those in the back rows raised their phone lights, creating a sea of stars that stretched into the distance, making the stage's artistic conception even more profound. She stood tall and graceful, the opera falsetto flowing with intense sorrow, perfectly portraying the deep-seated patriotism hidden within the heart of a performer. As the song reached its climax, after a moment of stunned silence, applause and cheers erupted like ocean waves. Shouts filled the venue, and everyone was immersed in the song's ancient charm and spirit, their hearts unable to calm for a long time. Then, in her earpiece, the director's voice came through, "Teacher Zhihan, prepare for your exit. 5 minutes until the encore." The stage lights slowly dimmed. Huang Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned and walked off stage. As soon as he returned backstage, the entire staff area erupted. That was amazing. The crowd went absolutely crazy. The trending searches have exploded. Countless staff members swarmed him, excitement written on every face. They all knew after tonight the entertainment industry was about to change forever. But Huang Qian had no energy left to respond. He just waved his hand and walked straight to the lounge. Because next was the final encore, Night Sky, the last song of the entire concert. In the backstage dressing room, the lights were bright. The makeup artist was quickly retouching his makeup. Xiao Tang stood nearby, still buzzing with excitement. "Sister Zhihan, the whole internet is sharing the live videos." Huang Qian nodded weakly. Oh, but the next second he froze. He suddenly remembered something. Night Sky. He still didn't know how to sing it well. Huang Qian's face slowly stiffened. Having just sung new songs, and with the atmosphere so charged, he had completely forgotten about the encore. And Night Sky was of all things Zhihan's most iconic masterpiece, a song for the whole crowd to sing along to. At this thought, a cold sweat began to form on Huang Qian's back. This was bad. Really bad. He sat up straight, desperately trying to recall. But all that came to mind was the actor later torment Dark Sky, but not Night Sky. Huang Qian's scalp began to tingle. The encore was less than 5 minutes away, and Xiao Tang, completely oblivious to the problem, said excitedly, "Sister Zhihan, when Night Sky starts, the whole crowd is definitely going to cry their eyes out." Huang Qian thought, bro might be the one crying first. Just then Sister Chen pushed the door open, a rare smile on her face. "Great job tonight. Just hold it together for the final encore, and we're done." Huang Qian slowly looked up, the corner of his mouth twitching. Hold it together. He couldn't even remember the first line. And at that moment the director's voice came through the earpiece again. "Encore preparation. 3 minutes." The air grew heavy. Sweat began to bead on Huang Qian's forehead. He closed his eyes desperately, trying to recall the melody. But the more he tried, the more jumbled his thoughts became. Countless songs swirled in his mind, clashing together. The melody of Later even started to battle with Night Sky. His ears rang, his breathing grew heavier. And then a familiar wave of dizziness suddenly washed over him. Huang Qian's body swayed violently. The water bottle in his hand hit the floor with a sharp slap. Xiao Tang was stunned. "Sister Zhihan." The air seemed to recede, sounds became muffled, and the lights blurred out of focus. Huang Qian gripped the table, his breathing becoming more and more rapid. This feeling. The next second his vision went black. The entire world vanished. After an unknown amount of time, faint screams reached his ears, along with the anxious voices of the staff. "Sister Zhihan, what's wrong? Call a doctor." The air was hazy, and in front of the mirror those eyes that had been closed suddenly trembled slightly. Then slowly they opened. Zhihan stared blankly at the mirror, her breath catching. In the mirror was herself. The backstage, the familiar concert dressing room. In her ears the voices of countless staff. But the problem was, her last memory was still on Earth, in that cramped rental room, in the aroma of hot Odin from the convenience store. Zhihan slowly looked down at the performance outfit she was wearing, then at the earpiece on the table that belonged to her. Her pupils slowly dilated. The next second, from outside the door, a thunderous wave of cheers erupted. "Zhihan, encore." And in her earpiece, the director's urgent voice came through. "Teacher Zhihan, get ready to go on stage." Earth, May 17th, 8:20 p.m. The old district of Linjiang. Nightfall slowly descends. The white smoke from street-side barbecue stalls drifts into the wind. In front of the convenience store, a pot of Odin bubbles softly, and Zhihan rides her small white electric scooter, gradually coming to a stop at the red light. Beneath her helmet, she lets out a gentle sigh. Around her are the most ordinary sounds of the city, the blare of car horns, the distant thump of square dancing speakers, and the chatter of a young couple queuing at a milk tea shop. In her past life, she had rarely been exposed to such things. Her existence had been almost perpetually encircled by spotlights, recording studios, stages, interviews, hotels, chauffeur-driven vans. Every single day was meticulously scheduled to the brim. Yet now she is beginning to grow accustomed to these ordinary nights. The red light counts down, 15 seconds left. Zhihan glances at her phone. On the delivery rider app, today's orders 46. Income 218. 7 yuan. Though still tiring, it's far better than those first few days. At least now she no longer gets lost following the navigation, no longer spills milk tea into the delivery box, and no longer freezes at an intersection for 3 full minutes out of fear of overtaking. At that thought, Zhihan can't help but laugh softly to herself. If this were her old life, she would never have imagined that she'd be learning how to grab orders, or even studying which routes have fewer red lights. Just then another electric scooter pulls up beside her. Old Huang Zhoukai takes off his helmet, a half-eaten sausage still dangling from his lips. "You're riding pretty hard today." Zhihan nods. Afternoon orders were plentiful. Zhoukai glances at her phone and exclaims, "Holy crap, you're at 46 orders already. Are you trying to work us all to death?" Zhihan. She's gradually getting used to this way of speaking. She can even respond calmly now. "Aren't you at 40-something too?" Zhoukai grins. "That's different. I've been doing this for 2 years. You've only been at it a few days." He says, then gives her another once-over. His expression turns increasingly puzzled. "Seriously, you're starting to look less and less like a newbie. A few days ago you'd get nervous waiting at a red light. Now you even know to switch to the left lane in advance." Zhihan looks down at her handlebars. In truth, she hadn't even realized it herself. She's becoming more and more adapted to this life, even starting to enjoy it. Of course it would be better if she weren't a man. At this thought she lifts her head, gazing at the streetlights flickering on her mind, drifting. Her former self had always believed life was about charging forward, about standing at the highest peak, about being perfect. But now she's discovering for the first time that the lives of ordinary people can shine too. Like the breakfast stall open at 5 a.m. Like the steaming hot malatang on a rainy night. Like the simple words someone says when they receive their delivery, "Thanks, you've worked hard." These things used to be far too distant from her. But now she's slowly sinking into them. At that thought, Zhihan lets out a quiet laugh. Zhou Kai, noticing, teases her, "Whoa. Old Huang, you've been spacing out a lot lately. You're not falling in love, are you?" Zhihan. She silently puts her helmet back on. "Aren't you going to deliver more orders?" Zhou Kai chuckles. Let's go. Just a few more runs, and I'm off the clock." The next second the light turns green. The two scooters merge back into the night. At 9:40 p.m. after delivering her last order, Zhihan stops at the entrance of a residential complex in the old district. She gently takes off her helmet, the evening breeze blowing through her bangs. She checks her phone. Today's total 49 orders. Income 231. 4 yuan. While not exceptionally high, it's her best day since she started. And for some reason she feels a sense of today was quite fulfilling. At this, she sighs softly, sitting on her scooter, quietly observing the night. The food stalls downstairs are still lively. In the distance, people are drinking and playing finger-guessing games. At the convenience store entrance, a child is pestering their mother to buy an ice pop. The wind blows over, carrying the faint scent of barbecue. It's all so ordinary, yet it inexplicably brings a sense of peace. And just then that familiar feeling of dizziness suddenly strikes. Zhihan's body lurches, and the world around her begins to blur. The sounds around her grow distant. The streetlights, the road, the evening breeze, everything fades into a blur. This sensation is one she knows all too well. It was the same during her first soul swap. The next moment, everything goes black. Backstage at Nanchuan Stadium. Before the vanity mirror, those previously vacant eyes suddenly flutter. Then they slowly regain their clarity. Zhihan stares blankly at her reflection. In her ears, she hears the anxious voices of the staff. "Sister Zhihan, what's wrong? Is it low blood sugar? Get some sugar water quick." And from her in-ear monitor, a man's frantic voice. "Teacher Zhihan, you're about to go on stage." But Zhihan slowly lowers her head, looking at the performance outfit she's wearing. She glances at the in-ear monitor on the table. A few seconds later, her pupils dilate, because she realizes she is back. Backstage at the Nanchuan Stadium. Staff members were still rushing back and forth. Encore preparation. Final light check. Bring in the backing track for Night Sky. Voices kept crackling through the in-ear monitors. Yet in front of the makeup mirror, Zhihan still hadn't quite adjusted. Her vision was still slightly blurred. She instinctively reached out to steady herself against the corner of the table. Her breathing was slightly erratic. The sensation of her soul being forcibly ripped away from her body just moments ago still lingered within her. A dull ringing filled her ears. And at that moment, Xiao Tang rushed over in a panic. "Sister Zhihan, here, some sweet water. It's almost time for the encore." Encore. Zhihan was momentarily stunned. Xiao Tang continued, "Night Sky, the whole crowd is waiting for your encore." Zhihan finally snapped back to reality. She took the sweet water, sipped it, and the warmth seemed to restore some of her strength. Meanwhile, all the backstage staff visibly breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, just a moment ago her state had been strange. Her eyes were dazed, even a little lost. But now that feeling had vanished as quickly as it came. She was once again the familiar Zhihan. Quiet, calm, even carrying a sudden sense of distance. Zhihan took a soft breath and then spoke in a low voice. "I'm fine." Her voice fell. Just that one sentence. And her entire aura was different. Xiao Tang was taken aback. She felt as if something had suddenly changed. And just then the director's voice came through the in-ear monitor again. "Teacher Zhan. 30-second countdown to the encore. Prepare for the platform lift." Zhihan nodded gently. She then turned and walked towards the stage, her high heels clicking sharply against the backstage floor. The surrounding staff instinctively cleared a path for her. For some reason, even though she was the same person at this moment, everyone suddenly had a strange feeling. The person from a few seconds ago and the person now were not the same. Outside the stage, tens of thousands of fans were still screaming for an encore. Zhihan. Encore. Glow sticks undulated like ocean waves. The lights in the entire stadium dimmed. A piano melody began to play softly. Night Sky. The screams from the crowd merged into one. It was Zhihan's most iconic song and the grand finale of every concert. The lift platform slowly began to rise. The spotlight fell. Zhihan reappeared in the center of the stage. However, the moment she appeared, many in the audience were visibly stunned, because her aura had changed. If the first half of the show had portrayed her as a funny female star who forgot lyrics, panicked, snuck glances at the teleprompter, and even got startled by the flame effects, now she was back to being the one who was aloof, unreachable, and could command the entire stadium with her mere presence. Zhihan grasped the microphone and began softly. "The night slowly falls." Her voice was incredibly steady. So steady it didn't even sound live. No forgotten lyrics. No stumbling. No sneaking peeks at the teleprompter. And definitely no la la la. Every note was precise, almost flawless. Backstage, the director let out a long sigh of relief. The band teacher next to him nodded in approval. Teacher Sue is truly reliable. But Sister Chin seemed a little lost in thought. She realized she was feeling a bit unaccustomed. Even though this was the normal Su Zhihan she knew from the past. Yet she couldn't figure out why. In her mind, she kept recalling the past few days, Su Zhihan sneaking glances at the lift platform, stealing looks at the teleprompter while singing, and that one line, "It shouldn't go down again tonight, right?" Thinking about it, Sister Chun was startled herself. Meanwhile, the live audience began to sense something was off. The live stream comments started scrolling wildly. Why did she suddenly become so aloof again? Why is there no showmanship in the encore today? Even though she's still phenomenal, I kind of miss her earlier antics. Where's my la 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 queen? Damn, I actually find her previous state more relatable now, and even some audience members were whispering to each other. Do you feel? It's like a different person on stage for the encore. Yeah. The sense of distance is back all of a sudden. She's still incredibly talented. But it's not as fun as the first half. But on the center stage, Su Zhihan was unaware of all this. She simply sang Night Sky quietly. As the lights bathed her, the entire audience sang along. The scene was beautiful, like the ending of a movie. During the chorus, the crowd waved their glow sticks again. The one who watches the night sky with you will never leave. Their voices swept across the entire venue. And with that, the concert finally came to a complete close. Half an hour later, Weibo exploded. The top 10 trending searches. Su Zhihan alone occupied 7 of them. Su Zhihan's Nanchuan concert is legendary. 10,000-person choir. Su Zhihan's new song Qi Ling, earthquake in the entertainment industry tonight. And the most absurd one was trending search number 5. Read, missing the Su Zhihan, who would sing La La La. The comment section was in an up. I used to complain she was too aloof. Now that she's back to normal, I'm not used to it. Give me back the woman who was scared by the lift platform. I still have the image of her sneaking a look down at her feet. Even though the encore was mind-blowing, I still want to see her secretly glancing at the teleprompter. It's true what they say, it's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. May 17th, 1140 p.m. Backstage at Nanchuan Stadium. The concert had ended, yet the backstage area remained a whirlwind of chaos, with crew members darting about, some dismantling equipment, others collecting in-ear monitors. Some were even scrolling through Weibo while hauling gear. Because tonight's concert had already ignited the internet. The hot searches weren't just trending. They were dominating the charts. In the backstage lounge, Xiao Tang clutched her phone, her face glowing with excitement. Sister Zhihan, do you know what netizens are doing right now? On the sofa, Su Zhihan had just removed half her makeup. She lifted her head slightly at the sound. What? Xiao Tang immediately shoved her phone over. Weibo hot searched the whole internet, searches for the La 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 version of Su Zhihan. Su Zhihan. Xiao Tang kept scrolling frantically. The comment section had devolved into utter chaos. The encore was cool as hell, but I still want to see the Su Zhihan who gets scared by the lift. I was a bit disappointed when she suddenly went back to being aloof in the second half. I used to think she was too cold, but now I find the lively version way more appealing. Suggest we randomly pick a Su Zhihan to appear at every concert from now on. Su Zhihan was silent for 2 seconds. Then she frowned slightly. What exactly are they talking about? She had no idea about any of this. From the moment of the soul swap until she returned today, the entire week had been handled by Huang Qian. At that thought, her expression gradually turned peculiar, especially after she watched the La 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 video. The lounge door swung open. Sister Chin walked in, her high heels clicking sharply. However, her current expression was extremely complicated. So complicated it bordered on self-doubt. After a few seconds, Sister Chin spoke slowly. Zhihan, have you been under too much pressure lately? Su Zhihan was taken aback. Why do you ask? Sister Chin paused for 2 seconds, then silently handed over a tablet. On it were the staggering stats from tonight's concert. Live stream viewer count record-breaking. New song popularity poised to dominate the charts. Tour-related hashtags sweeping across all platforms. Fan growth rate had set a new record for female singers in recent years. Su Zhihan frowned slightly. These numbers were almost absurdly good. Sister Chun took a deep breath. That's the problem. Before, the company worked hard to market your cold, aloof persona. And it always worked well. But it's never been like this. She paused, her expression increasingly strange. A nationwide frenzy. Su Zhihan said nothing. Sister Chin continued, before people admired you. It was more about looking up to you. But now, she struggled to find the words. Now it's like, they've fallen in love with your vivacity. Su Zhihan slowly lowered her head. Somehow in her mind, suddenly surfaced the memories from Earthstar. The evening breeze, the electric scooter, the steaming odin at the convenience store entrance, and the boisterous crowd at the rider station. That feeling was completely different from the stage. Yet somehow, it felt so reassuring. Lost in thought, she was jolted back by a sudden gasp from Xiao Tang. Oh. Sister Chin's brow twitched. What now? Xiao Tang swallowed hard. The meme video community. They've already turned La 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 into the song of the year. Zhihan slowly closed her eyes. Just how many absurd things had Huang Qian done in her place this week? At midnight, in the presidential suite of the hotel, after the concert had ended, the entire team finally settled into a brief quiet. The staff gradually dispersed. Sister Chun was still holding a debrief meeting in the adjacent room. And in the lounge, only Zhihan Xiaotang and a table of barely touched midnight snacks remained. Zhihan sat on the sofa, slowly scrolling through the trending searches from tonight's concert. The more she scrolled, the deeper her brow furrowed. She realized her persona over this past week could no longer be described as merely cracking, but rather collapsing. Especially when she tapped on that video Zhihan, it shouldn't go down again tonight, right? A secretly recorded clip. In the video, she stood on the lifting stage, looking down with a cautious expression, then asking seriously, it shouldn't go down again tonight, right? The next second, the entire venue burst into laughter. Zhihan. She slowly closed her eyes. Her temples began to throb. Meanwhile, Xiaotang was still giggling beside her. Sister Zhihan, actually netizens really love you like this. Everyone says you finally seem like a real person. Zhihan quietly looked up. So I wasn't a real person before. Xiaotang was momentarily stumped. Not exactly. Before you were like. She struggled to find the words. Like a fairy. Now you're like a fairy who can be silly. Zhihan was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then she lowered her head and continued scrolling through Weibo. But the more she scrolled, the stranger her expression became. She really had been utterly ridiculous this past week. Forgetting lyrics. La la la. Sneaking glances at the teleprompter. Getting startled by the lifting stage. Even getting unexpectedly hoisted into the air while drinking water. Thinking of all this, the image of Huang Qian automatically began to surface in Zhihan's mind. Just then Xiaotang suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh right, Sister Zhihan. There's something I almost forgot. Zhihan slightly raised her head. What? Xiaotang's expression suddenly turned a bit hesitant. A few days ago. The thing you asked me to look up. She lowered her voice. The gender reassignment hospital. Zhihan. She slowly looked up. What hospital, eh? Xiaotang's voice grew even quieter. You know? The Malito female kind. Boom. Zhihan's mind went completely blank for 2 seconds. Who asked you to look that up? Xiaotang was taken aback. You did. A few days ago you suddenly asked me at the hotel. You said it was for a friend. For the first time a crack appeared in Zhihan's composure. She guessed it almost instantly. Huang Qian. It was definitely Huang Qian. And she didn't even need to think about it. He must have been freaking out from wearing women's clothes. At the thought, even the tips of Zhihan's ears began to burn. Meanwhile, Xiaotang, completely oblivious to the problem, was earnestly pulling out her phone from her bag. I actually did the research. Look, these domestic ones have good reviews. As she spoke, she even started introducing them. This one has quick recovery. This one emphasizes confidentiality. And this doctor is particularly famous. Slap. Zhihan pressed down hard on the phone. Xiaotang looked bewildered. Sister Zhihan. Zhihan took a deep breath, her face flushing slightly. No need to look it up anymore. Xiaotang blinked. Huh, your friend isn't going through with it. Zhihan slowly closed her eyes. She was already starting to imagine just what Huang Qian had been through every single day, stuck in her body, especially thinking about how that man, suddenly becoming a female celebrity, having to wear high heels, putting on makeup, getting styled, even possibly researching how to apply breast pedals. Zhihan pressed her hand to her forehead. She suddenly realized she wasn't angry at all, but actually felt a bit like laughing. Then, thinking about how he might have thoroughly explored every inch of her body, a wave of embarrassment and indignation washed over her. Meanwhile, Xiaotang was still murmuring beside her. But Sister Zhihan, your friend must be in a hurry, right? You asked so seriously that day. Zhihan. Huang Qian. And at that very moment, in the adjacent meeting room, Sister Chun was in a meeting with the company's top executives. On the projection screen were tonight's concert statistics. Buzz, views, follower growth, almost all breaking records. The executives were beaming with excitement. What a massive success. The new album is definitely going to explode. Especially this current personable approach. We must continue. We should arrange more variety show style interactions in the future. Audiences love seeing this kind of authentic state. But Sister Chun, sitting in the corner, suddenly fell into deep thought. In her mind, she inexplicably recalled the Zhihan who had returned to her cool, aloof demeanor during the encore tonight. For some reason, she couldn't help feeling it was that version from the first half of the show, the one who went la la, that was far more captivating. 1 o'clock in the morning. The presidential suite of the hotel. The clamor following the concert had finally subsided. The staff had gradually departed, leaving only the city lights shimmering outside the window. In the living room, Zhihan sat quietly on the sofa, a tablet in her hand. The screen was filled with tonight's trending topics. Zhihan's Nanchuan concert. 10,000-person chorus. Zhihan's new song. The opera Tun Shi Ling. They dominated the charts. But what silenced her the most was another one. Zhihan is getting cuter and cuter. She slowly closed her eyes. In all her years, this was the first time the word cute had ever been associated with her. Beside her, Xiao Tang was thoroughly enjoying the gossip. Sister Zhihan, you're seriously blowing up right now. Tons of netizens are replaying your recent iconic moments. Zhihan frowned slightly. What iconic moments? Xiao Tang immediately handed her phone over. The next second, a secretly recorded video began to play. The footage was from the rehearsal 2 days prior. A technician was adjusting the lift platform. She stood atop it, staring intensely at the ground below, her expression filled with caution. A staff member said, "Teacher Zhihan, it's all set." But the very next second she asked with utmost seriousness, "It won't suddenly drop, will it?" The backstage erupted in laughter. The video's bullet comments exploded with laughter. A barrage of comments flooded the screen. Ha ha ha. What kind of psychological trauma does she have with lifts? The way she seriously asked was hilarious. I used to think she was an icy goddess. Now she's like a kid on their first elevator ride. Zhihan was speechless. She slowly rested her forehead in her hand. Great. The video continued to play. A second clip. In the backstage lounge, a staff member handed her a milk tea. After taking it, she stared at it for a long time. Then she suddenly asked, "Is this high in calories?" The staff member was about to answer, but she waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it. Living is already tiring enough." She then pierced the straw and took a big gulp. The comments were in the same vein. Ha ha. Who taught her to say that? She's becoming more and more like a normal person. So even the diva struggles with milk tea. Zhihan remained silent. She continued watching. A third clip. Backstage waiting for the show, someone remarked, "There are at least 50,000 people here tonight." She suddenly muttered under her breath, 50,000 people. After a 2-second pause, she added, "No way to escape." In the video, the band teacher next to her bent over laughing. Comments, ha ha ha. Help, her way of thinking is getting weirder. Before aloof diva, now concert escapee in training. Zhihan slowly put down the phone. She sank into silence. These were things she would never have said before. And yet the netizens loved it. Xiao Tang was laughing uncontrollably. Sister Zhihan, people online are saying you've suddenly become more relatable. Before they liked you because you seemed untouchable. Now, she struggled to suppress her smile. Now they think you're like a goddess who secretly does silly things. Zhihan leaned back into the sofa and closed her eyes. In her mind, Huang Qian's face surfaced again. She could almost imagine it, that person trying hard to maintain a diva's aura while getting scared by various stage equipment every day. During rehearsals, he was probably just thinking, is this thing safe? The next moment, the corner of Zhihan's mouth lifted slightly. It was faint, but it was undeniably a smile. At the same time, in the adjacent meeting room, the company's top brass were buzzing with excitement. This is a huge success. This sense of authenticity is incredibly appealing. Before, fans worshipped her. Now they both worship and adore her. We must keep this direction. On the projection screen, the trending topics kept refreshing and the numbers kept soaring. But Sister Chun in the corner was quiet. In her own mind, she could no longer separate the Zhihan from these past few days. The one who got nervous, muttered to herself, and secretly cowered, from the eternally perfect diva of the past. She even had to admit that this version seemed more vibrant. Meanwhile on Earth, 1:30 in the morning. In the old city's rented apartment, Huang Qian on the bed suddenly snapped his eyes open. The next second, he looked down at his familiar body. Tears welled up in his eyes instantly. Holy shit. I'm back. He rushed into the bathroom. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he was almost moved to tears. A few seconds later, a heart-wrenching cry echoed through the apartment. Finally back. 2 in the morning. The presidential suite of a hotel. The night outside the window is deep and dark. In the living room, only the glow of a computer screen illuminated the space. Zhihan sat alone on the sofa. On the screen, the full video of last night's concert played. The sound of a piano flowed gently. She had only intended to give it a brief listen. But for some reason, from the very first line, she found herself completely immersed. When I was little, when I was being loud and willful, the feeling was remarkably quiet. So quiet that she could even hear the faint whisper of the air conditioning. Zhihan slowly straightened her posture. This song was different. It wasn't the kind of overwrought, emotionally manipulative ballad that saturated the market. It didn't show off vocal acrobatics. Instead, it possessed a natural sense of storytelling. Especially when the chorus swelled. I fell in love with someone who made me give my all. I thought this was the world I was seeking. At that moment, a subtle shift occurred in Zhihan's eyes. The song's greatest strength wasn't just its catchy melody. It felt like a genuine real-life experience. This was something that could resonate with people, a quality that defined a truly great song. She removed one earbud, took a steadying breath, and put it back in. Then she clicked on the next track. Later, the arrangement was simple. Yet a wave of profound emotion slowly washed over her like water. Especially when the line later, "I finally learned how to love," began to play. Zhihan's fingers froze. In that moment she finally understood why so many people in the concert playback were singing along. Why at that moment the entire stadium had become such a magnificent spectacle. This song. It wasn't sung for just one person. It was a song for everyone who had regrets. And then, "I'm willing torment, a little luck," the actor. One after another. By the end, Zhihan was no longer just sampling tracks. She was completely carried away by the emotions. Especially when the climax of "I'm willing" rang out, "I am willing for you. I am willing for you." She felt a stir of emotion she couldn't deny. Any one of these 6 songs would be enough for most singers to build a career on. Yet here they were all appearing as new songs in a single concert. It was almost inconceivable. A knock came from the door. Sister Chen pushed the door open and walked in. Zhihan, who had been looking down at her tablet, raised her head. Sister Chen paused. It was the first time she had seen such an expression on Zhihan's face. Somewhat dazed and profoundly still. Even a little lost. Sister Chen frowned. "What's wrong?" Zhihan didn't answer. She slowly took off her earbuds, her gaze fixed on the computer screen. After a few seconds she spoke in a low voice, "These songs are truly incredible." Sister Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Only just realizing that now. Zhihan shook her head gently. She paused, her eyes lingering on the file name for later. Sister Chen watched her expression. After a few moments, Sister Chen finally spoke slowly. "So, who actually wrote these songs?" The computer screen was still lit, the melody of "Later" drifting softly through the air. Zhihan leaned back into the sofa, her mind conjuring the image of a man who was always a bit nervous, always afraid of making a mistake, even startled by a rising platform. After a long pause, she finally said softly, "Huang Qian." "Who?" Zhihan turned her gaze to the night outside the window, her voice barely a whisper. Yet for the first time it carried a hint of complexity. "A rather strange person." Earth, May 18th, 1030 a.m. In a rented room in the old city district, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. On the bed, Huang Qian lay sprawled out, lost in a deep, oblivious slumber. Until the next second, a loud gurgle from his stomach protested violently, pulling him into a groggy wakefulness. He then sat up with a jolt. First reaction, he looked down. Good, his chest was flat. Second reaction, he threw off the covers. Also good, everything was still there. Third reaction, he rushed to the bathroom. 30 seconds later, a soulful sigh echoed from within. "Damn. This is great." Huang Qian stared at his familiar reflection in the mirror, almost moved to tears. Especially thinking about that past week: high heels, makeup, earpieces, concerts, breast pads, and that damn hydraulic stage lift. He still had psychological trauma from it. Continuing to brush his teeth, he silently mused, a hard-bristled toothbrush is definitely more comfortable. A man, after all, should live a rugged life. 10 minutes later, clad in shorts, and with his hair a complete mess, he shuffled leisurely into the kitchen and opened the fridge. The next second he froze. The fridge was completely empty. There wasn't even a single sausage left, let alone any cola. Huang Qian was baffled. He looked again carefully to be sure. He remembered clearly that before he transmigrated, the fridge had contained half a bag of frozen dumplings, a pack of noodles, half a carton of eggs, 2 Wang sausages, and 2 bottles of chilled, happiness-inducing soda. But now all of it was gone. Huang Qian slowly closed the fridge, and the cold, beautiful face of Zhihan surfaced in his mind. He automatically pictured her coming home late at night after her delivery shift, squatting in the kitchen to cook noodles. A few seconds later, the corner of his mouth twitched. This woman. She's got quite an appetite. And what was most exasperating was, she hadn't even washed the pot. On the stove there was even a half-eaten jar of Lao Gan Ma chili crisp. Huang Qian was speechless. A bizarre feeling washed over him, like a female celebrity descending to experience real life, and casually eating him out of house and home. Just then his phone vibrated violently. A message popped up in the writer group chat. "Zhou Kai, damn, old Huang, you awake yet? Oldly, the station manager was praising you yesterday. A Chung man, you've been working hard lately." Huang Qian was stunned, scrolling through the chat history. The more he scrolled, the weirder his expression became. This past week, he had been taking delivery orders like crazy every single day. Morning shift, lunch rush, dinner rush. He didn't even rest on rainy days. The most absurd part was in the station group. Huang Qian had even proactively reminded everyone, "Heavy rain today, ride safe everyone. Road construction on the south side of town, don't take the main road. Order volume is gonna explode this afternoon." Huang Qian's pupils dilated slowly. Holy crap. What did Zhihan do with my account? The scariest thing was everyone in the group had a surprisingly high opinion of him. Zhou Kai, old Huang's been like a different person lately. Oldly, he's really serious about his work now at Chung, and he's incredibly fast station manager. Keep it up, you're on track for the monthly top rider award. Huang Qian slowly lowered his head. He opened the Rider Backend app. The next second his mind went blank. Orders completed this week, 287 orders. Huang Qian was stunned, refreshing the page, just to be sure. It was still 287. And his on-time rate was absurdly high. Negative reviews 0. Complaints 0. There were even over a dozen positive reviews from customers. The writer had a great attitude. Brother has a nice voice. Delivered very quickly. 5 stars. This. Huang Qian slowly sat down, falling into deep thought for the first time. He knew better than anyone that this data was not something a normal newcomer could achieve, especially since Zhihan had never delivered food before. Yet, in just 1 week, she had become this formidable. After a few seconds, he looked at the back-end data and couldn't help but mutter, running this many orders. Could this woman have been born with a natural gift for being a delivery rider? And at that moment his phone vibrated again. A private message from Zhou Kai popped up. Zhou Kai, you riding today, or not? Zhou Kai, there's an order surge in the west part of the city. Huang Qian looked down, was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly put his phone away. He then looked at the empty fridge. The next second a mournful roar echoed through the rented room. She drank all my cola. At 11 in the morning in an old rental apartment in the city, Huang Qian sat on a small stool, gnawing on bread, while scrolling through the delivery rider's backend. The more he scrolled, the more unsettled his expression became. Zhihan had been relentlessly taking orders this week. She had started optimizing her routes. In the backend map, many routes were remarked, noting which alleys had fewer red lights, which mall elevators were faster, and which residential complexes had strict security. Huang Qian slowly looked up. Could this woman have some kind of transmigration perk, secretly awakening a talent for the delivery profession? His phone vibrated. The station master sent a voice message. Huang Qian, are you awake yet? The west side of the city is flooded with orders today. Get to the station now. Man, you've been on fire lately. Keep this up and Zhou Kai will be crying from the pressure. Huang Qian listened silently. Then he looked down at himself. Baggy shorts. Flip-flops. Messy hair. He thought about this past week, Zhihan in his body, braving the wind and rain daily, even becoming the station star rider. Huang Qian suddenly felt a surge of emotion. She's a female celebrity. How did she even adapt? And the most absurd part, she not only adapted but even performed quite well. At that thought, the corner of Huang Qian's mouth twitched involuntarily. That woman Zhihan seemed to have a stubborn streak. The more others doubted her, the harder she pushed. The rider group chat was also buzzing with messages. Zhou Kai, damn, no one try to compete with Huang Qian for orders today. Achin can't compete, absolutely can't. Oldly, that kid's been like he's had an epiphany lately. Station master, especially during evening rush hour, he's an absolute beast. Huang Qian. He could even picture Zhihan in his body frantically refreshing the order page with a serious expression. The sheer incongruity was overwhelming. Suddenly Zhou Kai sent a message. Zhou Kai, by the way, you seeing someone lately? Huang Qian. Zhou Kai, you used to look so gloomy all day. Zhou Kai, now you're always smiling. Huang Qian slowly lowered his head. His expression was complicated. Wasn't Zhihan supposed to be an ice queen? Why did it seem like she was taking life so seriously now? Even more seriously than him. After a moment of silence, he stood up, changed his clothes, pulled on his pants, and slipped on his shoes, all in one fluid motion. For some reason, he suddenly felt like going to the station to see what Zhihan had made of his life this week. 20 minutes later, at the delivery station, Huang Qian had just arrived on his scooter when, holy crap, Huang Qian's here. The volume king has arrived. Before Huang Qian had even taken off his helmet, Zhou Kai rushed over with a face full of grievance. You secretly taking performance enhancers. You used to complain about 30 orders a day. Now you're doing over 40. Oldly nodded vigorously from the side. You single-handedly did 16 orders during the evening rush 2 days ago. The station master's smile almost split his face. Huang Qian slowly opened his mouth. Is 16 orders a lot? The next second the entire station went silent for 2 seconds. Then everyone exploded. Holy crap, you're starting to show off. Man, this is the confidence of a pro. What happened to the old Huang Qian? The place erupted in laughter. Just then the station master strolled out with his hands behind his back. Seeing Huang Qian, his smile was impossible to hide. Here. Good. Keep it up. They'll nominate you for top rider next month. Huang Qian. It was the first time in his life he had heard such words from the station master. He wasn't even used to it. At that moment a new rider beside him spoke up quietly, Brother Qian. Any tips for getting so many orders? Everyone looked over. Huang Qian was silent for a moment. He began to picture it, Zhihan waiting at a red light in the rain, studying maps, even squatting by the roadside, eating bread to squeeze in more orders. Huang Qian's mouth twitched. He finally spoke slowly. The secret is, don't treat yourself like a human being. At noon, at the Southern City Rider Station, the sun was brutally intense, nearly melting the asphalt. A group of riders huddled in the shade, eating their lunches, some biting into buns, others slurping noodles, and a few chugging ice-cold cola. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, and takeout. Huang Qian sat on a small stool lost in thought. Even now he still couldn't quite believe that Zhihan had actually thrown herself into a full week of delivery work. And she had pushed herself relentlessly. Beside him Zhou Kai was eating from a boxed lunch while marveling. You've been seriously weird lately. You used to act like you were going to the executioner's block for the lunch rush. Now you're volunteering for overtime. Oldly nodded in agreement. Especially that rainy day? Everyone else was trying to hide from it, but you were running around like a madman. Huang Qian lowered his head. He could already picture it. With her personality, she probably started with the thought, just work hard. But as she ran, her competitive spirit kicked in. Then she just kept pushing harder. At the thought, the corner of Huang Qian's mouth twitched involuntarily. A rider approached his face, full of admiration. Qianji, how do you manage to never be late? Huang Qian was silent for a moment, thinking, you're asking me. I'd like to know too. Zhou Kai jumped in. This guy's got his routes down to an art form. He knows exactly which building and which complex is fastest, which elevator doesn't get stuck. He knows it all. Yesterday one order was about to be late, so he cut through the back alleys and crossed straight through the vegetable market. The others were stunned. No way. You dare to go through that market? Zhou Kai nodded frantically. And the craziest part is he didn't even bump into anyone. Huang Qian was speechless. Just then the station manager strolled out with his hands behind his back. The moment he spotted Huang Qian, his face split into a wide grin. Come, everyone should learn from this. This is what you call a work ethic. The platform has even started to take notice of our station. The corner of Huang Qian's mouth twitched again. Before, the manager used to look at him like he was a piece of worthless trash. Now he was treating him like a prized son. The manager kept going, especially your service attitude. Your customer satisfaction ratings are off the charts. Yesterday a user even called in just to praise you. Huang Qian blinked in confusion. The manager pulled out his phone and began to read. The delivery guy was especially gentle. He had a really nice voice. When he handed me the food, he even reminded me to be careful of the slippery floor in the rain. Zhou Kai spat out his cola in a spray. Oldly coughed violently. Several others laughed so hard they nearly fell off their chairs. Ha 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 ha. Gentle. Huang Qian. Ha ha. Huang Qian's face darkened. He could already picture it, Zhihan in his body saying with a deadpan expression, the road is slippery. Please be careful. The sheer absurdity of that image was off the charts. Zhou Kai was beside himself with laughter. Bro, what the hell happened to you? How did you go from a zombie to a warm-hearted sweetheart? Oldly nodded in vigorous agreement. All the riders rose at once, snapping into combat mode. Grab the orders, grab them. It's blowing up in the west side. Move. Huang Qian instinctively pulled out his phone. As soon as he opened the app, he froze for a moment. All the riders rose at once, snapping into combat mode. Grab the orders, grab them. It's blowing up in the west side. Move. Huang Qian instinctively pulled out his phone. As soon as he opened the app, he froze for a moment. Before, when he saw a surge of orders, his first thought was, what a pain. But now, whether it was because Zhihan had pushed him for a week, his first thought was, how much can I earn from this wave? Huang Qian lowered his head and fell into deep thought. A few seconds later he muttered, damn it. This woman isn't going to infect me too, is she? Blue Star. May 19th. 9 o'clock in the morning. At the headquarters of Xingcai Entertainment, the atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat oppressive, with people seated on both sides of the long table. The publicity department, the operations department, the legal department, even the company's vice president had personally arrived. On the large screen at the front of the conference room hung a row of staggering data. Live concert footage, trending #1. The live edit of Dark Sky. Over 1 million shares across the internet. Crimson Actress. Explosive viewership growth on short video platforms. In fact, because the concert version had become so wildly popular, the entire internet was now urging, when will the album be released? Seated at the very front, Sister Chen gently rubbed her brow. Just half an hour ago she had reported the matter to the company's senior management, including the fact that these songs were not written by Zhihan at all. Finally, someone in the conference room couldn't help but speak up. So what you're saying is, these songs, like Later, they have another creator? Sister Chen nodded. The vice president frowned. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Sister Chen paused for 2 seconds, then slowly spoke. Because at first the other party didn't want their identity made public. Zhihan also respected their wishes. The operations director immediately interjected. But the problem is the public has already assumed these songs are Zhihan's originals. His tone grew somewhat agitated as he continued. And most crucially, the album hasn't even officially been released yet. All the songs only have live concert versions. The buzz is just building right now. At this critical moment, once the original songstress persona solidifies, the album's release will be absolutely explosive. The publicity director next to him quickly agreed. The whole internet is already speculating whether Zhihan has secretly reinvented herself as a singer-songwriter. Media outlets have already started writing feature stories. As he spoke, he slid a tablet across the table. The headline read, "A talent underestimated for years. Zhihan's 6 original songs from her concert crowned legendary." Many in the conference room were visibly excited by this development. They knew full well that in the entertainment industry the label of singer-songwriter carried immense prestige, especially with this level of creative quality. The conference room door swung open. Zhihan walked in. The crisp sound of high heels echoed. Everyone's gaze turned toward her. She was dressed casually today, yet it couldn't diminish her beauty. Her long hair draped over her shoulders. Her expression was cool and composed. The vice president spoke first. "Zhihan's sister, Chun, has already filled you in, right?" Zhihan gave a slight nod. The vice president said in a low voice, "The company's position is, since the public perception is already formed, there's no need to proactively explain. The album hasn't been released yet, and the songwriting credits haven't been officially disclosed. There's still plenty of time to manage this." The publicity director chimed in, "This kind of implicit promotion is common in the industry. No one will really make an issue of it. Once the buzz reaches its peak, we can gradually downplay the question of authorship." Everyone clearly believed this was the most sensible approach. However, after sitting down, Zhihan remained silent, merely looking down at her tablet. On the screen were streams of netizen comments. "Zhihan can actually write songs. This songwriting ability is insane. I only knew she was a great singer before. Now I realize she's a true genius." A few seconds later, she finally spoke softly, "These songs weren't written by me." The vice president immediately frowned. "Zhihan, this isn't a matter of principle. It's business." Zhihan slowly raised her head, her voice still soft, but with no hint of yielding. "I sang them. I stood on that stage. But the lyrics and music aren't mine. So my name shouldn't be on them." No one said a word. Everyone present knew that this was simply who Zhihan was. She could refrain from arguing. She could refrain from fighting. She didn't even care about fame. But she would never take what wasn't rightfully hers. Especially music. That was her proudest domain. The vice president was silent for a long time. Finally, he let out a sigh. "That person. Are they truly willing to be credited publicly?" Zhihan's gaze paused slightly. In her mind surfaced the image of someone who was always a bit nervous, afraid of stage mechanisms, even afraid of the lift platform. Then she gently nodded. We've already communicated about it." She said these words naturally. But in truth, she herself didn't know why she had instinctively made a decision on Huang Qian's behalf. A few seconds later, she slowly took out her phone and opened Weibo. In the conference room, everyone watched her. And Zhihan, looking down, slowly began to type. A few minutes later, the Weibo post was sent. "Regarding the new songs from the recent concert, I'd like to make a serious statement. The lyrics and music for the 6 pieces, Later Dark Sky, Torment, Small Fortune, Crimson Actress, and I Do, were not written by me. Because he previously preferred not to reveal his identity, I hadn't made this public. I have now communicated with him, and when the album is officially released, all songwriting credits will be corrected to Huang Qian. Thank you all for loving these songs. And thank you to him for writing such wonderful works." Blue Star, May 19th, 1007 a.m. Weibo completely exploded. Because no one expected Zhihan would voluntarily reveal at the peak of her popularity those 6 songs. They weren't written by her at all. The comment section on Weibo had gone utterly insane. What the hell? Later wasn't written by Zhihan. Who is Huang Qian? Wait, all 6 songs were written by one person. Is this person a monster? Within just 10 minutes. Who is Huang Qian? Shot straight to the top of the trending list. Behind it hung a bright red explosive. The entire entertainment industry was stunned. This was too absurd. If these were just ordinary songs, people might at most be mildly surprised. But the problem was, that was later. That was Dark Sky. Those were the 6 songs that made the entire Nanchuan performance legendary. And now you're telling everyone all these songs were written by someone named Huang Qian. Netizens had fully entered detective mode. A newbie in the industry. A hidden producer. An alternate account of some big shot. 6 songs, 6 styles. Who the hell is this person? The entertainment industry has never heard this name before. But the strangest thing was, everyone searched for a long time and found nothing. No encyclopedia entry. No interviews. No social media accounts. No discography. Not even registration information with the Music Association. The entire internet suddenly had an extremely bizarre feeling. This person seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Meanwhile, gossip accounts had gone completely wild. Huang Qian might be the pseudonym of a top-tier producer. Insiders say this person may have been working behind the scenes for a long time. Reportedly, multiple companies have begun secretly contacting Huang Qian. The comment sections were in stitches. Keep making stuff up. Next, he'll be writing the Spring Festival Gala theme song. I suspect Huang Qian doesn't exist at all. Is there a possibility this is a person Zhihan made up? But Zhihan doesn't seem like the type to pull PR stunts. At Xingcai Entertainment headquarters, the operations department was in complete chaos. The heat is still rising. Search index has exploded. All media are asking about Huang Qian's identity. The whole internet is digging for info now. The vice president had initially worried that after revealing the lyricist and composer, the buzz would die down. But now they realized the buzz hadn't died down at all. It was even more intense. The scariest thing on the internet is always mystery. A staff member nearby frowned, but the problem is, where exactly is this Huang Qian? It's impossible for a normal person to leave no trace at all, right? In the meeting room, no one answered. It was indeed too clean. So clean it seemed like he wasn't a real person. At that moment someone joked, he wasn't really made up by Zhihan, was he? The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly relaxed. Ha ha ha. That would be too absurd. Making up a songwriter for 6 divine songs. What would be the point? The room buzzed with laughter again. Only Zhihan, sitting by the window, lowered her head gently, and said nothing. Only she knew Huang Qian truly existed. It's just, he wasn't in this world. Meanwhile the trending topics continued to ferment wildly. Blue Star. May 20th. 11 a.m. South City. Yunhai Media Tower. Today the entire entertainment industry was fixated on one interview. Last night, Zhihan's single Weibo post, Blue Star. May 20th. 11 a.m. South City. Yunhai Media Tower. Today the entire entertainment industry was fixated on one interview. Last night, Zhihan's single Weibo post had detonated the entire internet. Now the only question on everyone's mind was who exactly is Huang Qian. In the brightly lit dressing room, Xiao Tang was nervously adjusting her clothes. Beside her a stylist was applying the final touches of makeup. On the sofa Zhihan sat quietly, her gaze fixed on a tablet. The trending searches remained: who is Huang Qian? Zhihan responds to originality questions, lyricist and composer of 6 hit songs exposed. Xiao Tang couldn't help but whisper, Zhihan Jia. The host will definitely ask about Huang Qian today. Zhihan let out a soft Her expression remained calm. But beside her, sister Chun had a visible headache. It's no longer a question of if they'll ask. The whole internet has gone mad. Last night, some were even analyzing whether you're in love. Zhihan's eyes widened in shock. What a... Sister Chun held her forehead. Because netizens noticed you've never publicly endorsed anyone before. Now not only are you clarifying proactively, but you also posted a Weibo to protect the songwriting credits. People are already shipping you too. Xiao Tang burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. This year's netizens have such wild imaginations. Meanwhile, Zhihan on the sofa finally looked up slowly, an uncharacteristically complex expression on her face. Because she couldn't explain it at all. She couldn't exactly tell everyone, oh, he's actually a delivery rider from another world. The thought gave her a headache. 10 minutes later, the interview officially began. The moment the live stream opened, the viewer count exploded. The barrage comments instantly flooded the entire screen. Here we go. Where's Huang Qian? I want to hear the story of the mysterious songwriter. Sister looks stunning today, so who is Huang Qian? Inside the interview hall, the host wore a broad smile. Welcome Zhihan to our show. These past few days your concert has truly taken over the internet. Zhihan nodded gently. Thank you. The host continued with a smile, especially the new songs. The whole internet is talking about them. However, he paused deliberately. The camera zoomed in. What everyone is most curious about now is that mysterious songwriter, Huang Qian. The live stream barrage exploded instantly. Here it is. Finally asked, who is Huang Qian? On screen, Zhihan remained silent for a brief moment. Then she spoke slowly, he's not from the industry. The single sentence stunned everyone instantly. The host was visibly taken aback. Not from the industry. Zhihan nodded gently. He's not involved in music professionally either. The live stream went into a frenzy. Wait, never did music? You're telling me the author of Later isn't a professional musician? Ridiculous. The host himself seemed dazed. He quickly pressed on then. How did you two meet? In that instant the image of that nervous, easily flustered man, always afraid of slipping up, always startled by the lift, unconsciously surfaced in Zhihan's mind. The next moment the corner of her mouth lifted almost imperceptibly. It was subtle, yet the camera captured it perfectly. The live stream erupted. Whoa, she smiled. That smile is suspicious. Damn, I'm starting to believe the romance rumors. Zhihan, get a grip. Before the cameras, Zhihan finally spoke softly, you could say. She paused. Then for the first time she gave a strange answer. We met by accident. The host clearly wanted to probe further. But the next second Zhihan spoke up proactively. However, I hope everyone won't disturb him excessively. He's actually... She paused briefly again, picturing Huang Qian squatting by the roadside, eating a jinbing. Then the corner of her mouth twitched again, her voice softening a touch. Pretty ordinary. The live stream went absolutely ballistic. Ordinary. You're telling me the author of 6 hit songs is ordinary? Sis, do you have a different definition of ordinary? Damn, she sounds more and more like she's defending her man Huang Qian sitting at home, and wife fans come from the sky and off camera. Sister Chin slowly covered her face. She had a terrible premonition the CP fans online were probably about to go completely insane. Blue Star. May 20th. 11:40 in the morning. The interview livestream continued. But the bullet comments in the livestream room had completely spiraled out of control, because netizens suddenly realized Zhihan was not herself today. To be precise, it was when she mentioned Huang Qian. She was not herself. Inside the interview hall, the host clearly sensed the key to skyrocketing viewership. So, he immediately pressed further. So, does teacher Huang Qian know he's famous now? On camera, Zhihan paused silently for a moment. Then, she genuinely took a moment to think. Given Huang Qian's personality, if he knew that he was currently the top trending topic on Blue Star, most likely, he'd be stunned first. Then, what the heck? Thinking of this, the corner of Zhihan's mouth twitched slightly, although the smile was faint. But what is a livestream camera? High-definition close-up. Thus, the bullet comments went absolutely insane. She smiled again. It's over, it's over, it's over. Zhihan, your past interviews were never like this. Before cold indifferent nod. Now automatically smiles when mentioning Huang Qian. And the host was clearly getting excited too. He felt today's interview ratings were going to explode. So he immediately continued. Does he know the whole world is looking for him right now? Zhihan finally shook her head gently. Probably not. The host was taken aback. Why, oi? The next second, Zhihan spoke very calmly. He doesn't usually watch entertainment news. One sentence. The livestream room fell silent for another 2 seconds. Then, it completely erupted. What the heck? Why does she sound so natural saying that? Wait, how does she even know his living habits? Damn, now I'm really suspicious. And the host's eyes lit up. These two definitely had a special relationship. So, he cautiously probed. Sounds like you two are pretty close. Sister Chin sitting offstage felt her heart skip a beat. This question was too dangerous. However, Zhihan on the camera was completely oblivious. At that moment her mind was filled with all the absurd things Huang Qian had done over the past week while borrowing her image. After a few seconds, she finally spoke softly. Not bad. Host. Livestream. This answer sounded too much like an admission. The next second, the bullet comments went completely wild. Not bad. Sis, your past interviews were never like this. When others ask about rumors we're not close. Now not bad. I declare this the biggest progress in entertainment history. Huang Qian evolved from a non-existent person to not bad. And offstage, Little Tang also wore a look of eager gossip. Oh no. Zhihanji is really off today. Sister Chin slowly rubbed her forehead. Zhihan simply couldn't lie. Especially when it came to Huang Qian. The host had fully entered gossip mode. One last question. If Huang Qian were watching this live stream right now, what would you most want to say to him? The entire interview hall fell silent in an instant, as if it too were perking up its ears, holding its breath to listen. The bullet comments in the livestream room were the same as if the speed had been slowed down, with sparse messages trickling in. The camera slowly zoomed in. Zhihan remained silent. She felt like she actually did have something to say. In her mind, was the shabby rental room on Earth Star? Was the late-night street? Was Huang Qian squatting by the roadside eating a pancake? And him sweating from nervousness? Yet still taking the stage for her, gritting his teeth. After a long while, she finally spoke softly. Thank you. The host was stunned. And Zhihan continued. Thank him for the songs he wrote. And also thank. She paused. Her voice suddenly became much softer. Him for not messing things up. The next second, the live stream room burst into laughter. Ha! What the heck does that mean? This sentence carries so much information. What do you mean didn't mess up? Ha ha ha. Huang Qian, are you being polite? And on camera, Zhihan finally couldn't hold it in for the first time. She lowered her head and let out a soft laugh, this smile far clearer than the previous ones. Although the smile was still faint, it was indescribably beautiful. Launching, May 20th, 1:20 p.m. The interview was over. But the internet, it had only just begun. Weibo. The trending searches were in complete chaos. Zhihan interview. Who exactly is Huang Qian? Zhihan not bad. He didn't mess things up. 4 trending topics. All lined up at the top. Meanwhile, netizens had entered full in microscopic mode. Folks, I've analyzed it frame by frame. Zhihan smiled 7 times today. 6 of them were related to Huang Qian. The remaining one was when the host tripped over her words. The comment section was already in hysterics. At the same time, a certain short video creator had already started making Zhihan interview micro-expression analysis. In the video, the creator looked utterly serious. Everyone pay close attention. When the host mentioned Huang Qian, the corner of her mouth naturally rises by 0.5 centimeters. What does this indicate? It means her subconscious relaxes. It means she trusts him. Even. The creator suddenly slammed the table. She has feelings. The next second, the comment section exploded. Teacher, please stop analyzing, I'm scared. Have CP fans evolved to this level already? If you keep analyzing, you'll need an EEG next. Zhihan, I just smiled once. And the most absurd part was, netizens had gone wild with memes. Because of that final line from the interview. Thank you for not messing things up. It was just too vivid. So, the internet began to automatically fill in the blanks. Huang Qian's first song for Zhihan. Zhihan, is he reliable? Huang Qian, no problem. The next day, later, becomes legendary. Huang Qian just wrote it casually. Netizens earthquake in the Chinese music industry. Others write a song 6 months of polishing. Huang Qian writes a song like grabbing groceries on the way home. And just then, Huang Qian, no problem. The next day, later, becomes legendary. Huang Qian just wrote it casually. Netizens earthquake in the Chinese music industry. Others write a song 6 months of polishing. Huang Qian writes a song like grabbing groceries on the way home. And just then, not bad. Zhihan. The whole internet got it. She's spoiling him. Pretty ordinary. Zhihan. Netizens, the author of 6 legendary songs, is ordinary. Other singers thank the producer. Zhihan, thanks for not messing up. Even, people had already started building a persona for Huang Qian. The most mysterious man in entertainment. Never appeared, yet rules the trending searches. The behind-scenes genius who disappeared after writing 6 legendary songs. And at the headquarters of Xingcai Entertainment, the operations department was absolutely losing it. Netizens are too creative, haha. Huang Qian hasn't even shown up. And his persona is already fully imagined. Now the whole internet assumes he's that reclusive genius. The office burst into laughter. Only Sister Chun remained silent. These netizens, in some ways, had hit surprisingly close to the truth. Meanwhile, backstage at the interview, in the lounge, Xiao Tang was scrolling through Weibo, laughing so hard she could barely stand. Zhihan Jia, you have to see this. She handed her phone over. On the screen was a fan-edited picture. In the image, Zhihan stood under the spotlight. Beside her was a blurred black silhouette. The caption read, Zhihan, where's the song? Huang Qian, it's done. Below there was a small line of text. And then he casually changed the Chinese music industry. Xiao Tang couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha ha. They're treating Huang Qian like an urban legend now. But Zhihan, sitting on the sofa, looked down at the picture. Then, she actually let out a faint smile. It really did look like him. The next second, Huang Qian's face flashed through her mind again. That man who was always a bit offbeat, always prone to nerves, and yet, unbelievably talented at writing songs. At that thought, Zhihan finally couldn't help it. She lowered her head, gently pressed her forehead, her shoulders trembling slightly. Xiao Tang was utterly stunned. So Zhihan could actually be made to laugh by someone. And it was the same person. Blue Star, May 24th, 8:45 p.m. Huiqing Stadium. Tonight the venue is ablaze with lights and buzzing with the clamor of the crowd. The annual Huiqing Charity Gala is underway, and the theme of the evening is raising educational funds for children in remote mountainous areas. Backstage staff members are scurrying about, the constant beep of in-ear monitor tests filling the air. Camera 3, get ready. Switch the lights to warm tones. Next group of performers stand by. The backstage area is a flurry of activity, as chaotic as a battlefield. In the dressing room, Zhihan sits quietly before the mirror. Tonight she wears a long black gown, her makeup minimal, yet her aura is strikingly aloof. Xiao Tang crouches beside her, glued to her phone. While scrolling, she exclaims, Zhihan Jia, you're still trending on the hot search. It's been 5 days. Zhihan hums a soft acknowledgement. In recent days, the internet has been thoroughly saturated with the name Huang Qian, especially after that interview concluded. Netizens have even begun compiling Huang Qian's quotes, though they are all products of speculation. At this thought, the corner of Zhihan's mouth twitches slightly. Just yesterday, she stumbled upon a post, Huang Qian, keep a low profile. Zhihan, you're already #1 on the hot search. It had hundreds of thousands of likes. Xiao Tang is still chuckling beside her. The whole internet thinks Huang Qian is some reclusive, indifferent genius. No one knows. She stops mid-sentence, realizing she doesn't truly know what Huang Qian is like either. Zhihan lowers her head, her mind conjuring the image of that man who loves to mutter to himself, nervously rubs his nose when tense, and constantly worries about things going wrong. At this, she speaks softly, he's actually. Xiao Tang immediately leans in him. Zhihan pauses again. She finds herself unable to describe Huang Qian. Call him ordinary. He wrote songs like Later. Call him talented. His face went pale the first time he stepped onto the rising platform. In the end, she simply shakes her head. It's nothing. Just then a staff member's voice comes from outside the door. Ms. Su, there are 2 more acts before yours. Xiao Tang immediately springs to her feet. Got it. After the staff member leaves the dressing room, falls silent again. Zhihan slowly lifts her head, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Tonight her performance piece is Night Sky. It's one of her signature songs. Having seen so many meme videos of herself lately, she now thinks of that herself. nervous and standing under the spotlight, every time she steps onto the stage. At that thought, she lowers her head and lets out a soft laugh. A voice calls from outside the door again, Miss Zhihan, get ready. You're on after the next act. Xiao Tang immediately begins adjusting her in-ear monitors. Sister Chen also walks in. How are you feeling? Su Zhihan nods gently. I'm fine. In the backstage corridor, the host's voice rings out continuously, met with waves of applause from the audience. Then in the next second, Su Zhihan's pupils constrict. Because that intense feeling is back. A faint ringing in her ears begins. Then the world around her starts to sway slightly. Her vision blurs. Su Zhihan's fingers tighten on the armrest of her chair, her breath catching. She knows this sensation all too well. The soul swap. It's happening again. Blue Star. May 24th, 9:03 p.m. Backstage lounge. That familiar dizziness. It came on swift and fierce, ringing in the ears. Weightlessness. Blurred vision. The next second, Huang Qian snapped his eyes open. Then he saw a huge vanity mirror, and in it a face so stunning it seemed unreal. Huang Qian. After a few seconds, he slowly looked down. He saw a black long dress, high heels, and a near monitor. In his own hands, impossibly fair. The next second, a soul-wrenching, despairing roar erupted in the lounge. What the hell? Xiao Tang, who was sorting out the performance schedule nearby, jumped in fright. Sister Zhihan. Huang Qian jerked his head up. He felt like he was falling apart. Because just a second ago, he was squatting in a public restroom on Earth. And now in the next second, he was back here. A staff member hurriedly poked their head in from the doorway. Teacher Su. One more act until it's your turn. Get ready for Night Sky. Huang Qian. The next second his mind went completely blank. Night Sky. He had no idea how to perform it. Last time it was only thanks to Su Zhihan switching back at the last moment. He couldn't even remember the chorus fully. And now they're telling him there's only one act left before he goes on stage. Huang Qian was utterly bewildered. Only one thought remained in his mind, a week apart. Is worse than never meeting again. Xiao Tang finally noticed something was off. Because that familiar sense of panic was back. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. A wildly absurd thought rose in her mind. No way. Meanwhile, Huang Qian had fully entered a state of meltdown. It's over, it's over, it's over. This is a live broadcast. I can't even remember the first line. How does Night Sky go again? Xiao Tang slowly covered her face. Great. That familiar chaos mode was back. Outside the door, the host's voice could be faintly heard. At the venue, thunderous applause erupted. Backstage staff were still running frantically. Next group, get ready. Switch the lights. Camera, follow. Huang Qian's scalp was tingling. This wasn't a concert. This was a charity gala. And it was broadcast nationwide. If he messed up, it would be a live television disaster. The next second, Huang Qian abruptly stood up. Where's Sister Chen? 2 minutes later. In the backstage corridor. Sister Chen had just rushed over when she saw Su Zhihan, crouched by the wall holding her head. She was silent for a moment. Then she took a deep breath. The familiar scene. The familiar breakdown. That night, Su Zhihan had secretly told her about Huang Qian and her situation. Although it seemed utterly bizarre and absurd, there was no other explanation. She was currently the only person who knew Huang Qian's true identity. Seeing Su Zhihan's state now, she didn't need to guess. Sister Chen slowly spoke. Don't tell me. You don't know Night Sky. Huang Qian slowly looked up, his face full of despair. Sis. I can't even remember the verses properly. Sister Chen closed her eyes. Her blood pressure spiked instantly. At that moment, applause erupted from the front stage. The host's voice came through. Thank you, Teacher Li, for that wonderful performance. Next, let's welcome Su Zhihan. Huang Qian nearly died on the spot. Damn, it's my turn, eh? But the next second, he suddenly remembered something. Then he grabbed Sister Chen tightly. Wait, can I change the song? Sister Chen was stunned. Now, eh? Huang Qian nodded frantically. I really can't do Night Sky. But I can sing something else. Sister Chen was about to lose her mind. This is live TV, girl. Do you think this is a KTV request? Huang Qian was sweating profusely. He lowered his voice. I have a new song. Sister Chen. Huang Qian swallowed hard. It fits a charity gala. He remembered the schedule and knew tonight was the charity event. And he paused, his gaze turning serious. It fits tonight better than Night Sky. Sister Chen was taken aback. This guy was usually unreliable, but whenever he talked about music, his eyes changed. Besides, those previous 6 songs had already proven it. This guy was genuinely something else. The backstage director was already urging them urgently. Teacher Su, get ready to go on stage. 40 seconds. Sister Chen gritted her teeth. She turned and charged towards the director's team. Change the act. Hurry. The backstage was in complete chaos. What? Change the song. Now, eh? Where's the backing track? But Huang Qian quickly spoke up. No backing track. Give me a piano. They'll play and sing myself. The director team was dumbfounded. Changing the act at a charity gala at the last minute was utterly absurd. But unfortunately, there was no time to argue now. Besides, Su Zhihan's popularity was off the charts right now. No one dared to stand in her way. The head director gritted his teeth, the song title. Huang Qian took a deep breath and slowly spoke, "A World of Mortals." Blue Star. May 24th, 9 to 7 p.m. At the Huiqing Charity Gala. The audience area was dazzling with lights. Nearly 10,000 people were present. Meanwhile, the live stream's online viewer count had already surpassed 8 million. Because, the next performance. It was Su Zhihan's. Backstage chaos had completely erupted. Hurry, hurry. Where's the piano? Readjust the camera positions. Get the subtitle team ready to change the song title. The director was on the verge of a breakdown. Switching performances at the last minute, especially during a live broadcast, would normally never be approved. But the person requesting the change was Su Zhihan. Her popularity had been skyrocketing lately, and the charity gala leaned towards a warm, heartfelt tone. Finally, the head director gritted his teeth and said, "Let her switch." Meanwhile, in the backstage corridor, Huang Qian was taking deep, frantic breaths. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous, although he had faced many big moments on Earth these past few days. But the thing was, this was live, broadcast nationwide, and he was doing it as Su Zhihan. Huang Qian glanced down at himself. A black evening gown, high heels, a face so delicate it seemed unreal. A few seconds later, he covered his face in anguish. Damn it. Why is it that every time I transmigrate back, I'm always working? Beside him, Xiaotang couldn't help it. Uffed. She nearly burst out laughing. Just then the director rushed over. "Ms. Su, get ready to go on stage." Huang Qian's head shot up. His heart skipped a beat. And the next second the host's voice echoed throughout the entire stadium. "Next up, let's welcome Su Zhihan." Boom. Applause erupted instantly. Screams swept across the venue. The livestream chat exploded in a frenzy. "She's here. Night Sky. Finally. Wifey Zhihan." At the backstage entrance, Huang Qian stood at the edge of the spotlight. Then he swallowed hard. This was it. Time to perform again. The next moment he steeled himself and walked onto the stage. The lights fell on him. The crowd roared. The live camera focused on him instantly. However, the audience soon noticed something was off. There were no backup dancers on stage today, no pre-planned light show. Even the intro to Night Sky hadn't played. Suddenly, all the lights went out. Only a single white spotlight illuminated the center of the stage. There stood just a piano. The audience was visibly taken aback. The chat was confused too. Not Night Sky. A last-minute change. Wo self-accompanied singing. On stage, Huang Qian slowly sat down at the piano. The light fell, illuminating him. The entire stadium quieted down. Honestly, his mind was still a whirlwind. He hadn't even fully accepted that he had transmigrated back again. Yet the moment he sat at the piano, a sense of calm washed over him. He gently lowered his head, his fingers resting on the keys. Then he spoke softly into the microphone. "The song tonight is for everyone working hard to live." The moment those words were spoken backstage, Sister Chun felt a pang of emotion. The tone was completely different from his usual playful demeanor. On stage, Huang Qian let out a soft breath. The next second, the sound of the piano began to play slowly. The melody flowed like time itself, carrying a hint of melancholy and gentle nostalgia. It also held an indescribable warmth of everyday life. Huang Qian started to sing softly. As his voice fell, a collective shiver ran through the audience. Grass will sprout. Children will grow. The train of time stops for no one. Huang Qian mimicked Lei Jia's vocal style, the breathy tone rich with storytelling immediately. Stopped the busy backstage staff in their tracks. The livestream chat went blank for a second. A stunning opening. On stage, Huang Qian bowed his head, playing the piano. His voice wasn't flashy, yet it seemed to sing directly into people's hearts. The platform of fate. Joys and sorrows, partings and reunions are but fleeting moments. The camera slowly panned across the audience. Many people below had fallen silent. Even the restless support lights gradually stopped waving. The entire stadium was filled only with the sound of the piano and the song. Backstage, Sister Chun stared intently at the figure in the center of the stage. She realized that Huang Qian always managed to pull out the most incredible things at the most unbelievable times. Blue Star. May 24th, 9:31 p.m. At the center of the Huiqing Gymnasium stage, there was only a piano and Su Zhihan. To be precise, it was Huang Qian inhabiting Su Zhihan's body. At this moment, the entire venue was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. For we the ordinary, hold up the eaves above, amidst the bustling crowds, are filled with kind souls, the melody echoed softly. There were no vocal acrobatics, yet it inexplicably made one's nose tingle. It transitioned from a gentle whisper to an emotional surge in the chorus, yet the emotion remained restrained. It felt like a story of a family, of a generation's joys and sorrows. The live stream comments noticeably decreased. Everyone realized they couldn't bear to send messages. The camera slowly panned across the audience. In the front row, a little girl from a mountain village school, clutching a donated school bag, stared blankly at the stage. Beside her, a teacher's eyes were red. Backstage, the staff, who had been in disarray, had completely stopped. Some leaned against the wall in a daze, others bowed their heads, quietly listening. Even the director forgot to cue the next camera shot. This song was too unique. Unlike current pop songs, it lacked flashy techniques. Yet it was as if it sang the life of every ordinary person. On stage, Huang Qian's emotions drifted away with his own singing. Many images surfaced in his mind, the campus friends and his parents whom he would never see again. He also recalled the image of Zhihan standing at the center of the stage holding up all the lights alone. At this moment, he felt that life for everyone was indeed quite difficult. The piano melody continued to flow and Huang Qian slowly sang into the chorus. May you cross 1,000 waves and stay by your beloved's side. In the time when mother grows old, listen to her slowly tell tales of youth. In that instant, the entire venue could no longer hold back. In the audience, someone bowed their head to wipe away tears. The live stream comments finally began to scroll frantically. Damn, these lyrics hit too hard. My mom just texted me, why do I suddenly feel homesick? Is this really a song change? Backstage, Sister Chun was at a loss for words. This Huang Qian was terrifying. Not because he could always write good songs, but because his songs always found a way to pierce the heart. On stage, Huang Qian had already reached the final verse. His voice grew softer, yet more steady. For every bit of joy and sorrow, there are just as many ways to live. Life, if it's not this way, it's that way. As the final note faded, the piano's resonance gently dispersed. The entire gymnasium was silent for a full 2 seconds. Then boom, an explosion of applause. The entire audience rose to their feet. Screams, applause, and cheers swept through the venue instantly. In the live stream, it was absolute chaos. Legendary. This song is cheating. Zhihan is on fire tonight. Wait. Did Huang Qian write this one too? On stage, Huang Qian looked at the sea of lights, still feeling a bit dazed. He had just gone on stage purely on a whim. And it seemed the result was pretty good. The next second, a voice trembling with excitement came through his in-ear monitor. Mr. Su, trending. It's exploding. Huang Qian. After a few seconds, he slowly closed his eyes. Only one thought remained in his mind. Damn it. Here we go again. Blue Planet. May 24th. 9:47 p.m. Huiqing Stadium. The applause continued, even persisting for nearly a minute. Many in the audience were still standing. No one sat down. The song A World of Mortals they had just heard carried an overwhelming afterglow. Meanwhile, the live stream had completely exploded. My dad was moved to tears listening next to me. This song's impact is absurdly powerful. Who on earth wrote this? No need to guess, it's definitely Huang Qian again. Huang Qian, what kind of monster are you? Backstage, the staff were in a frenzy. #1 trending. Exploded across all platforms. Live viewership has surpassed 10 million. Video clips are spreading like wildfire. The chief director stood dazed before the monitor, having braced himself for a live broadcast disaster. And yet, Zhihan had switched songs at the last moment. Then, achieved legendary status. The technical director swallowed hard and couldn't help asking, director, this charity gala, are we about to break the all-time viewership record? The chief director was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. We already have. At the same time, on stage, Huang Qian stood stiffly under the spotlight. He realized everyone seemed to be going crazy again. The applause from the audience hadn't stopped. People had even started shouting one more song. Zhihan, A World of Mortals. The air instantly became electric. Huang Qian's scalp prickled. Another one. Then in his earpiece, the director's voice sounded almost giddy with laughter. Miss Su, the audience is incredibly hyped. Just say a few words. Huang Qian. After a few seconds, he slowly picked up the microphone. Gazing at the vast sea of lights before him, his mind went blank. Because he had no idea how to give a celebrity speech. A few seconds later, he finally managed to blurt out, thank you everyone. The whole venue erupted in applause. Huang Qian. He panicked even more. Being a star was truly exhausting. So he steeled himself and continued, and thank you to everyone who donated tonight. To the children in the mountain areas. He paused mid-sentence. His mind went blank. Backstage, Sister Chen covered her face. She knew it all too well. The classic Huang Qian memory lapse. But in the next second, a flash of inspiration hit him. We'll be grateful for your kindness. The applause exploded once more. Sister Chen. She looked up at the ceiling, wondering if this man was just incredibly lucky or possessed some uncanny talent. At the same time, on Weibo, A World of Mortals, Zhihan's new song Huang Qian, 3 trending topics. Dominating the charts again. In the comments, netizens were completely numb. Wait, this guy again. Huang Qian, are you a machine? 6 hit songs just came out a few days ago, and now another. Others write songs over years. Huang Qian writes songs by the hour. Even industry insiders were starting to crack. A well-known composer posted on Weibo after writing songs for 20 years. Today I suddenly feel like an amateur. The comment section was in stitches. Meanwhile, back in the backstage lounge, Huang Qian had just returned. His legs were still weak. Only one thought occupied his mind: it's over. The hype has exploded again. Xiao Tang sidled up to him. Sister Zhihan, you're going to blow up again after tonight. Huang Qian looked utterly defeated. Can we not blow up? The pressure is really getting to me. Xiao Tang suppressed a laugh. Su Zhihan seemed a bit off tonight, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Just then Sister Qin's phone vibrated violently. She glanced down. Then, her pupils contracted slightly. Because the caller ID read Huang Entertainment, one of the biggest entertainment companies in the industry, and they only handled top-tier music projects. Sister Qin slowly looked up at Huang Qian. A thought crossed her mind: this was getting bigger and bigger. Blue Planet, May 24th, 10:08 p.m. Backstage at Huiqing Arena. The charity gala was drawing to a close. Yet backstage was more chaotic than ever. Because A Lifetime in the World had completely exploded. Weibo. On the top 10 trending list, Su Zhihan alone claimed 4 spots. A Lifetime in the World. Su Zhihan's last-minute song change. Huang Qian. Huiqing Charity Gala. And the most terrifying part was that the live performance video of A Lifetime in the World was already dominating short video platforms. Likes. Hundreds of thousands. Millions. Even many influencer headlines had unified: this song holds the life of every Chinese person. Backstage, Sister Chun had just ended a call, but the phone rang again the next second. She glanced down, and her temples immediately began to throb. The caller ID read Huang Entertainment. The staff nearby instinctively looked over. Everyone in the industry knew that Huang Entertainment was true top-tier capital, handling only S-level music projects. They had several top-tier singers under their banner. Ordinary artists weren't even worth their attention. Yet now they were calling proactively. Sister Chun took a deep breath and answered. Hello. The next second, on the other end of the line, a very courteous male voice came through. Ms. Chen, hello. In the music business director at Huang Entertainment. I apologize for reaching out unannounced. I mainly wanted to discuss. He paused, his tone growing more serious. Teacher Huang Qian. Sister Chen's eyelid twitched instantly. Here it comes. It was indeed about Huang Qian. The voice continued. We sincerely hope to meet with Teacher Huang. Copyright collaborations, album production, resource support. All are open for discussion. As for terms, we'd offer the highest standards in the industry. Sister Chun fell silent. Here was the problem: where was she supposed to conjure up a Huang Qian? Meanwhile, in the lounge, Huang Qian was chugging from a bottle of water. He was so nervous on stage earlier that his hands were still trembling. Little Tang crouched nearby, scrolling his phone with excitement. Sister Zhihan, do you know what netizens are saying about A Lifetime in the World? Huang Qian said weakly. What are they saying? Little Tang said with utter seriousness, a national team-level song. And some are saying, this is the most likely song to make it to the Spring Festival Gala this year. Huang Qian nearly spat out his water. Uffed. The Spring Festival Gala. Seriously. Even Little Tang was stunned. How is this not serious? The whole internet is praising it. Huang Qian covered his face, a headache beginning to form. Every time he tried to stay low-key, things ended up blowing up even more. Just then Sister Chen pushed the door open, her expression extremely complicated. Huang Qian suddenly had a bad feeling. What's wrong? Sister Chen paused for 2 seconds, then slowly spoke. Huang Entertainment wants to meet Huang Qian. So you already knew? Huang Qian. This bizarre exchange left Little Tang utterly confused. A few seconds later he slowly looked up, his eyes vacant. Are they out of their minds? Little Tang nearly burst out laughing. Sister Chen rubbed her brow. The problem is the entire entertainment industry now thinks Huang Qian is some reclusive master. Everyone wants to recruit him. Huang Qian was baffled. What reclusive master? His actual job was delivering food. At that thought he fell into contemplation. A few seconds later he slowly spoke. How about you just tell them that Huang Qian has already retired to the mountains? Sister Chun. Little Tang. The next second, Little Tang collapsed onto the table laughing. Ha ha ha. Sister Zhihan, what's gotten into you today? And Huang Qian began to seriously ponder if his identity were exposed, and he ever transmigrated back, would the entertainment industry drag him straight into overtime. Blue Star. May 24th, 10:25 in the evening. Backstage at Huiqing Stadium. Huang Qian sat on the sofa lost in thought. Before him lay Sister Chen's phone. On it a string of missed calls. Huang Qian glanced down and nearly choked. Huang Entertainment. Yanhai Media. Tianwen Music. Xinghe Records. A row of major industry companies, all lined up neatly. Huang Qian slowly covered his face. Damn. Are these people insane? Beside him Xiao Tang was already laughing uncontrollably. Sister Zhihan. Do you know what's happening right now, eh? The entire entertainment industry is looking for Huang Qian. Huang Qian's mind went numb. Because Huang Qian himself was right there. But the problem was he couldn't say it. Just then Sister Chen took another call. Hello. It's not convenient to meet at the moment. Sorry. Okay. She hung up. The next second the phone rang again. Sister Chen took a deep breath, and answered once more. Hello. Teacher Huang has been keeping a low profile lately. He has no plans for public appearances at the moment. Thank you for understanding. Huang Qian's scalp tingled as he listened. He was being packaged as a reclusive master. In reality, just a few days ago, he had been fined 8 yuan on Earthstar for a late delivery. This sense of dissonance filled Huang Qian with an utterly absurd feeling. Just then Xiao Tang suddenly gasped, "Wow." Huang Qian shuddered. What now? Xiao Tang handed him her phone, her face full of shock. Netizens have already started making up a life story for Huang Qian. Huang Qian looked down. A trending post on Weibo. Title, 10 guesses about Huang Qian's identity. The top comment read, I suspect Huang Qian has been through heartbreak, then retired behind the scenes. These songs are all his story. Huang Qian. Second comment, Huang Qian is probably not young, because a song like The Human World a young person simply couldn't write it. Huang Qian. The third was even more absurd. Is it possible that Huang Qian is actually a secret alt account of some retired music king? Huang Qian slowly put the phone down. The light in his eyes had faded. After a few seconds he spoke softly. Their imagination really is something. Xiao Tang was nearly in hysterics. Netizens have already decided, she said, struggling to contain her laughter, that Huang Qian is the kind of reclusive music master who lives in the mountains, sees through life, and is indifferent to fame. Huang Qian. The next second, he looked down at the high heels on his own feet. Then he thought of that second-hand electric scooter on Earthstar. He felt like the world had finally gone mad. Meanwhile, Sister Chen's phone rang again. She answered, and a moment later her expression shifted slightly. What? After a few seconds, she slowly looked up at Huang Qian. CCTV is asking about the rights to The Human World. He shot up from his seat. CCTV. Xiao Tang was stunned too. No way. Sister Chen nodded slowly. They think this song is very suitable for a public welfare theme. And, she paused, her expression complex. It has potential for the Spring Festival Gala. Huang Qian slowly opened his mouth, unable to speak for a long time. At that moment, only one image filled his mind: himself in a delivery uniform waiting for an order at a traffic light. And on the other side, the Spring Festival Gala was looking for him. This absurdity finally broke Huang Qian completely. The next second he clutched his head and slowly squatted down. Earth, May 24th, 9:46 p.m. Old Town District. A public restroom. The next second a familiar wave of dizziness violently assaults her senses. Tinnitus. Weightlessness. The world spins. Then, Zhihan snaps her eyes open. Her gaze lands on a light gray partition plastered with garish advertisements. Examples include beautiful young wife seeking a child, contact XXXXXX. Ancient remedy for male and female ailments, contact XXXXX. Lonely housewife online chat, contact XXXXX. The air is thick with an indescribable complex stench. Zhihan's mind is still reeling. She realizes she is in a crouching position. She stands up almost instinctively. Then, plop. Something seems to have fallen onto her pants. Zhihan slowly looks down. As her thoughts begin to clear, her pupils dilate in shock. Because what she sees is something truly horrifying. The air freezes solid. To make matters worse, she finds her legs have fallen asleep from squatting. She involuntarily lurches towards the partition on her right. It easily supports her weight, but the movement causes a sensation of something dripping from her rear. Zhihan. And even more terrifyingly, as her gaze travels downwards, she sees a patch of filth on the floor. Time seems to stand still. A few seconds later, a scream of utter despair warped beyond recognition erupts within the stall. H. The man in the next stall jumps in fright. Bloody hell, buddy, you okay? Silence falls again. Meanwhile, Zhihan feels herself completely falling apart. She looks down at her pants, then at the toilet pit. Her mind goes blank. The realization dawns on her, she had just been using the toilet. And not just that, she had diarrhea. And she hadn't wiped yet. The next second her face flushes alternately pale and red. Finally she begins to tremble uncontrollably. In all her 20-odd years, she had never experienced anything like this. She is Zhihan, the top female singer, the aloof goddess. And now, here she is squatting in a public restroom, and has soiled her pants. At this moment she feels like she'd rather be dead. The man next door starts knocking on the partition. Buddy, you alright? Zhihan's lips tremble. She tries to speak. But then she remembers she's in the men's restroom and nearly dies on the spot again. After a few seconds, she summons every ounce of her willpower and whispers, I'm fine. Her voice shakes from the sheer devastation. The man next door is suddenly filled with respect. Dude, your stomach's in a bad way, huh? You were going puff non-stop earlier. Zhihan. She closes her eyes slowly, her fists clenching. Just then, the phone in her pocket suddenly vibrates. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Zhihan mechanically pulls it out. The screen lights up. The contact name reads Station Master. With trembling hands she answers. The next second a familiar loud voice blares from the earpiece. Huang Qian. Did you fall into the toilet? This order is about to be late. Zhihan. She opens her phone and sees that there is indeed an undelivered order. She fumbles for some tissue, cleans up hastily, and rushes out. But misfortunes never come alone. Of course, there is a puddle right outside the restroom door. The moment she steps out, she lands squarely in it. Zhihan has no idea how she managed to get home. That night, the toilet in apartment 602 flushes for a very, very long time. May 25th, 1012 a.m. The weather was clear, but Zhihan's mood was anything but. She hadn't even clocked in at the station that morning. In her rented room, she sat on the edge of the bed, her face a mask of emptiness. In her hand, she held a bottle of bruise spray. Last night had been a series of mishaps, and to top it off, she had slipped down the stairs on her way home. She hadn't fallen hard, but her backside was still throbbing with pain. Zhihan closed her eyes slowly. At that moment, only one thought echoed in her mind. Why is it that every time I come here, I end up in such a miserable state? And each time it got worse. The first time it was the hospital. The second time it was the restroom. Couldn't Huang Qian ever be found in a more normal place? But little did she know, from Huang Qian's perspective, things weren't much better. She didn't want to recall it. Just then her phone buzzed. Courier group, chat, old Lu, lots of orders today. Achong, the sun is brutal, another day of baking. Station master, where's Huang Qian? Zhihan looked down at the messages, silent for a few seconds. Finally, she stood up quietly, changed her clothes, put on her helmet, walked out the door. Although she loved the vibrant, bustling life on Earth, especially for someone who had never had to worry about survival, this identity and job felt more like an immersive experience. But the frustrating part was, if she skipped a day of this work, she might genuinely starve. 20 minutes later, at the courier station. Huang Qian is here. A few riders greeted her. Zhihan nodded. After the past few days of adjustment, she no longer felt as awkward as she initially had. She could even buckle her helmet with some proficiency now. Old Lu walked over with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. How many orders did you do yesterday? Zhihan picked up her phone to check. 38. Just then the station master walked over and gave her a look. Huang Qian. Continue with the western part of the city today. Good work yesterday. Zhihan nodded. At 1140 a.m. The sun was getting fiercer, threatening to melt the asphalt. Zhihan rode her a bike, her back soaked in sweat. Today she seemed cursed with terrible luck. For the first order, the bubble tea's seal burst. For the second, the restaurant was 10 minutes late. For the third, just as she was about to start navigation, her phone screen went black. Zhihan pressed the power button. Nothing. She pressed again. Still nothing. A few seconds later, it dawned on her. Her phone was dead. She had completely forgotten to charge it last night. Zhihan slowly lifted her head and looked at the sky. In that moment, she felt like she might cry. Can things get any worse? And just then, a fruit vendor auntie next to her suddenly called out, "Young man, your phone fell on the ground." Zhihan looked down and realized the phone had indeed fallen. A corner of the already cracked screen had broken off. She was silent for a moment, then slowly crouched down to pick it up. The action seemed oddly world-weary. The auntie chuckled. "Don't look so glum, young man. That's life for you." Zhihan was taken aback. She didn't speak, just nodded quietly and took out a power bank from her pocket to plug it in. At 1:00 p.m., she finally finished a delivery. But just as she reached the entrance of the residential complex, her bike ran out of battery. Zhihan. She slowly lowered her head. Staring at the completely dark dashboard, she was silent for a full 5 seconds. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore and muttered under her breath, "Huang Qian, you're a jinx." Just then a security guard poked his head out. "What's wrong?" Zhihan replied numbly, "Out of battery." The guard said calmly, "Then push it." So under the scorching sun, Zhihan began to push her bike. Sweat dripped from her chin, and the heat made her dizzy. She had never felt this exhausted, even during her concert tours. Halfway through pushing, a little girl ran towards her holding an ice pop. Seeing Zhihan drenched in sweat, she stopped. "Uncle." Zhihan looked down. The girl blinked and asked, "Are you very tired?" The next second, the girl pulled a bottle of ice-cold water from her bag and handed it over. "My mom said, delivery uncles work very hard. This is for you." Zhihan was stunned. She looked at the bottle of cold water. For several seconds, she was speechless. Finally, she gently took it and whispered, "Thank you." The little girl ran off happily. Zhihan stood there, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. The cold liquid slid down her throat. At that moment, she suddenly felt that all the bad luck from today didn't seem so annoying anymore. But the next second, her phone rang with a notification, "You have a new complaint order." Zhihan looked down. She slowly closed her eyes and took a deep breath. This was her first official complaint. A few seconds later, a voice filled with gritted teeth echoed on the street. "Huang Qian." Blue Star. May 25th, 9:40 a.m. Cloud City. The studio of Times Women Fashion Magazine. Today was the day for Zhihan's cover shoot. The studio was a hive of activity, staff bustling back and forth, adjusting the fill lights, fine-tuning the lens. A makeup artist scurried by with a powder puff. The air was thick with the scent of perfume and coffee. Meanwhile, seated before the vanity mirror, Huang Qian's face was a mask of utter despair. He had just sneezed over a dozen times in a row. Achoo. The makeup artist's hand twitched, nearly smudging the eyeliner. Miss Zhihan. Hold still, hold still. Huang Qian quickly covered his face. Sorry. Then the very next second, achoo. The makeup artist was speechless. Beside them, Xiao Tang was on the verge of hysterics. Zhihanji, she said, what's going on with you today? Huang Qian rubbed his nose, looking utterly bewildered. I have no idea. Achoo. Xiao Tang silently took a step back. You're not catching a cold, are you? Huang Qian immediately shook his head. Impossible. I'm in perfect health. No sooner had he spoken than another one came. Achoo. Even the photography assistant jumped in surprise. Whoa, the assistant muttered. That's one hell of a sneeze. Huang Qian himself was baffled. He didn't feel unwell at all. No fever, no headache. He was just sneezing inexplicably, and it was getting worse. 10 minutes later, they began shooting the first look. Today's Times Women theme was a cool urban aesthetic. A black suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and slightly wavy long hair. Combined with Su Zhihan's striking face, people in the studio were already quietly gasping in awe. Absolutely stunning. That face is just unreal. No wonder she's so famous. But in front of the camera, Huang Qian was already feeling numb. Because being a star was utterly exhausting. Posing, controlling your gaze. Finding the camera lens. He finally understood why Su Zhihan was always so aloof. After shooting for a while, you really don't have the energy to talk. The photographer held up the camera, constantly calling out, great. Give me a colder look. Yes. Chin up a bit. But then the next second, achoo. The photographer's hand jerked, nearly hitting the shutter button. A few seconds later, he slowly lowered the camera. Miss Su, your vibe today. It's got a certain down-to-earth charm. Xiao Tang burst out laughing. Huang Qian. He was starting to question his very existence. He had a feeling someone was talking smack about him behind his back. On the other side. The makeup artist rushed over to fix his makeup. Don't rub your nose. You're smudging it. Huang Qian's face was a picture of agony. But my nose itches. No sooner had he said it than, achoo. Pop. A false eyelash went flying. The entire room was speechless. The next second, the whole studio erupted in laughter. Even the photographer couldn't hold it in. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Tang was crouched on the floor. Zhihanji, what is wrong with you today? And Huang Qian was starting to wonder, could something be wrong back on Dixing? This feeling was too eerie. At noon, the shoot paused for a break. Huang Qian finally had a moment to rest. Had just picked up his coffee when, achoo. The coffee spilled all over his pants. Huang Qian looked down at the coffee stain on his crotch, sinking into a profound silence. The staff around him were losing it. Ha 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 ha. Miss Su is having some serious bad luck today. Did she forget to check the almanac? Huang Qian's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, could that woman Su Zhihan be cursing me? What was I doing before I transmigrated anyway? Earthstar. May 25th. 1120 p.m. Rental apartment. The fan creaked as it spun. The air still carried the lingering heat of the day. Su Zhihan had just finished showering. Her hair was still a little damp. She curled up on the bed, scrolling through short videos on her phone. Today she had completed 41 delivery orders. Earned 187 yuan. But the sun had been so fierce that Huang Qian's skin tone had darkened another shade compared to when she first arrived. Just then a video popped up on her feed. Title. Ran 53 orders today, earned 212. In the video, a sweaty delivery rider squatted by the roadside, eating a boxed lunch. His electric scooter was parked nearby. The video had no technical flair, it was even a bit shaky. Yet it had garnered over 100,000 likes. Su Zhihan paused, then kept scrolling. Second video. After 3 months of food delivery, I finally bought a car. Third. Delivering food by day, making videos by night, earning 200 a month. Fourth. Recording a delivery rider's real day. Su Zhihan's brow slowly furrowed. Now many delivery riders were starting to make videos. And the comment sections were buzzing with high engagement. Many people had never actually delivered food, so they were naturally curious about this content. She clicked into the comment section. So delivery riders really work this hard. 50 orders a day. This job is literally trading life for money. Stay safe, bro. The video probably earns more than the deliveries, right? Su Zhihan paused at the last comment. Then she clicked into several riders' profiles. And she discovered some people's video income had already surpassed their delivery earnings. Su Zhihan slowly sat up straight, pondering this for the first time. Because she was actually quite skilled with the camera. Moreover, she knew exactly what shots looked good, what angles felt comfortable, what pacing kept people watching. These things were almost second nature to her. She looked down at her phone with a cracked screen. After a moment of silence, a thought suddenly struck her. Could I make videos too? The next second, she was startled herself. The idea actually made her heart stir. The next day, 9:00 a.m. Phone repair shop in the old city. Replacing the outer screen, 100 yuan. The shop owner's cigarette dangling from his lips didn't even look up. Zhihan stared at her phone, feeling a pang of reluctance. After all, this 100 yuan was nearly half a day's delivery earnings. The owner added, "Want to replace it or not?" Zhihan hesitated for 2 seconds, then gritted her teeth. "Replace it." 20 minutes later, the phone lit up again, the screen finally free of cracks. Zhihan stared at it for a long while, feeling an inexplicable sense of upgrading from a slingshot to a cannon. The owner chuckled, "You young people nowadays treat your phone like it's more important than your life." Zhihan thought for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, that's true. After all, she relied on it for both work and entertainment. Even later, for making videos, she might have to depend on it. 10:00 a.m. Zhihan officially started work. Riding her electric scooter, she noticed that her view of the roadside had changed. Before, she was just rushing through. Now she instinctively observed the rising steam from breakfast stalls, the old man repairing a bicycle by the roadside, delivery riders waiting at red lights with vacant expressions, a cat basking in the sun in an alley. Even she discovered for the first time that the city held so many tiny, delicate details. At noon, during a break between orders, Zhihan finally gathered the courage to open the camera function. In the frame was a small, humble fried rice shop. The shop was shabby, the owner sweating profusely as he tirelessly tossed the wok. Zhihan held up her phone, feeling a bit awkward. She used to face professional cameras, high-end lenses, directors, and lighting. And now, she was pointing a phone at street-side fried rice. The contrast stirred an inexplicable excitement. Just then, the owner suddenly looked up. "Hey, what are you filming, bro?" Zhihan almost reflexively said, "Documenting life." But the words reached her lips and felt too artsy. Finally, she blurted out, "Just messing around." The owner laughed. "Then make me look handsome." Zhihan couldn't help but smile softly. "Sure." And this moment happened to be captured in the footage. Sunlight heat, the sizzle of the wok, and the owner's words, "Make me look handsome." For some reason, Zhihan suddenly felt this was actually quite interesting. 9:00 p.m. Rental apartment. Zhihan sat on the bed editing her first video seriously. It was just a phone app, but she quickly got the hang of it. She had always had a strong sense of rhythm. Half an hour later, her first video was finally complete. The content was simple, no cliché inspirational quotes. Scenes of the old city streets, delivery riders waiting by the roadside, the street-side fried rice stall, the evening lights. It ended with a single line. "Ran 39 orders today." Zhihan stared at the publish button for a long time. This was the first time she was expressing something to others, not as Zhihan. No stage, no lights, no fans. Just a phone. And an utterly ordinary day. After a few seconds, she gently pressed publish. Earth. Late May. The old district. In recent days, Zhihan's life had settled into a routine. She left in the morning, returned at night, delivered food by day, filmed videos in her spare time, and edited them deep into the night before sleeping. The next day, the cycle repeated. On May 27th, at noon, the sun was brutally intense. Zhihan parked her electric bike under the shade of a tree to wait for an order. She opened her short video app. The first video had 37 likes. There were 4 comments. She stared at that 37 for a long while. It wasn't much, but oddly enough, it felt strangely fresh. She tapped into the comment section. "Nice cinematography. Where is that fried rice place?" "Bro, your voice is pretty nice. Delivery, bro. Keep going." Zhihan was slightly taken aback. Especially that last comment. She stared at "Delivery, bro. Keep going" for 2 seconds before quietly closing the app. Just then, a shop owner called out, "Order 17 is ready." Zhihan immediately stood up, grabbed the food, and left. Her movements were already becoming proficient. On May 28th, at 9 p.m., the old district's night market was filled with the aroma of barbecue. Zhihan waited for an order while holding up her phone to film. In the frame, skewers sizzled with dripping oil. The shop owner furiously fanned the charcoal fire. A few fellow riders squatted on the curb, eating fried noodles. One of them cursed at his navigation app while eating. "Damn it, it took me down a small alley again." Zhihan stayed silent, quietly shifting her camera towards them. She had only filmed for 2 seconds when Lao Lu suddenly looked up. "Damn, Lao Huang, you're really starting to make videos." Zhihan nodded. Lao Lu immediately leaned in. "Let me see if I look handsome." The next second, a face covered in fried noodles appeared in the frame. Zhihan. Lao Lu. The other riders around them burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You call that handsome?" In the end, Zhihan included that clip in her video as well. Unexpectedly, the comments loved it. "Haha, that rider is hilarious too. Real eating and grabbing orders at the same time, huh?" The vibe of everyday life is so comfortable. On May 29th, a torrential downpour hit. At 5 p.m., the entire city was shrouded in gray. Delivery orders exploded. The rider station was filled with people in raincoats. The air was stuffy and humid. Zhihan had a rough time that day. Her pant legs were soaked and her shoes were filled with water. Even her hair was plastered down by the rain. Yet she captured her most satisfying video to date. In the frame, rain poured down. At a red light, dozens of riders lined up. No one spoke. There was only the sound of the rain and the occasional beep from an electric scooter. Then the light turned green. Everyone surged into the rain simultaneously. The scene had a strange, cinematic quality. That evening in her rented room, Zhihan sat on the edge of her bed, editing the video the electric fan whirring. As she reviewed the footage, she realized she had captured many people recently: the old man fixing bikes, the auntie selling fried skewers, the couple selling soy milk at 4 a.m., the riders racing against time in the rain, and the stray cat dozing by a shop entrance. This city was starting to feel more and more familiar. On May 30th, in the morning after finishing a delivery, her phone buzzed. "Your video has received a new like." She glanced down. The latest video, the one from the storm, had 3271 likes. She paused mid-step and double-checked. Over 3,000. The comment section was also much livelier than before. "The cinematography in this shot is incredible. Doesn't look like it was shot by an ordinary writer. Is this guy a photography student? The rainstorm segment is amazing. You captured the city's vibrant life perfectly." Zhihan stood by the road staring at the comments for a long time. But then her phone rang. It was the station manager. "Huang Qian, where the hell are you? The orders are piling up here." Zhihan snapped back to reality. "On my way." She hung up and put her helmet back on. She got on her electric bike and it zoomed off with a hum. The wind rushed past her ears. Meanwhile, in the background on her phone, the like count was still slowly climbing. Earth, May 31st, 8:07 p.m. A rented room. The fan creaks as it spins. Outside the window, the barbecue stall downstairs is still hawking its wares. The air is thick with the scent of cumin. Zhihan has just finished her shower. Her hair is half dry. She sits cross-legged on the bed scrolling through her short video backend. But the next second, her movements suddenly freeze. Because the backend message count has turned into 99. Zhihan. She's stunned for a moment. Then taps in. Likes. Comments. Private messages. They've all surged. And that rainstorm video from 2 days ago has already broken 10,000 likes. Zhihan looks down and double-checks. 10382. Though compared to her old celebrity stats, this bit of traffic is nothing. But the thing is, this was shot by herself. No team. No marketing. No bot hype. Even the phone screen was just replaced with a cheap 100 yuan one. She continues scrolling through the comments. Such an atmospheric shot. First time I've felt a food delivery video this soothing. This cinematography isn't like an amateur's. Bro, did you study photography? The urban vibe is absolutely perfect. Looking at the last comment, she feels an inexplicable urge to laugh. And just then, another notification pops up from the backend. New followers 427. Zhihan leans back against the headboard, staring at the screen for a long while. This kind of likes that slowly trickle in is truly heartwarming. At 8:25, she gets up to boil water, casually pulling a cup of instant noodles from the bag. But in the next moment, her movements suddenly halt. A thought strikes her. Then, she slowly turns her head and looks at the calendar on the table. May 10th, May 17th, May 24th. Zhihan squints slightly. These past few days, she's actually been observing and has finally discovered the soul swap seems to happen every 7 days. And the timing is mostly concentrated after 9 o'clock at night. Thinking of this, she slowly looks down and recalls the last bathroom incident, gritting her teeth. That day, she even thought her life was over. So, Zhihan slowly narrows her eyes. Huang Qian, you're done for. At 8:38, in the rented room, on the table, a cup has already appeared. Maniacally spicy hellfire beef noodles. And it's not even prepared the usual way. Zhihan's face is expressionless. She continues adding chili oil. 1 scoop, 2 scoops, 3 scoops. Even the air is tinged with a fiery red. The entire rented room has begun to reek of an utterly terrifying spiciness. Even she herself is choked into a cough. But she still doesn't stop. In fact, she even tears open a packet of ghost pepper powder. This is something she bought specifically when passing by the supermarket today. The owner even warned her then. Young man, this stuff most people can't handle it. And Zhihan bought 2 packets outright. At 8:52, the noodles are finally ready. Red to the point of being black. Even floating with chili oil. Zhihan nods in satisfaction. Then, pulls out a piece of paper from the side. She carefully writes a line. Specially prepared for you, enjoy it well. After writing, she thinks for a moment. Feels it's not enough. So, she takes an iced cola from the fridge. But, shakes it for half a minute. Then, places it back on the table. Zhihan is finally satisfied. Even, thoughtfully arranges the noodles and cola neatly. Like a midnight snack set. At 9:03, no reaction. At 9:11, still nothing. Zhihan frowns slightly. Did I guess wrong? But the next second, a familiar wave of dizziness hits her violently. Using the last second of reaction time, he fiercely slurps up a huge mouthful of noodles. The air distorts instantly. Zhihan's vision goes black. Her consciousness begins to sink rapidly, and before she completely loses awareness, the corners of her mouth finally curl up slowly. Huang Qian. Enjoy it slowly. Blue Star. May 31st. 8:11 p.m. In a hotel suite, Huang Qian is sprawled on the sofa scrolling through his phone. These past few days, he's been driven nearly insane by the entertainment industry. Interviews, shows, business deals, magazines, and directors wanting him to act. In the past, Huang Qian used to dream of shining in the entertainment industry. After all this ordeal, that thought is completely extinguished. Being a beast of burden in this industry isn't even as good as being a delivery rider. Huang Qian's biggest wish now is to be a good for nothing and just lie flat. But the next second, a familiar wave of dizziness hits him violently. Huang Qian. A few seconds later, he snaps his eyes open. The dizzy feeling hasn't fully dissipated. But the next second, a scorching heat spreads through his mouth. He almost instinctively smacks his lips. His sense of taste hasn't fully recovered yet. His gaze drops. On the table, there sits a cup of instant noodles red to the point of blackness. Beside it, there's also a bottle of cola and a note. Specially prepared for you, enjoy it well. Huang Qian is completely baffled by this setup, but clearly no one is giving him time to think. A few seconds later, an indescribable heat slowly rises from his stomach. He slowly picks up the noodle cup, looks at the packaging. Spice level. Huang Qian's mouth twitches violently. Zhihan. Are you fucking kidding me? But by now all the spiciness is exploding in his mouth. His face turns red almost instantly. Snot and tears start acting up uncontrollably. He hastily grabs the cola beside him, twists it open. Bang! The cola sprays all over his face. Huang Qian. A few seconds later, from the rented room, his utterly defeated roar echoes out. Zhihan, I'll kill you. In the cramped bathroom of the rented apartment. A moment later. What the hell? Hiss. Zhihan, you sneaky. BAS. Tard. By the time he spat out the last two words, the intense urge to defecate had twisted his voice into something unrecognizable. Inside the tiny restroom, Huang Qian sat on the toilet, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his face pale, as he questioned his very existence. His stomach at that moment felt like a brawl was breaking out within. He still couldn't fathom what had driven that woman to such an act of culinary sabotage. One single thought dominated his mind: Zhihan was a person of pure unadulterated malice. Huang Qian felt as if his intestines were being seared through. And just then a low growl rumbled from his gut. His expression shifted drastically. Wait. Again. 10 minutes later, the bathroom door finally creaked open. Huang Qian emerged leaning against the wall, his steps unsteady, his entire being feeling utterly drained. He looked down at the almost untouched cup of instant noodles on the table. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and snarled, "You're truly ruthless." His gaze fell upon the note still lying on the table. Staring at the emoji she had drawn at the end, his mouth twitched violently. Damn it. She definitely did that on purpose, just to be a pain in the ass. Suddenly a thought struck him. He quickly looked down at the calendar on the wall. May 31st. He then pulled out his phone and opened the memo app. There it was recorded, the dates of their previous swaps. May 10th. May 17th. May 24th. Huang Qian narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. After a few seconds, he finally reached a conclusion. Once every 7 days. And the timing was almost always the same, after 9 p.m. With this realization, Huang Qian began to think. The prank Zhihan pulled on him this time meant she had also figured out the pattern. It was a strange feeling, almost like some kind of scheduled life swap. And just then, his stomach lurched again. Huang Qian's face instantly contorted in panic. You've got to be kidding me. Not again. He scrambled back into the bathroom. Meanwhile, on the other side, Blue Star, in a hotel suite, Zhihan slowly opened her eyes. The familiar hotel room. The familiar floor-to-ceiling windows. The familiar scent of luxury fragrance. She looked down at her own hands, confirming that she was back. A moment later, she burst into laughter. She could easily picture the pained and helpless expression on Huang Qian's face right now. It had been a long time since she felt this cheerful. She even felt a craving for a midnight snack. Spotting a bag of chips on the sofa, she naturally lounged back, watching TV and munching on them. They were surprisingly good. Especially the cucumber-flavored ones. They were addictively good. Just then the doorbell rang. Zhihan paused mid-bite, then quickly resumed her usual aloof expression. She got up, walked to the door, and opened it. Standing outside was Xiao Tang, clutching a file. Zhihan, Jia, Xiao Tang said. Hey, race the schedule for tomorrow's summer live filming. Zhihan nodded with a simple Just as she was about to take the file, Xiao Tang suddenly froze, her gaze slowly drifting downwards. Zhihan frowned slightly. What is it? Xiao Tang's mouth twitched. Zhihan, Jia. Your shirt. Zhihan looked down. The next second, she was completely stunned. Because what she was wearing was a black t-shirt emblazoned with two huge golden characters, "Get Rich." And the gold lettering was reflective. Not only that, but below it there was a line of small print: hard work doesn't guarantee success, but not working hard is definitely easy. Zhihan was speechless. She slowly closed her eyes. Because there was a 100 chance that this shirt was bought by Huang Qian. Xiao Tang was on the verge of losing it. The usually aloof, cold, and untouchable top-tier female celebrity was now wearing a get-rich t-shirt, holding a bag of cucumber-flavored chips with a crumb at the corner of her mouth. The visual impact was too much to bear, and Zhihan finally realized with a delayed sense of horror that she had truly been influenced by Huang Qian lately. So she cleared her throat, trying her best to maintain her icy persona. "Give me the schedule." But just as she reached out her hand crunch, she unconsciously popped another chip into her mouth. Xiao Tang was speechless. Zhihan was speechless. After a few seconds, Xiao Tang couldn't hold it in any longer. She lowered her head abruptly, her shoulders shaking violently, clearly laughing her head off. Zhihan stood there experiencing for the first time in her life the urge to silence her assistant for good. Blue Star, June 1st, 6:40 a.m. Hotel suite. Morning light seeped through the curtain gap. On the bed, Zhihan slowly opened her eyes. She had just had an absurd dream. In the dream, Huang Qian was crouching in the bathroom, one hand against the wall, his face twisted in despair as he called her name. At the thought, a faint curve lifted the corner of her lips. She then turned over and murmured, "Serves him right." At 7 a.m., Xiao Tang knocked on the door right on time. "Zhihan, time to go." After a few seconds, the door opened. Zhihan had already resumed her usual aloof demeanor. Long hair draped over her shoulders, white shirt, black trousers. She looked as immaculate as if she had just stepped off a magazine cover. Xiao Tang was about to breathe a sigh of relief when her gaze suddenly dropped. She froze completely because Zhihan was wearing a pair of yellow duck slippers with three-dimensional duck bills. Silence. 3 full seconds of silence. Zhihan followed her gaze downward, then her expression stiffened for a moment. Last night, she had been snacking and watching TV and apparently slipped on the slippers Huang Qian had left in the hotel. They felt comfortable. And this morning, she forgot to change them. Xiao Tang's shoulders trembled slightly, clearly suppressing laughter. As for Zhihan, on any other day, she would have given her a cold glare, but today her mood was good, and she found the little assistant amusing. 10 minutes later, in the underground garage inside the van, Sister Chun was reviewing today's schedule, while Xiao Tang had been holding in her laughter all the way. Sister Chun looked up with a frown. "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Tang shook her head frantically. What?" Sister Chun gave her a cold glance. The car door opened. Zhihan got in. The entire cabin was silent because she was still wearing those big yellow duck slippers. The driver, who caught a glimpse, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Sister Chun stared at the slippers. She looked for a full 5 seconds, then pressed her forehead. "Zhihan, are you being corrupted too?" Zhihan silently tucked her feet under the seat, pretending nothing had happened. At 9 a.m., at the recording site of Summer Life. This was a slow variety show with a lifestyle focus emphasizing relaxation and healing. Backstage, staff members bustled about, but many were stealing glances toward the lounge. Recently, Zhihan's popularity had soared, especially after that concert. It was as if someone who had been hanging high in the sky had suddenly fallen into the mundane world. As a result, a ridiculous trending topic had appeared. Is Zhihan secretly replaced? In the backstage lounge, Zhihan was reading the script. Suddenly the door was pushed open. The director walked in with a grin. "Teacher Zhihan, we have a small game segment today." Zhihan looked up. "My." The director said excitedly, "It's very simple. We just reveal the guest's recent phone search history." Zhihan's movements suddenly stopped. The next second, in her mind, the search contents she had seen on Huang Qian's phone slowly surfaced. For example, what happens if a guy drinks 3 bottles of iced cola a day? Why do delivery riders all like to smoke Huang Qian? Why do cats go crazy at 3 a.m.? How to quit smoking quickly? Zhihan. The director hadn't yet sensed the danger. He continued explaining cheerfully, "Don't worry. The audience loves that kind of authenticity." Authenticity. Zhihan felt like she was suffocating. After a few seconds, she slowly raised her head. For the first time in her life, she wore an extremely serious expression. "This segment, I suggest we cancel it." The director was stunned. "Huh?" Zhihan said expressionlessly, "For the safety of the show." Meanwhile, on Earthstar, at 9 a.m., in the rental apartment's bathroom, Huang Qian was crouching on the toilet, eyes vacant, face pale, his whole body as weak as if a demon had drained his yang energy. The after effects of that bucket of devilishly spicy instant noodles still hadn't subsided. A few seconds later, from the bathroom came his anguished cry again, "Zhihan." At 9:20 in the morning, in the backstage lounge of the variety show Summer Life, the director stood still, his face full of confusion. "Miss Zhihan," he began, "is there a problem with this segment?" Zhihan was silent for 2 seconds before slowly speaking. "It could easily involve personal privacy." The director was taken aback. "You're right. But the other guests have all agreed." He then added with a chuckle, Actually, everyone's search histories are pretty bizarre. One male celebrity was searching can dogs eat durian. Yesterday, Zhihan was speechless. She wanted to say you have no idea, but held back. The director, oblivious to the severity of the situation, even tried to reassure her. It's fine. Audiences love authenticity these days. Authenticity? Zhihan's eyelid twitched. She was just grateful that Huang Qian hadn't searched for anything illegal, or the show might have been shut down today. At 10 a.m., the official recording began. The cameras started rolling. The guests filed in, and the atmosphere was relaxed. Zhihan sat by the window, her expression cool, and composed, her aura steady. She finally felt like a top-tier celebrity again. Meanwhile, the live comments were already scrolling wildly. My wife is so beautiful today, that white shirt is killing me. Finally, she's back to being aloof. The recording was going smoothly until the host suddenly smiled and said, "All right, time for today's most interesting segment. Revealing your recent search history." Zhihan was speechless. She hadn't escaped it after all. The other guests were already starting to cheer. Come on. Who's first? Me. The atmosphere instantly became lively. The first male guest's history was relatively normal. Searches: how to deal with hair loss from staying up late, cat diarrhea, how to prevent foot odor when playing basketball. The scene erupted in laughter. The second female guest was even more ridiculous. Recent searches: how to slim face quickly. What does it mean when your ex-boyfriend likes your post? Are durians high in calories? The host was laughing so hard, he was pounding the table. That's too real. The atmosphere grew more and more joyful. But Zhihan gradually fell silent. She realized the production team really dared to show these. Which meant if it came to her turn, Huang Qian's search history would be seen by the entire nation. At the thought, her temples began to throb with a dull ache. A few minutes later, the host finally turned to her with a smile. Next up, shall we take a look at Miss Zhihan's? All eyes instantly focused on her. The live comments exploded. Here we go. What would a top celebrity search for? Probably all skincare and fashion. It must be so classy. Zhihan was silent for 2 seconds. She slowly picked up her phone. And then for the first time on camera, she felt her palms begin to sweat. The host was still smiling. Don't worry. Everyone's excited. Excited. Zhihan just wanted to call the police. Just then a nearby guest spoke up. Maybe we should skip Miss Zhihan. She seems to value her privacy. Zhihan suddenly found this person very agreeable. But the host immediately waved his hand. No way. The audience is waiting. He even reached out proactively. Here, let me help you cast it to the screen. He took her phone and began to operate it. The screen was successfully cast. The large display lit up. The search history slowly appeared. The first entry: tips for walking in high heels. The whole room was stunned. The comments were stunned too. This doesn't fit the vibe. The host gave a dry laugh. Huh, pretty down to earth. Zhihan closed her eyes. She was already planning her retirement. The second entry: which flavor of instant noodles is tastier? The room fell silent for 2 full seconds. The host, the guests, the director, the comments. What is this? No, seriously. But the most fatal one was yet to come. Another entry was slowly sliding up. Zhihan's pupils slightly contracted. The next second, on the large screen appeared in bold: which hospital is best for gender reassignment surgery? The room fell into dead silence. The director's mouth hung open. The host was completely petrified. The guests' eyes were bulging. The comments exploded. What the hell? Did I see that right? No. Miss Zhihan, what have you been through? At the recording site of Summer Life. At this very moment, the entire studio was so silent that even the hum of the air conditioning was audible. On the large screen, that line of search history was crystal clear: which is the best gender reassignment hospital? The host's mouth hung open. Having hosted shows for years, he had never encountered such a question and was completely stunned. The director's walkie-talkie clattered onto the desk. The expressions of the nearby guests were completely unguarded. And the bullet comments went absolutely insane. What the hell? What am I seeing? Did the production team Photoshop this? Teacher Zhihan, what exactly are you trying to do? That's way too much information. Wait, what? Outside, the rest area, the staff had erupted into chaos. Cut it. Cut the feed now. Stop broadcasting. Where's the director? But the director himself was also in a daze. In the ensuing panic, he even gave Zhihan a close-up shot. And so viewers across the nation saw it clearly. Zhihan closed her eyes. In that instant, she experienced what it meant to have her soul ascend to heaven. The silence on set lasted a full 3 seconds. Finally, the host was the first to react, forcing a dry laugh. Well, celebrity search histories are pretty unique these days, huh? No one responded because everyone was still reeling. As for Zhihan, she finally opened her eyes slowly. Then with a deadpan expression, she stated, my phone was hacked. Everyone on set. Bullet comments. The host's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This virus is quite targeted. Meanwhile, trending topics on Weibo were exploding. Zhihan Best Gender Reassignment Hospital, Zhihan Search History Summer Life. Within just 5 minutes, they had blown up the trending chart. The comments section was utterly frenzied. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing my head off, the aloof goddess persona is completely ruined. Can anyone tell me why she searched for that? The production team hit the jackpot today. Zhihan, am done for, please, have mercy. Backstage. The director was losing his mind. Cut it out. It must be edited out in post. The assistant director weakly raised a hand. Director. It's live. Director. The director clutched his head in agony. It's over. At the recording site, the host was desperately trying to change the subject. So, Teacher Zhihan, have you been under a lot of pressure lately? Zhihan. She no longer wanted to speak. She was even starting to wonder if she retired from the industry now. What would the penalty fee be? Just then a male guest beside her timidly spoke up. Actually, I'm more curious about the one before that. Everyone, the male guest cautiously asked, why did you search for, what flavor of instant noodles is the tastiest? The studio fell silent once more. A vein on Zhihan's forehead twitched slightly. She finally realized the fact the pitfalls Huang Qian had left behind were far more than just one. Meanwhile, on Earth at 1030 a.m. inside a rented apartment, Huang Qian was in the middle of his morning squat when his phone rang. It was old Lu. Huang Qian answered. What? Calling you to come to work. Haven't seen you all morning. But the next second, a familiar churning sensation hit his stomach. Huang Qian's face changed instantly. Wait, no way. Then from within the rented apartment, the sound of hurried footsteps rushing to the bathroom echoed once more. Earth, June 2nd, 1030 a.m. A rented room. Sunlight filters through the curtains. Huang Qian sits on the bed, his hair a mess, looking like he just woke up. Last night, that bucket of insanely spicy instant noodles kept him up until 3 a.m. Counting the time, it's been a day and 2 nights. He feels completely drained now. Even the sight of anything red makes his stomach instinctively cramp. He fumbles to his feet, rubs his belly, and slowly picks up his phone, intending to message his station manager to ask for another half-day off. But the next second his movements freeze. Because in the notification bar a flood of messages has popped up. Your work received a new followers 183. Your video entered the local trending list. Huang Qian. He was stunned for 2 seconds. Then he opened the short video app. On the creator page, there was suddenly an unfamiliar account. Avatar, a city night scene. Nickname Deliveryman, Huang Qian, followers 17000. Huang Qian. He was dumbfounded for a full 5 seconds. Then he abruptly sat up straight. What the hell? The next second he clicked into the profile. The video list immediately appeared. The first one, a stormy night, dozens of riders waiting at a red light. The background music was soft. The shots inexplicably had a cinematic feel. Likes 128,000. The second one, an old town night market. A few riders crouched by the roadside slurping noodles. Old Lu, his mouth full of fried noodles, looks up and asks, am I handsome? The next second the barrage comments were all ha, this guy is too real, just like my brother. The third one, the owner of an old noodle shop scolding her son while adding an extra half scoop of noodles for a rider. The comment section was uniformly tears in my eyes. This is real life. This is so heartwarming. He scrolled down one by one. The more he scrolled, the quieter he got. These videos were indeed well made. Not the kind of deliberate sentimentality. Nor were they chicken soup for the soul. It was just ordinary life. But somehow it was very comforting to watch. Zhihan. She really did use his account to shoot a documentary. Thinking about this. This woman. Is she a content creator now, eh? And the most absurd part was that the comment section had already started to fill with many hardcore fans. Updated yet? Didn't you go out to take orders today? Delivery guy post a new video soon. I feel like this blogger isn't an ordinary writer. The camera work is too good even. Some people had started analyzing. The blogger must have studied photography and has great aesthetic sense. His voice is pretty nice too. Huang Qian squinted. He noticed the newest video was posted last night. Titled The Last Day of May, cover. A night market street. He clicked the video. The picture was very quiet. And a bike weaving through the old town. Barbecue stalls by the roadside billowing smoke. People drinking. People playing cards. People sitting on plastic stools enjoying the breeze. At the end of the footage, it stopped outside the window of the rented room. In the distance, the city lights were shining. The caption had only one line, survived another day today. Survived. Those words left Huang Qian lost in thought. He really couldn't understand why Zhihan would say something like that. Just then his phone buzzed. Old Lu sent a voice message. Huang Qian tapped it. The next second old Liu's booming voice blasted out. Holy shit, old Huang. You're really famous now. Yesterday some girl even asked me if I knew you. Are you an internet celebrity now? Huang Qian's mouth twitched. He replied scram. But old Lu got even more excited. No, seriously. Your videos have been awesome lately. Especially that one from the rainstorm. My wife watches it every day. Huang Qian was silent for 2 seconds. Finally he couldn't help but ask. Is it really that good? Old Lu immediately raised his voice. No shit. Noon. Huang Qian sat on the edge of the bed. He opened the account dashboard again. Followers 180,000, and it was still climbing. The backend was already getting private messages about collaborations. There were helmet sellers, action camera sellers, and local food review invitations. Huang Qian stared at the dashboard for a long time. Finally, he slowly leaned back against the headboard, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. His expression was complicated. Zhihan. It seemed she had paved a path for him. On Earth, Huang Qian had been feeling a bit troubled lately. The reason was simple. His account had blown up, and it was getting more absurdly popular by the day. Within just a few days, several viral hits had catapulted him into the spotlight. His follower count on delivery rider Huang Qian had soared to over 100,000. His direct messages were constantly flooded, hitting 99 every day. The comment section was filled with people urging him to post more. Some had even started seriously analyzing his cinematography. The first time Huang Qian saw that term, he was utterly baffled. What the hell is this language? He thought. On the evening of June 6th, Huang Qian sat on the edge of his bed in his rented room, staring at his phone's back end. His latest video had already amassed over 500,000 likes. The comment section was refreshing furiously. Why hasn't the blogger updated recently? Hope nothing's wrong. Where did you disappear to? Are you too tired from all the deliveries? Huang Qian scratched his head. Then he slowly opened the camera interface. He had actually tried to film some things himself over the past couple of days. After all, the account was his now. He was quite eager to try his hand at making videos. However, reality was harsh. For his first attempt, he filmed the night market. In his mind, he envisioned the vibrant energy of the city. But what he captured looked like surveillance footage. There was another clip where he filmed a roadside trash can for a full 20 seconds. When he reviewed it, he was speechless. What the hell is this? For his second attempt, he tried to imitate Zhihan by filming a delivery rider waiting at a red light. But because his hands weren't steady, the entire frame shook violently like footage from an earthquake. Old Lu happened to glance over. His immediate verdict was, this doesn't look like a documentary. It looks like the fugitive's point of view from a crime show. Old Joe was laughing his head off nearby. Huang Qian was left speechless. His third attempt was even more ridiculous. He wanted to capture the feeling of rushing through a rainy night. Instead, the entire lens was blurry, compounded by the glare reflecting off his helmet. The final result looked like a horror movie. After watching it, Huang Qian silently deleted the video and fell into deep thought. It was only then that he realized with hindsight how truly skilled Zhihan was. It wasn't about the equipment or filters. It was her ability to find an angle that was both ordinary and yet uniquely compelling. These were things Huang Qian saw every day and never thought twice about. But when captured through Zhihan's lens, they suddenly seemed to carry a story. On June 7th, at the rider station, old Lu came over munching on a steamed bun. Why haven't you updated? Huang Qian squatted nearby smoking. He muttered a reply, can't shoot well. Old Joe was taken aback. Wasn't it good before? Huang Qian was silent for a few seconds. Finally, he lowered his head and flicked off some ash. Maybe I'm just not in the right state of mind. Old Joe looked confused. What do you mean? Huang Qian waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. In reality, Huang Qian was quite conflicted. If he posted, his own videos were genuinely bad. If he didn't post, the comment section would keep urging him. Besides, his follower count was still climbing, nearing 200,000. That evening, Huang Qian tried filming again. This time it was about making deliveries during rush hour. He thought this time it should be decent. But after editing, all he saw was a screen filled with the scooter's handlebars and the sound of his own heavy breathing. There was even a segment where he looked down at his navigation, accidentally capturing a close-up of his nostril. Huang Qian was mortified and silently deleted it again. He realized that this whole thing really required Zhihan's touch. Back in his rented room, Huang Qian leaned against the headboard, revisiting the account's older videos. He noticed that when Zhihan filmed, she rarely focused on herself. More often than not, she was filming others. She'd capture street vendors packing up in the early morning, riders waiting for orders late at night, the lit windows of old city buildings, people eating by the roadside. She always seemed to notice the things that others overlooked. Huang Qian, on the other hand, couldn't do it. He couldn't replicate that vision, at least not yet. So he eventually exited the editing interface without posting anything. Rather than upload a bunch of terrible videos, it was better to just stop, take a break, and learn slowly. At the very least, he didn't want to ruin the good impression Zhihan had worked so hard to create. The comment section, however, remained lively. Is the blogger facing a creative block? Feels like a lack of inspiration lately. You're not going to stop updating, are you? It's fine to post slower, just don't film random stuff. Huang Qian glanced at the time on his phone. At the very least, he didn't want to ruin the good impression Zhihan had worked so hard to create. The comment section, however, remained lively. Is the blogger facing a creative block? Feels like a lack of inspiration lately. You're not going to stop updating. He was still pondering this question when in the next instant a familiar wave of dizziness washed over him. Blue Star, June 7th, 7:30 p.m. Jiangxing, an upscale riverside restaurant. In a private dining room, Lin Momo was lounging with her legs crossed, scrolling through her phone while fixing her gaze on Su Zhihan across the table. She stared for a full half-minute. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer. "You've been really off lately." Su Zhihan kept her head down, cutting her steak. "Off how?" Lin Momo narrowed her eyes with a Conan-esque expression. "When we used to have dinner together. From sitting down to finishing up saying 10 sentences would have been a record for you. Now you actually initiate snarky comments." Su Zhihan's hand paused for a moment, but she didn't respond. Lin Momo continued her stare. "And you seem more human lately." Su Zhihan looked up, casting her a cool glance. "Is that supposed to be a compliment?" "Yep," Lin Momo nodded. "Before you lived like a mannequin. Precise. Beautiful but no soul. Now, much better." The room fell silent for a few seconds. Outside the window, the river lights drifted slowly. Su Zhihan looked down, swirling her wine glass, then suddenly spoke softly. "Back then, was I really that unlike a normal person?" Lin Momo let out a laugh. "You're just figuring that out now." She then leaned back, her tone turning more serious. "Do you know what you were like at your absolute worst? 3 a.m., running a 40-degree fever, and you were still discussing with me which pause in your interview wasn't natural enough. At that point, I was starting to wonder if you thought you were a robot." Su Zhihan remained silent, offering no rebuttal. She knew Lin Momo was right. All these years she had lived her life so correctly. When to smile, when to stay silent, when to be aloof, when to perform. She knew it all too well. So well, in fact, it had become instinct. Lin Momo suddenly rested her chin on her hand, looking at her. "That's why I asked you last time if you'd finally figured things out." Su Zhihan raised her eyes. "Figured what out?" Lin Momo rolled her eyes. "Stop playing the Su Zhihan role all the time. You don't need to live under the spotlight." 247. "Would it kill you to loosen up a little?" Su Zhihan said nothing, just took a sip of her wine. But for some reason, Huang Qian's face suddenly flashed in her mind. That guy had squat by the roadside eating noodles, cursed at the GPS, wore tacky get-rich t-shirts, and was the one shed poisoned. He never seemed to worry about whether he looked like a star. At that thought, Su Zhihan lowered her head and smiled. It was faint but genuine. Lin Momo's eyes went wide instantly. "Holy crap, you just smiled on your own." Su Zhihan. Lin Momo perked up immediately. Oh man, something is definitely up with you. Spill it. Are you in a relationship?" Su Zhihan's face was expressionless. "No. Then why have you changed so much lately?" Su Zhihan's gaze drifted to the ambient light in the upper right corner. She let out a soft breath. "Maybe it's because I recently met someone. Very strange. I'm telling you. You used to be so intimidating. Remember that time we went shopping? You drank your milk tea like you were at a press conference." Su Zhihan. She lowered her head. "I'm telling you. You used to be so intimidating. Remember that time we went shopping? You drank your milk tea like you were at a press conference." Su Zhihan. She lowered her head to take a drink. But the tips of her ears felt warm. Because thinking back now, she really had been holding herself too rigidly. Lin Momo was now fully in her drunken state. "Oh, and the most infuriating thing about you was," she suddenly sat up straight, imitating Su Zhihan's usual cold expression. Okay, not bad. Thanks. Well, see." Then Lin Momo slammed the table. "You know what? The only difference between you and an AI is that you can breathe." The surrounding patrons couldn't help but look over. Fortunately, the lighting was dim enough that no one recognized her. But Lin Momo just wouldn't stop chattering. Su Zhihan held her forehead, suddenly feeling an urge to silence her best friend. At 9:40 p.m. in the hotel suite, the two started a pajama party. Lin Momo was thoroughly drunk by now, lying limp on the bed, mumbling incoherently. "Su Zhihan, you're really good like this now. Truly, you finally don't seem like a refrigerator." Su Zhihan asked, "Then what do I seem like?" "Come closer, and I'll whisper it to you." Su Zhihan leaned in, but Lin Momo suddenly turned and wrapped her arms around her. Then a steady breathing sound followed. Su Zhihan shifted to lean against the headboard, making sure her friend was comfortable. She was about to pull out her phone to pass the time, but the next second that familiar dizzy spell hit her out of nowhere. Her movements froze. Her heart sank. Damn it. She had forgotten about this. A few seconds later, Huang Qian opened his eyes. What came into view was the dim, warm light of the hotel room, and a rosy-cheeked face inches away. Lin Momo was still half asleep, even nuzzling into him instinctively. Huang Qian. The next second, his entire body went rigid. He looked down at the beautiful woman in his arms, then at the pajamas he was wearing. Finally, his eyes widened slowly as he reached a rather absurd conclusion. Holy crap. Su Zhihan is a lesbian. Blue Star. Hotel suite. Huang Qian couldn't quite describe what he was feeling. An adorable, beautiful woman was curled up in his arms, fast asleep. And she slept so naturally, occasionally nuzzling against his chest. He instinctively recoiled. But then, Lin Momo, still half asleep, pressed closer again, even casually wrapping an arm around his waist. Huang Qian. He was completely stunned. especially given the obvious signs of drinking in the room. Red wine and snacks sat on the table in the distance. Combined with the current scene, the implications were staggering. In Huang Qian's mind, vivid, unspeakable images had already begun to form. And just then, Lin Momo suddenly mumbled drowsily, "Zhihan, you smell so good." Huang Qian. Help. Huang Qian was a normal man. Those soft, sleepy words were incredibly stimulating, but he dared not move a muscle. After all, this was Su Zhihan's body he was in, and this girl was clearly drunk. So, he could only inch his way towards the edge of the bed, moving as cautiously as a thief. But just as he shifted a little, Lin Momo suddenly hugged him again, even throwing a leg over hin. Huang Qian resignedly tilted his head back, a beautiful woman in his arms. But remembering Su Zhihan's previous retaliation, a chill ran down his spine. The next second, Lin Momo mumbled again, half-conscious, "Zhihan, you've really become so good at taking care of people lately." Huang Qian was taken aback. Then, his mind instantly started piecing together a story. Cold and aloof before, suddenly gentle recently, even starting to drink with her best friend, sharing a bed late at night, cuddling and embracing. The more Huang Qian thought, the more wrong it felt. Especially, Lin Momo's next words were even more devastating. "Before you never used to touch me on your own." Huang Qian. What the hell? His mind went completely blank. His brain immediately went into overdrive. What did she mean? What did she mean, never used to touch me on your own? And now just then, Lin Momo giggled drunkenly. But it's nice this way. So soft. Huang Qian. He could barely think anymore. Especially, after saying that, Lin Momo actually reached out and pinched a certain part of Su Zhihan's body. Her movements were perfectly natural. Huang Qian was utterly shattered. Because, with Su Zhihan's usual icy demeanor, she was actually this wild and private. And the most absurd part was, Huang Qian suddenly noticed Lin Momo's phone wallpaper was actually Su Zhihan. Not a poster, not a promotional photo, but a clearly candid life photo. In the picture, Su Zhihan was sleeping in a car, her long hair loose, her profile incredibly serene. Huang Qian. He slowly looked up, then looked down at Lin Momo in his arms. It seemed he had stumbled upon a massive entertainment industry secret. But the next second, Lin Momo mumbled again drowsily, "Zhihan, I really like being with you." Huang Qian's head buzzed. Holy shit. Mystery solved. Completely solved. In that instant, Huang Qian's mind had already automatically constructed an entire narrative. A cold, aloof, top female celebrity, hiding her true sexuality for years, to maintain her public image. She could only keep this forbidden love a secret. And the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Thinking of this, Huang Qian drew a sharp breath. Damn. What a mess this is. Meanwhile, Lin Momo was completely lost in her drunken haze. She was even clinging to his arm, giggling foolishly. Zhihan. Blue Star. June 8th. 10 in the morning. Hotel suite. When Huang Qian opened his eyes, his mind was still hazy. He sat up staring blankly for a few seconds. Then the fragmented images of the previous night began to slowly resurface. A double bed. A beautiful woman. Huang Qian snapped to full alertness. He jerked his head to the side, but the bed was empty, leaving only a rumpled blanket. On the nightstand lay a note. The handwriting was elegant. The message was simple: gone to work, remember to eat breakfast. It was signed MOMO. Next to it was a breakfast set out for him. Huang Qian was speechless. He stared at the note for a long time, his expression growing increasingly complicated. Especially that final MOMO. It seemed to radiate a subtle wrongness. After a few seconds, Huang Qian silently covered his face. Damn it. I can't believe I might have actually stumbled onto something. After washing up, he sat at the table to eat, nibbling on a bun, while trying to piece together the events of the previous night. The more he recalled, the more absurd it seemed. Especially those things Lin Momo had said. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. Huang Qian sipped his soy milk, leaned back in his chair, and his mind began to race with wild speculation. No wonder Su Zhihan never dated. No wonder she's so aloof with those male celebrities. No wonder she's always as cold as a refrigerator. At that thought, Huang Qian's pupils slowly dilated. Holy shit. Could it really be? Just then his phone rang. The caller ID read Sister Chen. Huang Qian answered. You awake? Yeah. Then get down here. We have a packed schedule today. Afternoon interview and a brand live stream tonight. Huang Qian sighed. Got it. Half an hour later in the van, Huang Qian sat in the back, still feeling somewhat dazed. However, he wasn't thinking about the Lin Momo situation. Instead, he was reflecting on his life since crossing over an endless treadmill of promotional commitments. Before this, Huang Qian had always viewed celebrities through a glamorous lens. Little work, big money. But these past few days had forced him to confront a stark reality. Being a star wasn't the perfect job had imagined. It had completely derailed the plans he'd made back on his original Earth. And as for the treasure trove of Earth's entertainment knowledge he possessed, If he truly wanted to unleash it properly according to his late-night analysis of the trending searches, he realized that on Blue Star the figure known as Huang Qian, the behind-the-scenes creator, was living far more comfortably than he, the actual Huang Qian, was. And to live that kind of life, Zhihan had to change paths. She couldn't keep endlessly taking on every single gig. The original Zhihan was a cold, unfeeling machine, and he was just a genuine slacker. All this relentless effort was utterly pointless. He hadn't experienced a single satisfying moment of showing off or playing the fool to catch the powerful off guard. His life had been one long, thankless grind from start to finish. Just then Xiao Tang in the front seat suddenly turned around. Sister Zhihan, Huang Qian, why do you seem so out of it today? Huang Qian kept his composure. Didn't sleep well? Xiao Tang nodded. That makes sense. You drank quite a bit last night. Huang Qian was silent. Just hearing the words last night now made him uneasy. Among his troubles was one particularly daunting challenge: how to convincingly play the role of a lesbian. That afternoon in the studio's makeup room, the stylist was touching up Huang Qian's makeup. Nearby, a few staff members were chatting. It's so nice to see. Yet teacher Zhihan's been in a great mood lately. She seems so much more relaxed. I used to be afraid to even speak when she was around. Huang Qian. And then the strangest part. When the interview began, the host suddenly smiled and asked Zhihan, you seem to have changed a lot recently. Did you happen to meet someone who makes you happy? Huang Qian. At that moment a wave of irritation washed over him. Are you all a bunch of broken records? Why does everyone keep asking me the same damn question? So he paused for a moment, then slowly replied. Maybe. The result. The staff on set immediately wore expressions of shipping it. Huang Qian was bewildered. What? What are you all so excited about? After the interview, Huang Qian slumped back into the van, collapsing into the seat with a hollow look in his eye. Night. Underground parking garage of Xingcai Entertainment. The commercial vehicle slowly pulled into its designated spot and came to a steady halt, the low hum of the engine fading away, yet no one in the cabin made a move to open the door. In the front seat, Xiao Tang gripped the seatbelt and stole a glance in the rearview mirror. Something about the atmosphere in the car felt off. In the back seat, Huang Qian sat with his hands folded over his abdomen, his gaze vacant, radiating a numbness born of being repeatedly battered by reality, as if he were holding back a torrent of thoughts. Beside him, Sister Chen locked her tablet, slipped it into her bag, and finally turned to look at him. Spit it out, she said. You've been off since the live stream ended. Huang Qian was silent for a moment, his chest rising and falling gently before he let out a long sigh. Sister Chen, he began, why is this celebrity gig so far from what I imagined? Sister Chen couldn't help but smirk at his tone. She didn't need to guess who was speaking now, as Zhihan would never say such a thing. What? Finally realizing being a star isn't easy. Huang Qian looked utterly despondent. Easy? This is pure grind, like a beast of burden. These past days it's been one gig after another. If I'm not in makeup, I'm on my way to get makeup done. The moment I close my eyes, he said. All I see are camera flashes. Sister Chen found it amusing. From the way you sang before, I thought you were enjoying it. Being a star is many people's dream. Huang Qian waved a hand dismissively. In revoking that dream from now on, and I advise all young people nationwide to think twice. Xiao Tang couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a snort. But the next second Huang Qian said in a gloomy tone, what are you laughing at? You'll have to get up at 5:30 tomorrow too. Xiao Tang's smile immediately faded. Sister Chen finally lost it as well, lowering her head with a quiet chuckle. The atmosphere in the car lightened considerably. After a moment, Huang Qian rubbed his temples, his expression growing serious. Sister Chen, I want to talk to you about something important. Sister Chen nodded. Go ahead. Huang Qian gazed out at the dim parking lot lights, his voice steadying. I've noticed that Zhihan's current path has problems. Sister Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, but didn't interrupt. Huang Qian continued. She's like a machine programmed to follow orders, doing whatever the company arranges. High exposure, high commercial value, and she makes a lot of money. But this life isn't like what a normal person should live. He paused, then couldn't help but complain. And the most absurd part is, with her status, why does she still push herself so hard every day? What's she even chasing? Sister Chen leaned back against the seat, her voice calm. Because Zhihan doesn't know what she truly wants. Huang Qian was taken aback. Sister Chen continued calmly, singing, acting, variety shows. They're all the same to her, just work. She has no burning goal, no deep desire. Since she doesn't know what she wants, she accepts whatever the company arranges. Her schedule fills up, she gets busier, and gradually she becomes what she is now. Huang Qian listened quietly, not rushing to respond. He realized Sister Chen's analysis was objective, and that was what made it somewhat unsettling. After a moment, he shook his head. But this won't do. At least I can't stand it. If this keeps up, I'll die from overwork in this van. Sister Chen chuckled outright. At least you're self-aware. Huang Qian was speechless. Then he finally sat up straight, growing serious. So I have an idea. Sister Chen glanced at him. Tell me. Huang Qian took a deep breath. I want to establish an independent studio. The car fell silent for a moment. Up front, Xiao Tang's eyes darted around, feeling uneasy about the conversation. It seemed as if Zhihan was being referred to in the third person, and she struggled to keep up. Sister Chen was also a bit surprised. And then, oi. Huang Qian began counting on his fingers. First, cut down on pointless appearances. Second, have more autonomy over my schedule. Third, if it's just about making money for the company, I don't necessarily have to do it all in person. I can work behind the scenes. As he spoke, his eyes lit up. Sister Chen, haven't you noticed? The truly great creators are almost never seen in public. They release a song, the money rolls and the buzz stays, and they still get to live their own lives. That's the life. Sister Chen was speechless, almost laughing. After all this, it turned out, he was just feeling lazy. But Huang Qian grew more earnest. And I've realized the current model is flawed. Constant exposure, constant performing. Eventually you'll burn out. But if I shift to a work-focused approach, releasing songs occasionally, showing up occasionally, the artist can catch a breath and the audience won't suffer from fatigue. Sister Chen didn't answer immediately. She studied the young man before her. Huang Qian usually came off as carefree and flippant, but occasionally he said things that hit the mark. After a while she asked softly, so you're thinking of gradually transitioning behind the scenes, eh? Huang Qian pondered. Not entirely behind the scenes. It's just, I don't want to live like an assembly line artist. I want to set my own pace. The parking lot was quiet with only the occasional distant sound of vehicles. Sister Chen thought for a long time. Actually, I'm quite supportive of this. That surprised Huang Qian. Huh. Sister Chen nodded gently. I've always worried about Zhihan's lifestyle. She was too much like a machine. Working nonstop, completing tasks endlessly. On the surface, she had everything, but deep down she had no real life. That state can't last long. It would have caused problems eventually. She paused, turning to Huang Qian with a complex look. But since you appeared, this body has finally started living like a normal person. Huang Qian was speechless. That sounded oddly strange. Sister Chen continued. But have you considered that once you set up the studio, many things will fall on your shoulders? Team building, business partnerships, resource management, brand planning, and the external pressure from public opinion. These are no joke. Huang Qian leaned back into the seat with a grin. Isn't that what you're here for? Sister Chen raised an eyebrow. The next second, Huang Qian said with confidence, you are the top agent. They'll write the songs, and you'll handle the rest. Together we'll shake up the entertainment industry. Sister Chen looked at him, getting more excited as he spoke, and shook her head with a smile. For some reason, she had a feeling this guy might actually pull something off. But what she didn't know was that Huang Qian's plan for the studio was even simpler than she imagined. More time to slack off, hire a few workhorses to do the work in place of Zhihan, and then achieve both wealth and time freedom, all while the company couldn't complain. Seeing that the two seemed to have finished their discussion, Xiao Tang timidly asked, Sister Zhihan, Sister Chen, what did you mean by since you appeared? Sister Chen and Huang Qian exchanged a glance. After a moment, Huang Qian nodded to Sister Chen. In the underground parking garage of Xingcai Entertainment, inside a commercial van, Xiao Tang clutched her head, her mind utterly reeling. She looked at Huang Qian, then at Sister Chen, then back at Huang Qian, her expression gradually turning to one of horror. Wait. So what you're saying is, there's a man inside Sister Zhihan's body right now? Huang Qian's mouth twitched. That sounds weird when you put it that way. Xiao Tang was completely beside herself. She felt her worldview crumbling. Just a few minutes ago, she was just a simple personal assistant. And now she suddenly learns her artist has been possessed by a man's soul. The shock was comparable to someone telling her Qin Shi Huang is actually still alive. No, seriously, is this even scientifically possible? Xiao Tang was full of doubt about life. How on earth did you two manage this? When did it start? Where is the real Sister Zhihan right now? Huang Qian's head was throbbing from her barrage. Stop. Are you a walking encyclopedia of questions? But Xiao Tang couldn't stop. She even leaned in from the back seat, full of curiosity. So can you feel that the female body structure is different now, eh? Huang Qian. Sister Chen. Huang Qian's face darkened. Is that an appropriate question for a young lady like you to be asking? Xiao Tang was even more excited. Really? So when you go to the bathroom, shut up. In the parking garage, Huang Qian's exasperated shout nearly echoed. Sister Chen meanwhile held her forehead, looking weary. She was starting to regret telling Xiao Tang the truth. This girl's ability to accept things was too strong. Shouldn't a normal person be scared first? But not her. She was already entering interview mode. A few minutes later, Xiao Tang finally calmed down a bit, but her eyes were still sparkling like she'd discovered a new continent. So, you're actually from Earth, and you are Huang Qian. Huang Qian nodded. And we swap about every 7 days. Usually after 9 p.m. Xiao Tang's mouth hung open, utterly astounded. Oh my god. This could be a movie plot. Then she slapped her thigh. So that transformation hospital search history earlier. Huang Qian felt incredibly mortified. Don't bring it up. Xiao Tang burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. So it really was you who searched that. I really thought Sister Zhihan was asking for a friend. Huang Qian said flatly, keep laughing. You can find your own way to the airport at 5:30 tomorrow morning. Xiao Tang's smile vanished instantly. Just then Sister Chen spoke up, alright. You two head back first. They'll go talk to the company about the studio tomorrow. Huang Qian was taken aback. That fast? Sister Chen gave him a look. You think setting up a studio is like playing house? A lot of things need to be negotiated in advance. Resource allocation, team affiliation, business commission, and the future cooperation model. All of this needs to be decided up front. Huang Qian's head spun. This troublesome. Sister Chen smirked. What did you think? That opening a studio is just hanging up a sign. She paused for a moment, then added, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Xingcai Entertainment can't afford to let you go right now. The best plan is the company holds shares, you operate independently. Huang Qian nodded. This aligned with his own thoughts. He wasn't planning a complete split anyway. After all, Xingcai Entertainment had always treated Zhihan well. Sister Chen had been the one to guide her all the way. There was no need to burn bridges. The studio wasn't an absolute necessity anyway. It was mainly because Zhihan's schedule was absolutely brutal. How else could he slack off without a studio? A few minutes later the van finally started moving. Xiao Tang throughout the ride remained in a state of excitement, occasionally turning back to stare at Huang Qian, making his skin crawl. That's enough. Stop looking at me like I'm a zoo animal. Xiao Tang lowered her voice, looking mysterious. So should I call you Teacher Huang from now on? Huang Qian. Act normal. Xiao Tang couldn't help but ask curiously, so the real Sister Zhihan. Is she delivering food in another world right now, eh? Huang Qian's mouth twitched. Technically, yes. Xiao Tang's pupils dilated on the spot. A scene instantly formed in her mind, a top female celebrity in a delivery rider's uniform. The image was so absurd, she almost wanted to laugh. Oh my god, that's too surreal. The next day, morning, Xingcai Entertainment headquarters. Conference room. When Sister Chen pushed the door open, 3 people were already seated inside. Yes. Zholan frowned slightly. Isn't it a bit too early? Her career is still on the rise. Suddenly changing the operation model. That's a considerable risk. Sister Chen remained calm. So it's not a complete split. Set up a personal studio. Sister Chen. Yes. Zholan frowned slightly. Isn't it a bit too early? Her career is still on the rise. Suddenly changing the operation model. That's a considerable risk. Sister Chen remained calm. So it's not a complete split. What I mean is affiliate with Xingcai Entertainment. Share resources. But give her more autonomy. Zhao Mingyuan didn't speak, just flipped through the data. In truth, Zhihan, reaching her current status. She was no longer just an ordinary artist to the company. At this level the company couldn't easily let go. But the problem was also clear. Zhihan now was indeed different from before. She used to be like a machine, working all year round without rest. Her schedule was packed. She accepted almost everything. Whatever the company arranged she did. This kind of artist was indeed worry-free. But recently she had started to voice opinions proactively, even controlling her exposure pace. Most importantly, her popularity hadn't dropped. It was actually rising. Zholan spoke honestly. I'm a bit puzzled by her recent strategic shift. But the results are surprisingly good. The legal head also nodded. Her current state. She has more of a star presence than before. Zhao Mingyuan smiled. That's true. Zholan added, she has a sense of ease now. And the audience is clearly responding better to it. Sister Chen seized the opportunity. So, I think this is a good time. Continuing the old high-density schedule model will only drain her. But if we set up a studio and let her start creating content that truly suits her, she can go further in the long run. Zhao Mingyuan looked up. For example, Sister Chen was prepared. She spoke directly, reduce assembly line commercial appearances, decrease meaningless exposure, focus on musical works, and personal brand building. She paused for a moment, then added, Zhihan is no longer suited to follow the typical traffic artist path. No one in the meeting room refuted this. It was a fact. Zhihan's greatest value now wasn't really traffic, but personal influence. Zhao Mingyuan finally closed the file. We can discuss the studio. But there are a few prerequisites. Sister Chen looked up. Go ahead. First, the studio must be affiliated with Xingcai Entertainment. Second, the company retains priority rights for core business. Third, team building requires company approval. After all, we don't want to nurture a top star and have her suddenly run off. Sister Chen smiled. Don't worry. Zhihan has no intention of doing that. More precisely, Huang Qian had no intention. But that she naturally couldn't say? Zholan asked again. But how did Zhihan suddenly come up with the idea to start a studio? Sister Chen remained expressionless, speaking naturally. She's changed her mind about a lot of things lately. Maybe she's finally starting to seriously think about her future. In the conference room, they exchanged glances. Then Zhao Mingyuan gave a slight nod. True. People always grow. Blue Star. June 10th morning. Star Entertainment. The conference room door swung open. Sister Chen stepped out in her high heels, holding the freshly signed documents. Her expression was calm, betraying nothing about the outcome of the meeting. In the waiting area outside, Huang Qian was lounging on the sofa, playing with his phone. Hearing the noise, he immediately looked up. How did it go? Sister Chen didn't answer right away. She walked over, picked up her coffee from the table, took a sip, and then spoke slowly. It's done. Huang Qian blinked. That fast? Sister Chen glanced at him. You think the company's top brass are just for show? They know exactly what Zhihan is worth now. Setting up a personal studio isn't a bad thing for the company. If anything, it gives the artist more flexibility to develop. With that, she handed him the documents. Take a look. Huang Qian took them. He started flipping through seriously, but after 2 pages his expression began to stiffen. Equity structure, profit distribution, operational authority, financial management, independent accounts. A barrage of professional jargon that made his head spin. After a few seconds, Huang Qian quietly closed the file. His expression turned unusually serious. I choose to trust the organization. Sister Chen. She looked at him momentarily, speechless. You're really not worried? Huang Qian nodded. Leave professional matters to the professionals. I provide the talent. You handle the complicated stuff. Clear division of labor, maximum efficiency. Sister Chen's mouth twitched. She genuinely wondered if this guy was truly smart or just too lazy to think. But thinking about it, he wasn't wrong. Managing an entertainment company's operations wasn't something a singer needed to handle personally. She decided not to dwell on it and pulled up a chair. Let's talk business. For now, the studio will operate under Zhihan's personal brand. The company will grant you a relatively independent operational authority. From now on, scheduling, business collaborations, and even project planning will be readjusted. Huang Qian's eyes lit up instantly. So no more living like a jet setter all the time. Sister Chen nodded. At least not as extreme as before. Hearing that, Huang Qian visibly relaxed. He leaned back into the sofa, letting out a long sigh of relief. Man, finally feel alive again. Sister Chen watched him, torn between laughter and tears. Other artists set up studios to expand their influence and reach new heights in their careers. But for Huang Qian, it seemed the primary goal was just to work less. Is this really why you set up a studio? Huang Qian sat up a bit straighter. How can you say that? This is proper career planning. Artists need rest too. Sister Chen didn't bother to call him out on it. Just as she was about to continue, the conference room door opened again. Zholan stepped out. Seeing Huang Qian, she smiled. Zhihan. Congratulations. Huang Qian reacted almost instinctively. He sat up straight, his expression shifting instantly. Thank you, President Zhou. His tone was gentle, his attitude respectful. Only after Zholan walked away did he slump back into the sofa. The transformation took less than a few seconds. Sister Chen shook her head. Can't you even pretend for a little longer now? Huang Qian sighed. Can't help it. Performing is really tiring. You only see the glamour on stage. You don't see all the things we have to handle behind the scenes. Sister Chen didn't reply. She was used to his deadpan complaints by now. After sitting for a moment, Huang Qian seemed to think of something. All right. Will the studio have an office? Sister Chen nodded. The company plans to allocate a floor for office space, but it needs renovation first. Huang Qian's eyes sparkled. Can we make a bigger lounge? Sister Chen frowned. A lounge? Yeah. Huang Qian began planning earnestly. A gaming console, a fridge, and a massage chair if possible. Somewhere to rest when we're tired. Sister Chen stared at him. Are you trying to start a business or retire? Huang Qian replied with utmost seriousness. A balance of work and rest is key to long-term success. Sister Chen just looked at him, saying nothing. She was beyond commenting. Just then Xiao Tang came running over from the other end of the corridor, her face full of excitement. Sister Zhihan. She quickly corrected herself after shouting. Oh no, Teacher Huang. Huang Qian's mouth twitched. Just call me Sister Zhihan. Xiao Tang glanced around furtively before leaning in and whispering. Is the studio really happening? Huang Qian nodded. Really? Xiao Tang's eyes lit up. So what will we do now, eh? Huang Qian stroked his chin, thinking seriously. From now on, hopefully we won't have to take on all those random endorsements. Sing when we want to sing. Rest when we want to rest. And if we have time, we can also work on some behind-the-scenes creations. He said it casually, but his mind was already churning with ideas. His biggest advantage was having access to Earth's entertainment resources. Since he was setting up a studio, he couldn't do it all alone. In the future, he would definitely need to nurture new talent, push suitable people into the spotlight. That way he could truly free himself from the mundane grind. At that thought, Huang Qian unconsciously straightened up. The laziness in his eyes gradually gave way to a focused intensity. Sister Chen noticed this. She knew that look all too well. It appeared every time he had a strange new idea. What are you thinking about now? Huang Qian snapped back to reality, looking at Sister Chen. A wide grin spread across his face. Sister Chen, I just realized something. Being a boss is way more fun than being a star. Sister Chen. She looked at him. For some reason, a sense of foreboding suddenly welled up inside her. Blue Star. June 10th, afternoon. At the top floor of Star Color Entertainment, inside a hastily arranged studio office, Huang Qian sat on the sofa with his legs casually crossed, twirling a pen in his hand. A stack of freshly organized documents lay on the desk before him. There were documents on the studio's structure, personnel arrangements, and future operational plans. These things were no longer unfamiliar to Sister Chen, but to Huang Qian, they looked more like files that needed to be handed over to a professional. Sister Chen sat across from him, flipping through the documents while occasionally glancing up at him. A full 10 minutes passed. Huang Qian maintained the same posture, staring at the office ceiling. The pen in his hand also paused midair. Sister Chen finally couldn't hold back. You've been staring at the ceiling for 10 minutes. Huang Qian slowly lowered his head, his expression turning serious. Sister Chen, I have a bold idea. Sister Chen's eyelid twitched. Whenever she heard that phrase, now her instincts screamed trouble. Sure enough, the next second Huang Qian leaned forward and lowered his voice. Don't you think our current way of making money is a bit outdated? Sister Chen looked at him. What do you mean? Huang Qian glanced around, his tone mysterious. Look at the entertainment industry now. It's still the old model. Release an album, go on promotional tours, appear on variety shows. The artists are exhausted. But in the end, the ones who really make the big money are often not the ones in front of the camera. Sister Chen crossed her arms. And then, oi. Huang Qian slapped the table. Short videos. Sister Chen fell silent, her gaze gradually turning complex. Huang Qian felt uneasy under her stare. What's wrong? Sister Chen spoke slowly. You're not thinking of doing livestream product sales, are you? Huang Qian's expression changed instantly. Do I look like that kind of person? Sister Chen didn't answer, just quietly looked at him. Huang Qian held his composure for a few seconds. Then his voice gradually lowered. Of course, if we get more workhorses as artists in the future, it's not entirely out of the question. Sister Chen was speechless. She suddenly felt that maybe her initial support for setting up this studio hadn't been fully thought through. Huang Qian, however, didn't notice her expression. He was already fully immersed in his thoughts. Think about it. Traditional singers releasing songs have a long promotion cycle and high investment. Making a song requires recording, promotion, and promotional activities. Every step requires a lot of resources. But short videos are different. They spread fast, and they reach a much wider audience. He raised a finger. Most importantly, even ordinary people can become famous. Sister Chen's expression grew a bit more serious. Huang Qian continued. The biggest problem in the entertainment industry now is that it's hard for ordinary people to get a chance. Resources are in the hands of big companies. To get ahead, you first need someone to give you an opportunity. But it'll be different in the future. Content itself will become the biggest gateway. As he spoke, the situation on Earthstar surfaced in his mind. That delivery rider account run by Zhihan. No team packaging, no capital behind it. It didn't even have decent equipment. Yet as long as the content was good enough, people were still willing to follow. The future was destined to be an era of content explosion. His own advantage wasn't just songs, but that vast library of content distinct from this timeline. Sister Chen watched him and realized that this time Huang Qian wasn't just thinking about being lazy. At least now he genuinely seemed to be considering the studio's future development. She put down the documents. So what's your specific plan? Huang Qian grinned. Simple. Let's test the waters first. The studio's first step is to create our own music account. Sister Chen's brow furrowed slightly. You are Zhihan now. Isn't starting an account pretty normal? Huang Qian shook his head. It's different. Those previous accounts were essentially artist management accounts. Posting photos, ads, promoting activities. It's still the company operating behind the scenes. He sat up straight. A light appeared in his eyes. But what we're going to do now is a content account. Sister Chen was intrigued. Go on. Huang Qian picked up the pen on the table and casually doodled on the blank space of a document. I want to make music creation transparent. Sister Chen looked at him. What do you mean? For example, live streaming, songwriting, live streaming recordings, showing the arrangement process. Even sharing creative inspirations from time to time. Let the audience see exactly how a song is born step by step. Huang Qian grew more earnest as he spoke. Before, all people saw was the finished product. After a song is released, everyone only knows if it sounds good or not. But no one knows how it came to be. If we show that process, the audience will feel a sense of participation. They're not just listening to a song, they're accompanying it as it grows. Sister Chen didn't respond immediately. She thought it over carefully. The direction was indeed bold. Most artists in the circle nowadays maintained a sense of distance. Maintaining mystery, maintaining that so-called star quality. But the direction Huang Qian proposed was the exact opposite. He wanted the audience to see the authentic side. These things themselves could also become content. Seeing that she didn't object, Huang Qian added another point. Also, we can nurture new talent in the future. Sister Chen looked up. New talent. Huang Qian nodded. Yes. Some songs aren't necessarily suitable for Zhihan to sing, but they can be given to others. The studio shouldn't just serve one artist in the future. We can slowly build our own music brand. He paused, then wore a satisfied expression. When we have more works and stable royalty income, that's the real long-term development. Sister Chen looked at him, unable to fully articulate her feelings. She originally thought Huang Qian set up the studio just to reduce his workload. Now it seemed although this guy did want an easier life, there was more going on in his head than she had imagined. Night. Underground parking garage of Xingcai Entertainment. The commercial vehicle slowly pulled into it. In the office, Sister Chen was taken aback. Who? Huang Qian lounged on the sofa, his eyes growing increasingly bright as he frantically scrolled through his mental playlist. Since the studio's founding, his first thought had been about mass-producing stars. His mind was stocked with countless songs. But some tunes didn't suit Zhihan at all, if placed with the right person. At the thought, Huang Qian couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. It would be a game-changer. And at that moment, Sister Chen was still waiting for his answer. After a long pause, she noticed Huang Qian had started grinning to himself like a fool. Who exactly did you think of? Huang Qian snapped back to reality, cleared his throat, and said, top secret for now. Sister Chen was speechless. She was already used to his antics. Every time he wore that expression, it meant trouble was brewing. But Huang Qian was already fully immersed, rising to pace back and forth across the office while muttering under his breath. This has potential. This really has potential. Sister Chen watched her eyelids twitching nervously. Can you stop acting like a pyramid scheme leader? Huang Qian didn't hear a word. His mind was fixated on one thing: the future model of the entertainment industry. In the past, what was most valuable for an artist? Exposure. Channels. Television. Traditional media. But not in the future. In the future, the most valuable asset would be content. And he uniquely possessed a whole world of content. With that thought, Huang Qian halted mid-step and spun around. Sister Chen, what does our studio need most right now? Sister Chen pondered for a moment. People. Huang Qian clapped his hands together. Exactly. People. He plopped back onto the sofa and began counting on his fingers. We need operations right. We need photographers right. Editors. And a recording studio right. We might even need to sign new talent later. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. This feeling was entirely different from before. In the past, it was simply about being an artist. But now this sensation carried the flavor of entrepreneurship. And that feeling was inexplicably intoxicating. Watching him get more and more worked up, Sister Chen couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you complain about how tiring being a star was? Why are you suddenly so full of drive now? Huang Qian said with utmost seriousness. How can you compare the two? Before I was working for someone else, just a beast of burden. But now my position has changed. Now I'm the herder. Sister Chen was speechless. Well, that actually made a strange kind of sense. Just then a knock came at the office door. Xiao Tang poked his head in. Can I come in? Huang Qian chuckled. Since when did you learn to knock? Xiao Tang grinned sheepishly before rushing in with a tablet. Teacher Huang, the studio's Weibo account is all set up. Huang Qian's interest was piqued. Let me see. Xiao Tang handed over the tablet. On the screen, it read in bold, Zhihan Studio. The verification badge was already in place. Huang Qian glanced at it briefly, his brows furrowing in dissatisfaction. Too plain. Xiao Tang was taken aback. Huh. Huang Qian stroked his chin deep in thought. We're building a brand here. The name needs some flair. Sister Chen's mouth twitched. You're not thinking of some weird name again, are you? Huang Qian's eyes lit up. Like, Salted Fish Entertainment. Sister Chen. Xiao Tang. The office fell into a dead silence. Then Sister Chen said flatly, denied. Huang Qian looked crestfallen. It's so down to earth. Xiao Tang was already crouched over, laughing uncontrollably. But just then Huang Qian seemed to have another thought, sitting bolt upright. Wait. Sister Chen tensed up on reflex. What now? Huang Qian narrowed his eyes slowly. If we're doing music accounts in the future, could we perhaps? He paused, flashing what he believed to be an extremely cunning smile. Pre-harvest all those future viral strategies. Every last one of them. Huang Qian sat on the sofa, legs crossed, idly scrolling through short videos. The more he scrolled, the brighter his eyes became. The development stage of the Blue Star short video platform was even earlier than he had imagined. The trending content was still largely confined to slapstick skits and daily life vlogs. Music was merely a backdrop. But Huang Qian knew all too well that what would truly dominate these platforms in the future often wasn't the video itself, but rather the emotional resonance of the music. At this thought, he slowly sat up straight. Suddenly he burst into laughter. Beside him, Xiao Tang was unnerved by the sound. Why are you laughing like that again? Huang Qian ignored her, placing his phone on the table and looking at Sister Chen. I've realized something. Making money in this era is really easy. Sister Chen's eyelid twitched. Can you not laugh like that every time you're about to do something? Huang Qian was already in the zone, pacing back and forth across the office. I've realized that no one else has figured this out yet. What is the most core element of short videos? Xiao Tang raised her hand. Humor. Wrong. Beautiful women. Also wrong. Huang Qian suddenly raised a finger and spoke slowly, emotion. He grew more excited with each word. Think about it carefully. Why do some videos suddenly go viral? Is it really because of the visuals? Not necessarily. Often it's the music that elevates the emotion. Having said that, he picked up his phone and scrolled through a few trending videos. He began to critique them. This video's content is mediocre, but the background music's emotional tone is right. And this one, it was carried entirely by the music. This one is even more absurd. The footage is blurry, yet the comments are all asking for the song's name. Xiao Tang grew more confused, but felt that he might have a point. Sister Chen, however, was becoming increasingly serious. She realized that what Huang Qian was saying was already beyond the thinking of an ordinary artist. He was now analyzing the trends of the entire industry. At this thought, she asked, "So what kind of song do you want to create?" Huang Qian stopped pacing, then slowly grinned. "Emotional bangers." Xiao Tang was bewildered. Huang Qian snapped his fingers. Simply put, they're the kind of songs where the moment the intro plays, the listener's emotions are instantly ignited. He began listing examples fervently. Regret, loneliness, passion, nostalgia, healing. These are the emotions that spread most easily on short video platforms. And music is the amplifier of emotion. In the office, Sister Chen fell silent. She felt that Huang Qian had truly grasped something profound. And then he slammed his hand on the table again. The most important thing is that no one is competing in this arena right now. Xiao Tang flinched at the sudden noise. Huang Qian, however, was getting more and more excited. The entertainment industry is still stuck on traditional promotion, releasing albums. Sister Chen leaned back in her chair and let out a quiet breath. She realized that Huang Qian's true strength might not just lie in his creative talent. His foresight into the future of the entertainment ecosystem. Sister Chen leaned back in her chair and let out a quiet breath. She realized that Huang Qian's true strength might not just lie in his creative talent. His foresight into the future of the entertainment ecosystem was astonishingly ahead of its time. The next moment, Huang Qian was furiously typing on his phone's notepad. Xiao Tang leaned over to look. Written on the screen were late-night emo playlist, graduation season anthems, loneliness BGM, passionate and uplifting tracks, regret-themed love songs, city night atmosphere tunes. Xiao Tang was stunned. "What are you doing?" Huang Qian didn't look up, grinning as he continued typing. Recording inspiration. Office. Huang Qian was frantically typing on his memo, his eyes darting with a sly gleam. His mind was no longer occupied with just a single song, but with the entire playbook of an era. Why must he rely on traditional channels? Why must he rely on TV stations? Why must he rely on variety shows? In the era of short videos, the biggest feature is decentralization. As long as the content is bold enough, ordinary people can also go viral. With that thought, Huang Qian suddenly stopped his actions. He looked up. Sister Chen. Sister Chen was already starting to get a headache. "Speak." Huang Qian's face turned serious. "What's most important for us now is not decorating the studio nor building the team. He slowly narrowed his eyes. "First we blow up the platform." Xiao Tang. But Sister Chen instantly understood. "You want to test the waters with a song?" Huang Qian snapped his fingers. "Smart." Then he directly tossed his phone onto the table. "What do short video platforms lack the most?" Xiao Tang ventured, "Good content." "Wrong." Huang Qian slowly leaned back into the sofa, grinning. "It's emotional resonance." Saying that, he began analyzing directly. "The music on the platforms right now is too ordinary. After listening, there's no memorable point. But a song that can truly go viral must make people feel immersed. Ideally, as soon as the prelude plays, the audience's minds automatically start to picture scenes." That was such a specific description. It was as specific as if it had been verified countless times. And in fact, he had indeed verified it. How many songs on earth had become incredibly popular, even to the point where the song was more famous than the singer? Thinking of this, Huang Qian slowly narrowed his eyes, his mind starting to frantically screen songs. Lonely Warrior. The content wasn't right, it wasn't suitable yet. The Bottom of the Sea. Too oppressive. Wind Rises. At this thought, Huang Qian showed a look of approval. Sister Chen keenly noticed, "Got a target." Huang Qian slowly nodded. Then he softly recited a line, strolling and pausing along this road, following the traces of a drifting youth. Xiao Tang was stunned, because just those 2 lines of lyrics her mind already had a picture. And Huang Qian had now completely confirmed it. Wind Rises. This song was simply a killer weapon for the short video era. Youth, regret, growth, memories, a sense of freedom. It possessed almost all the emotional elements that could be spread. Most importantly, the prelude alone had a memorable point, and the chorus was naturally suited for spreading. With that thought, Huang Qian directly slapped the table. "That's the one." Xiao Tang was startled. "What?" Huang Qian's eyes burned with fervor. "The studio's first song. Well, make it this one." Sister Chen was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly spoke. "You've already written it." Huang Qian was taken aback, then immediately realized, oh no, he had been too carried away. So he immediately cleared his throat and started to cover up. "Inspiration just came to me." Sister Chen. She was too lazy to question him now. This wasn't the first time this had happened. And the next second, Huang Qian suddenly became excited again. Alright. Sister Chen's eyelid twitched. What now? Huang Qian began counting on his fingers, entering future planning mode. Before this song goes online, we won't release the full version first. First release the chorus. Then let the short video platforms start spreading it. When everyone starts asking for the song name, he grinned, revealing an extremely capitalist smile. Then the full version goes online. In the office, Sister Chun was silent. This guy seemed born to thrive in the entertainment industry.